The enormous little Goldie was currently a docile lamb, allowing Avril to sit on its back and stroke it, occasionally chirping at her in happiness. Avril had tamed the violent little Goldie the moment she appeared, leaving everyone feeling confused. It was as if she had some special ability. Not even vicious monsters like Little Goldie and Furball could resist her charm. What do you think she said to Little Goldie that made it so obedient? I don't know. It's probably because she's the closest person to Xia Fei, and Little Goldie is dearly devoted to him. They conversed, trying to analyze why Little Goldie had listened to Avril. Although Little Goldie had stopped ramming at the seal, he had not gone back. He continued to stare at the energy web as if it was thinking about something. Little Goldie was not as smart as Furball, and after thinking for a long while, it let out a plaintive howl. He appeared to have understood something and finally began to go back with Avril. Avril went home after persuading Little Goldie. Although Xia Fei was no longer there, this was not the first time Xia Fei had gotten lost. As his girlfriend, Avril was used to this habit of Xia Fei's by now. After a few days, the Law Realm soon heard that Little Goldie had gone on a tear in dark space. While the dark life forms had been wiped out, countless dark beasts had been left behind. There was no place in ordinary space for these dark beasts to leave, so these creatures hid in the dark space, where they thrived and multiplied. Little Goldie seemed to bear a grudge against these former enemies of Xia Fei's, and it hunted them down endlessly within the dark space. It looked as if the demon chrysalis would not rest until it had annihilated all of them. The warriors of the Law Realm felt that Little Goldie was venting its rage and sorrow on the dark beasts after being unable to follow its master, so they did not pay it too much attention. In any case, the more dark beasts Little Goldie killed, the better things were for the Law Realm. As the slaughter continued, Little Goldie grew stronger and stronger, and no creature in the dark space could stand against it. Alas, for some reason, Little Goldie did not advance. Instead, its body only grew thinner and thinner. In a luxurious guest room, the time had arrived. Xiang Beiyang had personally come to pick up Xia Fei and take him to the gathering at the Tai Ning estate. Xia Fei opened the door and saw that Ba Xiang had changed into a very impressive robe, his finger sporting a very domineering jade ring. Together with that large belly of his, he completely fit the image of a nouveau riche. Xia Fei frowned and mentally commented, "It's a gathering, not an occasion to flaunt your wealth. Besides, any member of the first-class circle of Red Dwarf Star will be much richer than you are." He naturally kept this train of thought to himself. After all, Xiang Beiyang's clothes were his own business. Xia Fei was already upholding his end of the deal by accompanying him. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei casually walked out of the room and locked the door. Xiang Beiyang was startled, looking Xia Fei over as he asked, "You're going dressed like that to the Tai home?" Xia Fei was still wearing his exercise clothes from this morning. When he returned, he had been so busy dealing with the herbs that he did not have time to change. Besides, Xia Fei did not really care about what he was wearing, for he had never cared much about such gatherings in the first place. Xia Fei countered, "What? Is there something wrong?" "Not at all. I was just asking. The car is ready, so let's go," said Xiang Beiyang hastily. No matter what, bringing Xia Fei to the Tai home was most important of all. What Xiang Beiyang truly feared was annoying Xia Fei, such that the latter would refuse to go. After all, Xia Fei was impervious to his charm and wiles, even willing to humiliate Tang Wanyan sans a second thought. A brand new golden hover car was parked outside. Xiang Beiyang had purchased it at a high price for the sake of his own dignity. The technology of the Alpha universe had not surpassed the Law Realm too much, and Xia Fei needed only a few glances to get a good idea of how the car was constructed. Whoosh! As the car sped off, Xia Fei opened the window and looked outside. His sharp senses told him that somebody was staring at him, but when he activated ocular cognition, that sensation of being watched immediately disappeared. "Brother Xia, what are you looking at?" asked Xiang Beiyang curiously. "It's nothing. I just thought that tonight's weather is pretty good," replied Xia Fei. However, his wariness had started to rise. Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang were soon out of the city, and two heads appeared in the night. One of them was the short-bearded man that Xiang Beiyang had hired to catch exotic beasts. His name was Fu Yong, and he was known among hunters for being a man willing to take big jobs. Xiang Beiyang had offered a huge sum for that expedition to the inverse territory, but only a few hunters who did not fear death had applied, and Fu Yong being one of them. The other was a yellow-faced man who seemed to be devoid of energy. He appeared to have not gotten any sleep. This man was way more famous than Fu Yong, as he was one of the few soul hunters of Red Dwarf Star, Jin Hanzhuang. Fu Yong was known for his boldness and his willingness to take any job, whereas Jin Hanzhuang was famous for his addiction toward gambling and habit of taking hallucinogens. His reputation was positively awful. When Fu Yong saw Furball with Xia Fei back then, he immediately thought of stealing it, but as he did not know Xia Fei's background, he was unable to work up the courage. All he had been able to do was watch Xia Fei from the shadows to see how the latter acted. This afternoon, Xia Fei casually sold off a small dagger for 2 million pearls. Fu Yong immediately got antsy the moment he heard the news. He speculated that Xia Fei was a young master of some major clan, or else there would be no way for him to be carrying something so valuable. If he robbed Xia Fei, he would be set for life. Fu Yong was bold, but he was not dumb. He decided that it was best to have someone famous take the fall for him, while he got off scot-free to live the rest of his life enjoying the spoils. Thus, Fu Yong had gone and sought the infamous gambling addict, Jin Hanzhuang. Jin Hanzhuang had been unlucky his whole life, especially when it came to gambling, losing every bet he made. If he was not a soul hunter, the loan sharks in the casinos would have killed him 100 times over long ago. Alas, it was impossible to live off reputation alone. As his debts piled up, those loan sharks became reluctant to loan him money. He wanted to get a job, but his reputation was simply too awful. Others were more willing to hire a soul hunter of better reputation even at a higher price rather than seek Jin Hanzhuang's service. Jin Hanzhuang had truly made a first in this region, falling to such a low level as a soul hunter. When Fu Yong came to find him, saying that he had a big job, Jin Hanzhuang immediately agreed. He had no idea that Fu Yong was just borrowing his name. Once they split the money, everyone would go search for Jin Hanzhuang, not him. After all, this infamous gambler was a soul hunter, and as they said, a large tree was buffeted in the wind. "Are you talking about that young man?" Jin Hanzhuang yawned and asked. "Yes, that's him. This afternoon, he took out a dagger from his spatial ring and sold it for 2 million pearls. If we rob him for all he's got, we'll be rich." Fu Yong nodded and replied. Jin Hanzhuang frowned. "I was watching moments ago. Xia Fei truly doesn't give off any energy pulses, meaning that he's just an ordinary civilian. But his clan must be something else. Killing him is easy, but we'll end up offending some people." Fu Yong smiled. "Sir, the people you're most afraid of offending is Old Master Mai Tong, yes? I heard that if you don't repay your debt in 7 days, he'll have your cultivation crippled." Jin Hanzhuang turned white and said no more. Mai Tong was one of the big businessmen of Red Dwarf Star, on the same level as Tang Wanyan. He ran many casinos and was involved in many businesses, some which were legitimate and some not. Jin Hanzhuang owed Mai Tong money, which everyone knew, and as a businessman, Mai Tong was unwilling to break off things with Jin Hanzhuang. After all, no matter how terrible Jin Hanzhuang was, he was still a soul hunter, and no one wanted to make an enemy of a soul hunter. However, a few days ago, Jin Hanzhuang had gotten drunk and announced that Mai Tong was afraid of him and did not dare to ask him to pay his debts. The news quickly spread to reach Mai Tong's ears. The old man was naturally furious, almost fainting from his rage. He had chosen, out of the goodness of his heart, not to quibble with Jin Hanzhuang, but as a result he had been labeled as incompetent. Master Mai could not accept this. They were all well-known people of Red Dwarf Star. If Old Man Mai did not act now, he would be made the laughingstock of the entire planet. Thus, Master Mai gave Jin Hanzhuang an ultimatum. In 7 days, he had to return the money or be crippled. Only then did Jin Hanzhuang realize the gravity of the situation. He could have done anything except offend Mai Tong. He had truly bitten off more than he could chew now. Old Man Mai was intent on dealing with him once and for all. Though Jin Hanzhuang was a soul hunter, he was still one that was out of luck. Mai Tong was like the noontime sun. He could just hire a soul hunter. Mai Tong had already contracted 3 soul hunters to find Jin Hanzhuang and inquire about the debt in 7 days. Jin Hanzhuang knew that he could not beat Mai Tong, so he agreed to Fu Yong's plan to kill Xia Fei in order to resolve the imminent crisis. Fu Yong bringing up that matter related to my Tong made Jin Hanzhuang immediately abandon all doubts. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Forget it. Since I'm doing it anyway, I might as well do a good job." Fu Yong smiled. Master Jin is truly an understanding person. Xia Fei is all alone and has no friends to rely on. So if we make a clean job of it, who will know that it's us? As for Xiang Beiyang, there's no need to worry about him. Having only started rising a few years ago, his foundation still isn't stable. His wife and 3 concubines fight with each other every day. Once Xiang Beiyang dies, the Xiang clan will be in chaos as everyone fights over his assets. Who would be in the mood to think about avenging Xiang Beiyang? Their visit to the Tai's residence is the perfect chance. The Tai estate is located outside the city in the countryside. Their journey back will be the time of their demise. All the conditions are in our favor. Fu Yong and Jin Hanzhuang immediately set their plan to strike when Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang were on their way back. The two of them hid in a small forest next to the road, as Fu Yong tasked several trustworthy hunters with following Xia Fei. At the same time, the gathering at Boss Tai's estate started to get lively. The hovercar entered the mountain range, and in the distance could be seen a brightly lit mountain villa, appearing splendorous in the surrounding darkness. Xiang Beiyang pointed at the mansion and said, "Brother, this is the Tai estate. The surrounding 100 kilometers all belong to Tai Ning's family, with this villa being the most impressive." Xia Fei casually nodded. Tai Ning's villa was far inferior to Fiendish Wing Villa, which was built amid steep mountains. If he had not been invited by Xiang Beiyang, Xia Fei really would not have felt any interest. Whoosh! The hovercar suddenly braked hard as if it had run into something. The driver hastily got out of it to take a look. Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang did so as well. "Old Wang, what happened?" barked Xiang Beiyang. If they got into an accident, they would arrive late to the Tai estate. Xiang Beiyang did not want to waste time. This was his first time squeezing his way into the upper crust of Red Dwarf Star Society. He did not want to leave the impression of a latecomer. Xia Fei frowned as he spotted a girl curled up on the side of the road. She was probably the one the hovercar had run into. She had probably run to the road out of panic, and Old Wang had been unable to evade her in time, resulting in an accident. Whoosh! Xia Fei was going to help her up and treat her wounds. But to his surprise, she got up first, holding her chest as she fearfully looked at Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang. "She's so pale." Xia Fei was startled when he saw the girl's face, and his heart shuddered as if it had been stabbed with a needle. She appeared to only be around 12 or 13 years old, as she panted for breath with her golden hair in disarray. She was like a frightened fawn, her appearance pitiable. Xia Fei had never seen someone so pale before, but this girl even seemed to be devoid of blood. Her skin was glossy and clean like those beautiful saleswomen in department stores. She was breathtakingly beautiful, so gorgeous that she did not seem real. Alas, her clothes were somewhat unbearable to look at. Putting aside the coarse material they were made of, they were utterly filthy and had tears in several places. She was not even wearing shoes, her little feet exposed. He could tell at a glance that she was an impoverished child. It was possible to see her alluring body through the clothes, the filthy garments forming a stark contrast with the tender and glossy skin. Even Xiang Beiyang and Old Wang were stunned. At this moment, a bellow came from the distance. "That accursed girl is over there. Brothers, hurry up." Whoosh! Dozens of burly men charged out of the wilderness, surrounding the girl. One of them was even holding an alloy chain, which must weigh at least 20 kilograms. Xia Fei glanced at the girl's neck and wrist and saw that they were bruised. It was clear that she had escaped from the hands of this group. "Wench, it's your fortune to be able to serve our master. Have you no shame?" The man with the chain strode forward, raising one hand to slap the girl as he prepared the other hand to put the thick chain on. "Don't get near me. I'll hit you," said the girl frantically. Alas, her voice was intoxicating, ringing out like the song of an oriole. The girl raised her arm in front of her as if she really had learned a little about how to fight. Only at this point did Xia Fei notice that the joint of her arm was bleeding, an indication of just how roughly these men had treated her. "I'll beat you to death, you WHR-," said the man, swinging his hand, his palms swishing through the air. Both of his hands were covered with calluses as hard as steel, so if his hand really did land on the girl's face, the result would truly be gruesome. It would not even be strange if this weak and thin body, which only weighed 35 kilograms, was sent flying. At that moment, Xia Fei disappeared. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the man and raised an arm, lifting the latter, who must weigh at least 100 kilograms, right off the ground. He then prepared to smash him down. With Xia Fei's strength, once he got serious, he could turn someone like this man into a pancake. Although Xia Fei's body was currently injured, making him unfit for combat, this did not mean that he no longer had his cultivation. As a level 1 founder, as long as Xia Fei wished it, he could kill all of these people present with one hand. It would not even take 1 second. Xia Fei glanced at Xiang Beiyang's chubby face and saw it shift subtly, seemingly not wanting him to do anything and appearing to be fearful. Xia Fei released his grip and threw the man to the side. Although he did not use much force, the man still took a rather bad fall, screaming in pain like a stuck pig. This was when something completely unexpected happened. Xia Fei moved far too fast, doing all this in less time than it took to blink. But that snowy white girl did not have Xia Fei's divine reaction speed, and she thrust her palm at Xia Fei's back. Even Xia Fei was dumbfounded. He had been planning to save the girl, but then the girl had attacked him. What could be said about that? Before Xia Fei could say anything, the girl shrieked and hastily massaged Xia Fei's back. I didn't do it on purpose. I was planning to hit him, but you ended up getting in the way, the girl sobbed. As a kind-hearted girl, she was scared out of her wits by accidentally hitting Xia Fei. Xia Fei had the legendary armor Celestial Soul Warning protecting him, so he naturally did not get injured from such a measly hit. He placed a hand on the girl's head and turned his head with a frown. Boss Xiang, do you know these people? Xiang Beiyang quickly replied. They're all guards of Boss Tai's estate. You can tell from their clothes. Xiang Beiyang had just had a close shave. Thankfully, Xia Fei did not kill anyone, or else he could say goodbye to his chances of squeezing into Red Dwarf Star's high society. Some of the tinsome men recognized Xiang Beiyang. Tai Ning had said earlier today that they needed to be somewhat more polite to Xiang Beiyang, especially so to the young man with him. Boss Xiang, how did you get involved in this mess? Your car isn't damaged, right? Xia Fei felt like killing this man now. The girl was clearly bleeding, but they did not seem to care. On the contrary, they cared more about Xiang Beiyang's stupid car. Xiang Beiyang's face turned cold as he replied sternly, My car is naturally fine, but why are you after this girl? How has she offended Boss Tai? Boss Xiang, you don't know, but Master Tai bought this girl as a slave at a high price. She managed to escape, so we brothers were naturally tasked with bringing her back. Xia Fei frowned and asked Xiang Beiyang, Red Dwarf Star permits human trafficking. Xiang Beiyang said nothing, essentially admitting the existence of slavery. Since this was Tai Ning's slave, Xiang Beiyang did not plan to interfere. He himself had over a dozen beautiful slaves. It was very normal for the wealthy and powerful of Red Dwarf Star to buy a few female slaves for their bedroom. Xia Fei smiled and asked, How much did Boss Tai pay for this slave? 500,000 pearls. Girls of the Crane clan have always been valuable. For this price, you can buy 10 ordinary prostitutes. Turning to the girl, Xia Fei softly inquired, What is your name? My name is Enya. Please, I'm begging you, don't let them take me away, whispered the girl with tears in her eyes. Xiang Beiyang smiled, taking the girl by the hand and walking back to the hovercar. Perhaps because they were intimidated by his power, none of those men dared to stop him. Go and tell Tai Ning that I, Xia Fei, want this Enya. You can seek the money from Boss Xiang. If there's something that Tai is unhappy about, he can come and find me, said Xia Fei loudly. How could that do? Enya was specifically requested by our master. Boss Xiang, say something. Seeing that Xia Fei was being unreasonable, the guards sought Xiang Beiyang's help. Xiang Beiyang shook his head in annoyance, feeling that Xia Fei was just trying to cause him trouble. However, since Xia Fei had already spoken, Xiang Beiyang did not dare to disobey. Brothers, there's no need to panic. Once I reach the Tai estate, I'll explain things to your master. You won't be blamed, Xiang Beiyang soothed the guards. Sitting in the car, Xia Fei took out several bottles of medicine to treat Enya's wounds. He then gave her some medicine to calm her mind and recover her physical energy. Applying the medicine required some body contact. Enya quickly blushed, dropping her head in shyness. Today was like a dream. The despairing Enya had run into Xia Fei, and her tragic fate had been turned around instantly. When Xia Fei declared his desire for Enya, her mind ran wild. This man has a good heart, so he won't hit me, right? Even an occasional beating is okay, as long as he doesn't beat me too hard, Enya thought to herself. Such a pitiful girl. After going through so much, the most she could dream of was not being beaten too hard. Radix gritted his teeth and cursed. Those scoundrels, bullying a little girl. Why didn't you kill them? Xia Fei replied, forget it. It's better to keep quiet for now. Killing them is easy, but it will trouble Xiang Beiyang. And this Xiang guy has treated me rather well. I should at least show him some face. Radix pursed his lips, muttering. Xia Fei has learned to restrain himself? Why does this feel so weird? Whoosh. Once Xiang Beiyang was done comforting those guards, the hovercar continued to the Tai estate. Brother Xia, if you like this crane girl so much, I can just buy you some when we get back. Do you really have to steal from Tai Ning? Whispered Xiang Beiyang. Enya was startled, and she weakly looked at Xia Fei, worried that Xia Fei would send her back to Tai Ning. Xia Fei coldly replied, cut the chatter. Get your checkbook ready to pay Tai Ning when we get to the house. Xiang Beiyang inwardly pleaded for mercy. After all this, he had not only offended Tai Ning, but must foot Xia Fei's bill, too. However, at this point, Xiang Beiyang was even less willing to offend Xia Fei. After what had transpired earlier, he was now even more certain that, not only had Xia Fei come from a major clan, he was also an expert. He appeared to carry even more weight than Tai Ning. Hee, I was just making idle chatter. In truth, I don't want this Enya girl to suffer in the Tai estate, either. I heard rumors that Tai Ning is fond of going hard, and at times, girls thrown out of his house turn up as corpses. Enya, Xia Fei saved your life, so you must serve him well in the future. Enya became frantic, tightly grabbing onto Xia Fei's arm and nodding her head repeatedly. Once they got to the Tai estate, Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang got out of the car. Old Wang, take good care of Enya. No matter who comes, don't open the door. If something happens, come and find me immediately. After giving his orders, Xia Fei lit a cigarette, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and coldly sauntered into the Tai estate. Enya leaned on the car window and watched Xia Fei leave, concern filling her eyes. It's fine. Boss and Xia Fei are all very good people. They'll definitely help redeem you. You just have to believe in them, soothed old Wang hastily. He could tell that Enya was worried. Enya fell into the back seat, her weak and thin body curling into a ball as she whispered, Are boss Xiang and brother Xia very formidable, even more formidable than Tai Ning? Well, old Wang was rendered speechless. Xiang Beiyang naturally was not as powerful as Tai Ning, who was one of the top businessmen of Red Dwarf Star, only one step away from entering Tang Wanyan's circle. Meanwhile, Xiang Beiyang was trying to squeeze his way into the first-class social circle. As for Xia Fei, old Wang was unsure about him. To get me, Tai Ning had my entire family killed. While brother Xia Fei is a very good person, he may be unable to persuade Tai Ning. This is fine, though. I already feel content that he was able to save me today, Enya whispered. Perhaps because she was really too tired, Enya soon fell asleep. She seemed to be having a nightmare because she kept moaning in her sleep. And no, don't kill my dad. Enya waved her arms in her dream as if she were trying to grab something, sweat appearing on her face. Haa, what a pitiful girl. Old Wang sighed. He covered Enya with his jacket so that she would not get cold. Xia Fei did not know what had happened to Enya. This girl, who had kept the matter of her entire family being killed deep in her heart, presumably felt deeply aggrieved over it. At this time, Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang, who had just entered Tai Ning's mansion, saw that the party had already begun. It was exceptionally lively, and Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang, one dressed like a beggar and the other dressed like a nouveau riche, drew countless jeers. Xiang Beiyang's face turned red, and he awkwardly stood around. But Xia Fei casually strode forward, boldly standing in the crowd. Xiang Beiyang suddenly realized that he truly was not on the same level of existence as Xia Fei. It must be understood that everyone here was exceptionally wealthy, all of the women bedecked in resplendent jewels, so bright that they could blind the eyes. Xia Fei was only wearing an old set of exercise clothes, but he stood tall and proud. This was not a feigned pride. Only someone who had been through great storms could have an indifferent gaze like Xia Fei. What's going on? I suddenly feel uncomfortable. A young man next to Xia Fei shook his head and sullenly walked off. He originally intended to stand next to Xia Fei so that he would form a sharp contrast with the other's plain attire. But Xia Fei stared straight ahead, exuding a powerful aura that made the opulently dressed man seem like a beggar. Brother Xia Fei, Boss Yang, you're finally here. Tai Ning smiled as he walked out of the crowd to welcome them. Many people recognized Xiang Beiyang, but they found it rather absurd for Tai Ning to personally welcome the strangely dressed Xia Fei. Also, given that he had said Xia Fei's name first, he clearly regarded the man with utmost respect. In high society, every word and action had a deeper meaning. Tai Ning had put Xia Fei's name first and had a meek and respectful attitude, surprising everybody. Xiang Beiyang hastily came forward to kiss up to Tai Ning, but Xia Fei stood where he was, smiling as he asked, "Boss Tai, I heard that you have a young girl of the Crane clan by the name of Inya?" Tai Ning was startled, not understanding what Xia Fei meant, while those around him chuckled in understanding. In this day and age, anyone with money kept a few beautiful slaves that they rarely spoke of to others. This was particularly true for the Crane clan's beauties, who all had snowy white skin and were considered the apex of female slaves. When Xia Fei spoke, everyone immediately understood that Tai Ning also had this fancy, but it was somewhat improper for him to bring this up in front of so many people. Tai Ning was someone who had been through many big storms as a businessman, and he quickly reacted and chuckled. "Brother Xia, why did you bring this up? Come. Let's go and sit in the observatory. Old Master Tang is waiting for you." The observatory was an exquisitely positioned balcony in the Tai estate, and only the man himself and the select elite of Red Dwarf Star's merchant class could enter. Not only did Tai Ning personally welcome Xia Fei, he even welcomed Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang to the observatory. Everyone began to view these two in a whole new light. Xiang Beiyang felt so happy that he shook, but Xia Fei was unmoved. "Boss Tai, I'd like to inform you that I plan to purchase Inya." Whoosh! The chattering crowd fell silent instantly. Xia Fei was brazenly taking this slave. He did not even leave room for negotiation and had bluntly declared it in front of everyone. Tai Ning paled, and resentment appeared in his eyes, but recalling Tang Wanyin's orders for tonight, he calmed down quickly and said, "To tell the truth, one female slave isn't much to me, and it's unlikely that I can't gift you one, but Inya is an exception. I have other reasons for keeping her. As long as it's not her, you can choose from any female slave in the estate. Even if you were to take them all, I wouldn't say a word." His subordinates had already reported to him that Xia Fei had rescued Inya while they were trying to capture her, so Tai Ning believed that Xia Fei lusted after Inya's beauty. This was why he had allowed Xia Fei to take any female slave in his estate, believing that this would satisfy him. Alas, Xia Fei was unmoved. "I accept Boss Tai's kind intentions, but please forgive me for not accepting the offer." These were rather polite words. Xia Fei was unwilling to quarrel, so he had left some room for negotiation. In the past, Xia Fei would have already started a fight. Tai Ning, who had not expected that Xia Fei would not give him any face, felt his face darken. He sneered, "Brother Xia, no matter what, Inya is my slave. Is this something you can really decide on? Whatever you say, I'm going to take her." "Boss Yang, pay him," replied Xia Fei coldly. It appeared that both parties could not agree. Xiang Beiyang and the other guests did not know what to do. As for the Tai house's guards, they were itching to strike, awaiting Tai Ning's order to charge in and give Xia Fei a harsh lesson. Xia Fei remained calm and unruffled. "Why are you wasting time talking to this guy? Just kill him," said Radix viciously. At this time, Tang Wanyin and another elder, who Xia Fei did not recognize, had rushed over. The two were all important members of Red Dwarf Star's high society, so the surrounding people all greeted them respectfully. "Brother Xia Fei, little Tai, what's going on here?" asked Tang Wanyin hastily. Strangely, Song Jinhu, the soul hunter who was usually by his side, was not here, replaced by a burly black man. Tai Ning quickly told Tang Wanyin what was going on and begged these illustrious figures of Red Dwarf Star to help him. After all, Xia Fei was an outsider, and he felt that if they did not do it for him, they would at least speak up for him out of deference to his father. After hearing him out, Tang Wanyin frowned and barked, "Fool, arguing over a single female slave? You're not worried about being laughed at by others? Brother Xia has just come to our Red Dwarf Star, so you should be doing your utmost as his host. Just give that female slave Inya to him. If you want money, I'll pay it. Tai felt his vision go dark. Why was it that Tang Wanyin was speaking up for Xia Fei over him? But, no buts. This matter is decided. I will of course explain things to your father. Tang Wanyin refused to take any objections, instantly deciding on this matter, and from how pale Tai Ning's face was, he had clearly taken a rather hard blow. Everyone was stunned beyond comparison. For Xia Fei's sake, Tang Wanyin had given Tai Ning a slap in the face. This was far too strange no matter how they looked at it. Was Xia Fei some big VIP? At the observatory, no matter how unhappy Tai Ning was, he needed to keep these big shots company. Xiang Beiyang was here for the first time, so he behaved very stiffly, not even daring to breathe too hard as he watched these big figures converse. Xia Fei acted as if this was no big deal, sitting on the side and beginning to think. Are you think of that girl, Inya? She really is lustrous, even on par with Avril. And it's not like Avril objects to you having other girls, so why don't you just take this, Inya? Being with you will no doubt be better than being a slave, Radix said with a naughty smile. Avril truly did not mind Xia Fei marrying a few more women. After all, he was a speed warrior, and she always had a tough time after every session. Xia Fei had no choice but to slow down his tempo. This situation was somewhat alleviated when Avril began to learn law force, but she was still far from reaching Xia Fei's requirements. At the start, Avril had recommended her close friend, Nicole Sawyer, but Xia Fei found her to be too shrewd and refused straight away. Later, there was Xiao Yu, who Xia Fei really did like. Alas, he had been too busy at the time to do anything about it. It seemed like Xiao Yu was determined to follow Xia Fei for the rest of her life, and if Xia Fei did not marry her, this girl would probably remain unmarried until the day that she died. Even he did not know if refusing Xiao Yu would be saving her or hurting her. There was already the precedent of Sarah. It had been several years now, but this girl had refused to get with any other man and just kept waiting for Xia Fei like a fool. Was she going to wait for the rest of her life? Was this fair to her? Would it be fair to Avril, though, if she had to share a man with other women? There was also the troublesome Moon Song. Thinking about all his woman problems, Xia Fei became lost in thought for a brief moment. Smiling, Xia Fei said, I wasn't thinking about Inya. Rather, I was thinking about soul weapons. Soul weapons? What about them? Asked Radix curiously. Lightly turning his right hand, upon which peacock blue was hidden, Xia Fei said, after learning the Feather Spirit Codex, I suddenly realized that immemorial mystical armaments may be linked to the creation of soul weapons. Moreover, my soul mark is different from what's described in the book. It seems like I'm not a spiritualist. Radix was startled. Peacock blue is connected to the forging of soul weapons? You're neither a soul hunter nor a spiritualist? Xia Fei, are you running a fever? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Xia Fei rolled his eyes and ignored Radix. As he was deep in thought, he failed to notice Tang Wanyin sneaking out. Tang Wanyin found a quiet place and turned on his communication device. The face of Song Jinhu appeared on the screen. Old Song, what's so urgent that you called me? Asked Tang Wanyin. I told my master about the October flying snow, and my master wasn't sure either. As such, he wants the young lady to bring over the soul weapon so that he can take a personal look. What do you think? Said Song Jinhu sternly. Tang Wanyin was stunned. Even your master didn't know what's going on with it. Is there truly something strange about Xia Fei? Tang Wanyin knew that Song Jinhu had a very powerful master. He had spent so much money hiring Song Jinhu, even treating him like a brother, precisely because he wanted to build a good rapport with Song Jinhu's master. In the Alpha universe, businessmen had never ruled. Compared to the soul hunters and spiritualists, businessmen had a rather pathetic status. The moment a war broke out, these wealthy businessmen would instantly be extorted for everything they had. Some extremists even called businessmen sheep, to be fattened up so that they could be butchered when needed. Any businessman of decent skill would devote any extra strength they had in building up relationships with soul hunters, carefully attending to their needs in hopes of these powerful individuals offering a hand in times of crisis. Tang Wanyin had bought the October flying snow at such a high price for the sake of his only granddaughter, Tang Yinghua. While the Tang clan was powerful, It was rich in yang and lacked in yin. Tang Wanyin himself had no daughters, and among his over 30 grandchildren, Tang Yingwe was the only girl. Thus, young Lady Tang was pampered a lot by the old man. But recently, an incident had left Tang Wanyin feeling extremely uneasy. Tang Yingwe had chanced upon a clash between two soul hunters, and the powerful shockwaves had injured her soul. Unlike the body, an injured soul was difficult to heal without the intervention of a spiritualist. Alas, how could someone of Tang Wanyin's level know a spiritualist? He could only gather medicinal ingredients like diamond dragonflies. It was said that diamond dragonflies were excellent items for repairing the soul, but unfortunately, Tang Wanyin did not know any top-class apothecaries, and despite the money he had spent, there was still no curing Tang Yingwe's illness. Just when Tang Wanyin was at his wit's end, a soul weapon appeared at the Tai Ning weapon exhibit, the October Flying Snow. Soul weapons were not merely the weapons of soul hunters. For lower-level warriors, they had the ability to solidify and soothe the soul. They could serve as primers, and under the influence of a soul device, a regular warrior would have a much higher chance of unlocking a soul mark. However, as soul weapons were very rare and extremely expensive, only the descendants of large clans would use a soul weapon as an accessory. Since even warriors would benefit greatly from carrying around a soul weapon, an ordinary girl like Tang Yingwe would benefit even more. Thus, Tang Wanyin had gone all out to buy the October Flying Snow from Xia Fei, seeking peace and safety for his granddaughter. Once he got home, Tang Wanyin immediately gave the October Flying Snow to Tang Yingwe, but the effect was so good that even soul hunter Song Jinhu was stunned. After only a few hours, young Lady Tang had gotten out of bed and said that she was hungry. She proceeded to eat as much as she could eat in an entire day. Her small pale face gradually became a healthy hue of red, and she became much more energetic. As Master Tang and Song Jinhu saw all this, they could not help but be amazed, and they admired and revered Xia Fei even more. This was why Tang Wanyin had sided with Xia Fei in his quarrel with Tai Ning, not caring at all about what Tai Ning thought. As for Song Jinhu, he had chosen not to come to the Tai estate and had instead stayed in the young lady's room to observe the October Flying Snow, even telling his master about this strange incident. Song Jinhu's master could be considered an expert, but even he had been left stunned by the power of the October Flying Snow. He wanted Tang Yingwe to bring over the October Flying Snow to his residence at once so that he could take a personal look at this mysterious soul weapon. Tang Yingwe was a member of the Tang clan, and Song Jinhu did not dare to take her without permission, so he had hastily gotten in touch with Tang Wanyin to get an idea of what Boss Tang wanted. After thinking it over, Tang Wanyin said, "All right, since your venerable master has spoken, I have no reason to refuse him. Brother Song, I'll have to trouble you with taking care of Yingwe on this journey. I'll immediately arrange a warship escort, but Brother Song, this October Flying Snow is extremely important to Yingwe." Tang Wanyin normally called Song Jinhu Old Song. The latter naturally understood what it meant for him to be called Brother Song now. He chuckled and said, "Master Tang, be at ease. My master is well known, and he won't care about some low-level soul weapon. Plus, I'm sure that my master understands the importance of the October Flying Snow to the young lady." Only then did Tang Wanyin relax. He arranged for his clan's warship to set sail immediately and escort young Lady Tang to Song Jinhu's master. After dealing with this matter, Tang Wanyin felt very happy. 2,000,000 pearls was more than worth it to heal his granddaughter's illness. If he could even use this chance to form a relationship with Song Jinhu's illustrious master, then he would truly reap a rich profit. Smiling, Tang Wanyin returned to the observatory, thinking that he needed to get on Xia Fei's good side no matter what. While Song Jinhu's master was good, this mysterious Xia Fei caused Tang Wanyin's mind to run wild. "You're saying that you want to use peacock blue as a support in forging soul weapons?" asked Radix in shock. "That's too absurd. I've never heard of an immemorial mystical armament having this function." Xia Fei shrugged. "I've never thought about it before either. This is the only idea I developed after reading through the Feather Spirit Codex. Soul weapons can only be produced by extracting the essence of the universe. When I fell into that crevice, there's faint spiritual energy inside, so I was able to bury the October Flying Snow under the ground and let it absorb this energy, and it really did manage to become a soul weapon. "What does that have to do with peacock blue?" asked Radix curiously. Xia Fei replied, "It's not that easy for a weapon like the October flying snow to absorb spirit energy, as it's restrained by its shape and environment. Peacock blue is different. It has its own soul, so if peacock blue wraps around the soul weapon, it can fuse with and increase the speed as well as the efficiency with which it absorbs energy." Xia Fei's idea was very bold. Immemorial mystical armaments had life forces of their own, so if peacock blue fused with a soul weapon and was tasked with gathering as well as transferring spiritual energy, the process would become much more efficient and produce better and stronger soul weapons. Peacock blue would be serving as a furnace, the soul weapon placed upon it to be forged. Radix nodded as he thought it over. "This idea makes sense on the surface. Why don't we go and find some place in the universe rich in spiritual energy to try it out?" Xia Fei chuckled. "You think it's that easy? It's not like everything has the potential to become a soul weapon. The October flying snow could do it, but not the dragon scale hectoslasher. That's because the dragon scale hectoslasher isn't made from the right materials and has too much miscellaneous energy mixed in. While my ring contains a lot of nice things, only 2 can serve as embryos for soul weapons. Other than the October flying snow, there's only that sonic weapon, which Furball has been using, the 8 Tunes Golden Falcon." Radix nodded, only half getting what had been said. The weapons of the Law Realm had not been forged with the purpose of becoming soul weapons, so it was already quite rare to have 2 that were suitable for turning into soul weapons. After all, soul power and law force were 2 completely different systems. Getting more soul weapons would mean searching the Alpha universe for raw materials. Regardless, Radix was very interested in Xia Fei's bold idea, muttering to himself, "Using peacock blue as a furnace to make soul weapons. Only Xia Fei could think of something like that. I wonder how different the soul weapons will be." It was soon late at night. Xiang Beiyang gradually got used to his role, getting along well with the big shots of Red Dwarf Star. As for Xia Fei, he was still pondering the nature of spiritualists and soul weapons. Occasionally, he would glance down the mountain. While Xia Fei seemed to have just randomly picked a spot to sit on, it was actually chosen with great precision. From his seat, he could see the hover car, and even Inya was sound asleep inside it. After all, he had his ocular cognition. While Tai Ning was full of resentment, he did not do anything out of respect for Tang Wanyan, so everything was calm and peaceful. Xiang Beiyang still wanted to keep talking, but the big shots were all tired and needed to rest, so the gathering ended, and everyone went back to their homes. Before leaving, Tang Wanyan grabbed Xia Fei's hand and questioned him on his journey. He only relaxed when he learned that Xia Fei would not be going anywhere in the near future. He wanted Xia Fei to visit his home tomorrow, but the latter refused, claiming that he had other business. "Brother Xia has just taken possession of a beautiful slave. Old Tang, you need to forgive this young man. He's still got quite the fire burning inside him, you know," someone teased. Everyone here had clearly seen the furious Xia Fei fighting over a girl with Tai Ning, and so they reckoned that Xia Fei was quite taken by Inya's beauty and was certain to bed her once he got back. He certainly would not have the time to visit an old man like Tang Wanyan. Tang Wanyan chuckled. "If that's the case, then let's make it another day. Little Tai, why haven't you given Brother Xia the contract yet?" The contract was to prove that the slave had been sold. With his face green, Tai Ning very reluctantly handed over a small piece of paper to Xia Fei. However, Xia Fei tore the paper to shreds the moment he got it. "Brother Xia, what are you doing?" Everyone asked this hastily in surprise. Faintly smiling, Xia Fei replied breezily, "What's mine is mine, whether or not there's a contract." Everyone was taken aback, shooting glances at Xia Fei. Such domineering words. Upon opening the door, Xia Fei saw Inya sleeping like a little rabbit, her body curled into a ball, her arms hugging her legs. She was apparently so exhausted that she did not even notice that Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang had returned. Unwilling to wake her up, Xia Fei waved his hand and lightly closed the door, sitting together with Xiang Beiyang on the front row, next to old Wang. Fortunately, for the sake of showing off, Xiang Beiyang had bought a luxury car that could fit 3 people in the first row without a problem. "Did you get Miss Inya's contract?" asked old Wang. Xia Fei nodded, and old Wang felt like a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "I can rest easy then. Inya is truly pitiful. When you were at the feast, she told me that Tai Ning had killed her entire family just to get his hands on her. Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang were stunned, with the former being unable to resist glancing back at Enya, his eyes glinting coldly. The hovercar quickly disappeared into the darkness. Getting from Tai Ning's estate to the city required going through a relatively deserted region, thick forests and hills flanking the road. Xia Fei was staring outside the window. Suddenly, he opened it and let out Nirvana and Furball. Both soon vanished into the night. "Brother Xia, what are you doing?" Old Wang and Xiang Beiyang asked curiously. Smiling, Xia Fei pretended as if nothing had happened. "It's fine. Just keep driving." The fiendish blade Nirvana was under Radix's control, while Furball was an even craftier creature. When necessary, Xia Fei could completely let go and let them run freely. However, Xia Fei had been feeling unsettled the entire time for some reason. Especially after entering the forest, this feeling only grew stronger. This was why Xia Fei had sent Nirvana and Furball out on their own, letting them scout out ahead for any movement before reporting back immediately. Whoosh! Furball and Nirvana silently stalked the dark night, disappearing without a trace. Xia Fei turned to the driver, Old Wang, and said, "Slow down. Enya is asleep, so let's not wake her up. We're in no rush to return to the city, anyway." Old Wang and Xiang Beiyang were both confused, but they did as was told. Xiang Beiyang, who had still not recovered from the earlier gathering of high society, animatedly discussed how powerful the head of the Red Dwarf Star, Tang Wanyin, had been in his prime, including what he must do in order to become an existence comparable to such a powerful figure. Whenever he reached an exciting point, Xiang Beiyang would almost dance in glee. Having reached his present social status from the lowest rung of society, he felt like nothing out there could stop him. Xia Fei listened to him carelessly, while he kept his eyes peeled on his left and right. This was when he heard from Radix. Being Xia Fei's sole weapon spirit, Radix had a far greater range compared to Phantom. While Phantom would dissipate after leaving 5 meters of Xia Fei's body, Radix could maintain contact even if he was on a different planet, provided that there was no electromagnetic storm. It's really as you guessed. 2 individuals are indeed lying in wait to ambush you some 5 minutes away. One of them is a primary soul hunter, and the other is someone you've previously met. He's that hunter with a thin mustache who Xiang Beiyang hired. Radix whispered this to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was surprised. Xiang Beiyang's man? He turned his head and asked directly, "Boss Xiang, on our return from the asteroid belt, there was this man with a small mustache of decent cultivation with you. Is he under your employment?" Xiang Beiyang chuckled sheepishly. "You mean Fuyong? He's considered quite the renowned individual in the hunter profession, so his fees are high. It's not worth keeping someone like him as a retainer for long, so I only hire him when I really need his service, giving a one-time payment each time." Xia Fei nodded. It was fine since Xiang Beiyang turned out not to be that person's employer. If so, he would not even hesitate to turn Boss Xiang into a corpse right there and then. Xiang Beiyang immediately continued speaking. "Fu Yong is working for Tai Ning's company, and they are more powerful than I am. Even if I want to recruit him, he may not agree." "Xia Fei, why are you suddenly asking about him?" Xia Fei did not answer, but his heart surged. Since Fu Yong worked at that company, then it meant that he was Tai Ning's man. After he had disgraced Tai Ning today by snatching Enya, it only made sense that Tai Ning would be displeased. It was just that Xia Fei had not expected him to take his revenge so soon. Glancing at Enya, a vague killing intent from his inner demon pervaded his body, and then his 2 eyes gradually turned red. In a sense, Boss Tai was quite unlucky. While it was true that Fu Yong worked for him, this matter really did not concern him at all. On Red Dwarf Star, which magnate did not have a host of helpers to their name, Fu Yong was under Tai Ning's, but this robbery was not his idea at all. "So do you want me to kill those 2? Asked Radix. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth curled into a vicious sneer. "When removing weed, it is an imperative for us to pull out the roots as well. Since Tai Ning has made his move against me, he's now my enemy, and all enemies must die. Wait for my order later. I'm not letting the minnow go, and the mastermind behind this will die too." "All right. I've already despised Tai Ning for bullying a girl barely in her teens. He truly deserves to die." Radix rubbed his palms together eagerly. Xia Fei shook his head in disagreement. "You're mistaken. The mastermind isn't Tai Ning. Radix was surprised. Not Tai Ning, but who else could it be? Tai Ning's father, Xia Fei answered. You forgot. During tonight's banquet, when I asked for Enya and Tai Ning refused, what did Tang Wanyan say? Radix thought about it for a moment and replied hesitantly. This matter is now settled. I'll naturally speak to your father about this. That's right, said Xia Fei. If she's Tai Ning's servant, why would Tang Wanyan have to tell Tai Ning's father about her? Also, Tai Ning accepted this, almost as if he's not afraid of letting his father know about this scandalous matter. It just showed that Tai Ning doesn't want Enya. It's his mysterious father who hasn't shown his face that does. Radix was shocked. Xia Fei's analysis was very sharp. Just from this one line and the slightest expression, he had gotten a clear picture of this matter's ins and outs. Thus, it could be seen that, though he was in the Alpha universe, Xia Fei's analytical skills were still as strong as ever. There was nothing that could escape his eyes. They're here and about to enter our attack range. Fu Yong said this in a low voice while hiding in the forest. Master Jin, we must end this quickly. Strive to end the battle within a minute. Jin Hanzhuang forced himself to focus. He had been imagining himself as someone rich, holding onto women in both arms as he enjoyed his life immensely. Don't you worry. Xia Fei, Xiang Beiyang, and that driver old Wang. All three of them hardly have any cultivation to speak of. A single soul art of mine is enough to send them to their graves. Jin Hanzhuang flexed his wrist and scoffed. Don't forget, Xia Fei has the holy beast Shatterstar. That isn't easy to deal with. Fu Yong reminded Jin Hanzhuang of this. Just a holy beast, and it's not even fully grown. It can't deal with the both of us. Soon, Xiang Beiyang's hovercar arrived at this forest that the two were hiding in. Jin Hanzhuang adopted a stance, and then thrust his two hands forward forcefully, unleashing half a soul shade. Soul shade was an intermediate combat soul art. Jin Hanzhuang lacked the strength to use it fully and could only send out a flawed soul shade, 2/3 weaker than a proper soul shade. So even calling it half a soul shade was too much. Their plan was very simple. Kill everyone in the hovercar all at once, then clean up the traces of battle. Take Xia Fei's spatial ring before fleeing the scene. It was not a bad plan, for a spatial ring could be sensed, and anyone who had cultivated the law of space could very easily locate them. Also, due to the spatial barrier, there was no way for this attack to ruin the spatial ring. It would be blown away at most. Whoosh! The transparent figure appeared, and this half-soul shade went flying out. Xiang Beiyang and Old Wang practically fainted in fright. A soul attack was not just powerful, but was also very scary. Seeing a half-soul shade was no different from seeing a half-demon appear. At that moment, Xia Fei flicked his wrist and unleashed a soul shade as well. Boom! This soul shade tore the hovercar's front half and went hurtling right for Jin Hanzhuang's half-soul shade. Soul shade versus soul shade. Jin Hanzhuang's soul shade was just half, while Xia Fei's soul shade was formed from an inverse's soul. It was not only complete, but was also horrific down to its bones. Kaboom! The two soul shades collided, and Jin Hanzhuang's soul shade dissipated instantly. Crap! Jin Hanzhuang was pallid. Never had he expected that he would run into an opponent here of all places. From the strength of Xia Fei's attack, he could tell that the latter was many times stronger. Before Jin Hanzhuang could even react, two chilling gleams of light shot out from the trees behind them. One was the fiendish blade Nirvana, and the other was Furball. Nirvana spun rapidly, cleaving Jin Hanzhuang with precision into halves. His lifetime of cultivation got absorbed by Nirvana. As for Furball, he did not even execute any killer move. All he did was headbutt Fu Yong, sending him sailing in midair. Like a human bomb, Fu Yong was sent flying out in an arc. He frantically tried to regain his balance in the air so that he could escape. Seeing Jin Hanzhuang killed in an instant, even Fu Yong understood that he had provoked someone whom he could not afford to provoke. Whoosh! 11 huge bluegrass blades appeared in the air and caught him. Like hitting a baseball, Furball was the batter and Peacock Blue was the catcher. The hovercar lost control because it got damaged, hurling right into the trees and catching fire. Old Wang and Xiang Beiyang had been pulled out by Peacock Blue, and Enya was in Xia Fei's arms once more. Thud! Fu Yong was plucked from the air and tossed to the ground. Xia Fei pointed at Fu Yong and asked, "This man is from the Tai family. Old Wang and Xiang Beiyang, who had been frozen from fear and who had no idea of what Xia Fei was doing, obediently nodded their heads repeatedly. Well done, Tai Ning, actually daring to engage in daylight robbery. Xia Fei hissed through gritted teeth. Fu Yong was nonplussed. He did not know how his actions had implicated Boss Tai, but he could not care less about anyone else. What mattered was how he could escape with his life. Getting up, Fu Yong was about to make a run for it when a huge bluegrass blade fell from the sky, a move that instantly knocked him out cold. Boss Xiang, call your men to guard you here. I'll be right back. Xia Fei carried Enya and turned back the way they had come from. Xiang Beiyang hurriedly called over some guards from home once he returned to his senses. I heard the Tai family had slain your family. Is it true? Xia Fei asked Enya. Enya had no idea what was going on. At that moment, she was staring at Xia Fei with odd eyes. A soul hunter. Enya had just discovered that Xia Fei was actually a soul hunter. Don't be afraid. After tonight, there won't be a Tai family on Red Dwarf Star, assured Xia Fei in a low voice. Xia Fei once said, I'm not one to hold grudges normally, because I take revenge on the spot. The matter today was a textbook example of this. Letting Fu Yong escape was not Xia Fei showing sympathy for the worm. Rather, he needed a witness. It was easy for him to just finish his business and leave, but Xiang Beiyang and Enya still needed to keep living on Red Dwarf Star. This was why Xia Fei had intentionally left the aggrieved Fu Yong alive. The man should testify that it was the Tai family who had first attacked him, and he was merely retaliating. Inside a secret room, Tai Ning stood with both hands at his side, a pathetic look on his face. Meanwhile, the elder lying in a supine position right across him was burying his face into the breasts of a female servant. He did not spare Tai Ning even the slightest glance, despite Tai Tingyu being his father. The son saw his father being absurd, but this matter itself was very absurd, though they had long been accustomed to this here in the Tai family. Enya is of great use to me. Borrow someone from your fourth uncle and settle this matter. Tai Tingyu's hands were busy fondling the woman before him as he spoke calmly, causing the servant to let out moans and gasps as she was teased. Understood. I'm off now to find fourth uncle, said Tai Ning forcefully, turning to leave that room full of debauchery. This was when a Tai family guard bolted in, his expression bewildered, colliding with Tai Ning's chest in his rush to report. What are you in a rush for? Tai Ning slapped the person across his cheeks. Master, there's trouble. Someone is killing his way onto our property. That guard immediately knelt and reported this without a retort. Someone is killing his way onto our property. The guard hurriedly knelt and gave this report. Who? The startled Tai Ning screeched. Who would be so bold to attack us, the Tai family? That guard turned pale, and he awkwardly answered. It's our own men who are fighting one another. Far away, on a mountaintop, Xia Fei, who had Enya on his shoulder, enjoyed the sight of Tai estate residents turning on one another. Xia Fei had not really killed his way into the villa. Rather, it was those Tai family guards and servants who were fighting with one another. However, this was no fight. It was a full-on bloodbath. Radix laughed uproariously. Xia Fei, you're vicious all right. Actually using the soul liberation art, you're practically getting people killed via subtle means. Xia Fei smiled. Since I obtained soul power, it's only natural for me to put it to good use. Right now, my body has yet to recover fully, making it inadvisable for me to fight head-on. Besides, who knows if there's any hidden expert in the Tai family. When Xia Fei killed his way out of the Inverse's encirclement, not only did he slay the Golden Eyes, he also collected plenty of souls from them. Using this soul liberation art, he tapped into a small portion of that collection and caused this havoc in the Tai family. Soul liberation art could be considered an improvement of Soul Shade. Xia Fei had learned this new combat technique from the Feather Spirit Codex. Using it could cause souls to possess targets. Simply put, those warriors who were currently killing their comrades did so entirely unwillingly and because they were under the control of external souls. With Xia Fei's present cultivation, he could unleash and control a total of 10 souls, but these 10 souls were formidable. The moment a controlled warrior killed one of their own, the hatred and grudge they got from the act would have them get treated as an enemy. Even after the soul departed and the warrior themselves regained consciousness as well as control of their body. The most important aspect of the technique was the fear induced. The people of the Tai family were in a state of disarray. Anyone could get stabbed by one of their own any time, and that created an atmosphere of distrust among these people and made it impossible for them to trust one another. After all, everyone felt like they were at risk. Xia Fei controlled the rear guards of the Tai family to keep charging forward, carving a path of blood and bodies. The moment someone got injured, Xia Fei would switch to control someone else, and in the span of several minutes, the manor of the Tai family was set ablaze, with corpses strewn all over the ground. Suddenly, there was a deafening bellow as someone came killing out from the inferno. He was moving quickly. He aimed his palm at a warrior's chest and dealt a forceful blow, blasting out the inverse soul. No, there were two souls. Even the possessed warrior's soul was ejected out. The two souls swiftly disappeared after they left the body. That's quite a decent soul attack. This person is a decent soul eater, said Radix after a pause. Soul hunters and soul eaters were both soul warriors, but the latter had always held the higher status compared to the former. After all, soul hunters could only capture souls, while soul eaters could cut down souls. The difficulty was much greater, and the method was a lot more vicious, too. To think that the Tai family had a soul eater hidden in their midst. This was something neither Xia Fei nor Radix had expected. It's a good thing that you didn't mount a direct assault onto Tai family grounds. If you were to run into this soul eater, I'm afraid you'd be in for a tough fight, said Radix with a wrinkled forehead. Xia Fei silently set down Inya on the ground and lightly ruffled her hair. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Inya anxiously nodded. She had personally witnessed Xia Fei send the Tai family into turmoil, so the admiration she had for him had reached its peak. Swoosh. Xia Fei used breath control and sneaked in with the night as cover, promptly moving to get near that soul eater. Radix was shocked. Xia Fei, what are you doing? You've already achieved your goal. After this mess you created in the Tai family, they'd probably be unable to take it easy over the next few years. Why take further risks? Radix originally thought that Xia Fei would not dirty his hands, which was why he had decided to throw the Tai family into disarray using the soul liberation art. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei had done this so that he could locate the powers hidden within and so that he could slay them. When weeding, it's a must to eliminate even roots, Xia Fei answered simply and with firmness. Xia Fei quietly released the inverse souls one by one, which very quickly dominated the body of the stronger warriors, before sending them pouncing onto that soul eater. 10 warriors leaped up high and pounced from the air. That soul eater hollered, "Are you seeking death by showing such a trivial trick in front of yours truly? The one hiding in the dark, come out and show yourself if you've got the guts." Just as he said this, a gust blew. Xia Fei saw this soul eater thrust his 2 palms in 2 different directions. Boom. Soul-extinguishing light appeared, and with the soul eater as the epicenter, it quickly swept a radius around him like an explosion. This was the standard area attack of a soul eater. In order to slay the 10 puppets Xia Fei was controlling, the enemy had no qualms with harming even the innocent. Right now, zip! Xia Fei suddenly came hurtling out from the darkness with his speed that clocked 8 million meters per second. First was that soul-extinguishing light, which cleared an area around the man. Next was that subsequent, earth-rumbling cry from the white dragon's screech. A white glow came cleaving like a blade made of wind, cutting a path across the light that the soul eater had sent forth. What a full-powered attack of the white dragon's screech. It was actually capable of cleaving the very light itself. Radix gritted his teeth as he controlled the fiendish blade Nirvana to slip into the created gap and swung down on the soul eater's head. Squelch. This level 1 soul eater was chopped off in half without making a sound, turning into dust. It was an attack that could leave anyone watching absolutely flabbergasted and dazed. From the moment Xia Fei struck and departed, it was just the time it took for someone to blink an eye. The ground was littered with dozens of corpses, but the only one missing was that mysterious soul eater. This was because his body had already disintegrated, his soul devoured completely by the fiendish blade Nirvana. In a fight between experts, timing was crucial. Xia Fei, whose ability to judge the state of a battle had reached a frightening degree, had long grasped the opportunity. Perhaps this soul eater was very powerful, but Xia Fei's combat experience was greater. Killing his way through to where he was, the number of aggrieved souls that had died at Xia Fei's hands were uncountable, a mountainous pile of bones from which the Xia Fei of today was forged. That was close. Radix heaved a sigh of relief. When Xia Fei threw him out, Radix had his doubts. After all, he was headed into the soul-extinguishing light of a soul eater, the nemesis of any soul. If he had touched the light at any point, even if Radix survived, he would have been heavily injured at least. However, the white dragon's screech happened to have cleaved out a path from the light, giving Xia Fei and Radix a chance to kill. With Radix's cultivation, he was of course not about to screw up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xia Fei flicked his wrist and released 10 more inverse souls, sending them to possess and attack freely. Now that the Tai family's manor no longer had any experts to stop Xia Fei's soul arts, it was instantly transformed into hell on earth. Several minutes later, Xia Fei, Enya, Old Wang, Xiang Beiyang, and the 12 guards whom Xiang Beiyang had called over actually appeared before the Tang estate, the entrance to Tang Wanyin's home, carrying that burned wreck of his hovercar. This was by Xia Fei's arrangement as well, getting Xiang Beiyang to meet him here. Brother Xia, since Tai Ning has secretly tried to assassinate us, then we should head over to Tai estate. Why did we run all the way to Old Tang's residence instead? Xiang Beiyang wondered curiously. After escaping from the jaws of death, the usually unctuous Xiang Beiyang had really been angered this time. He truly wanted to barge into the Tai estate and settle this score with Tai Ning. In his climb from the lowest rung of society to where he was now, Xiang Beiyang had obviously taken quite a few lives. It was just that as his status rose, he no longer felt too willing to use such barbaric ways. After all, any businessman was well aware of the concept, peace brought fortune. After the scare, Xiang Beiyang quickly added 2 and 2 together, and deduced that Tai Ning must have wanted to deal with Xia Fei. He was incensed over the fact that Tai Ning implicated him in his attempt for Xia Fei's life, and had Xia Fei not acted, he would have probably been sent to his grave there. Settling the score with Tai Ning was already the limit for Xiang Beiyang, while Old Tang Wanyin was still someone Xiang Beiyang was afraid of provoking. That was why his self-confidence was beginning to wane when Xia Fei called him over to Tang residence. What else do you think we're doing? We're of course getting Tang Wanyin to settle the score, Xia Fei casually answered. Everyone was startled when they heard this, completely lost as to just what Xia Fei had in mind. Xia Fei lowered his head to whisper a few words to Enya, who nodded her head silently. Let's begin. You need to trust me, emphasized Xia Fei. How could Enya not trust Xia Fei by this point? Everyone saw as the girl went knocking on the gigantic gate of the Tang residence, pushing the metal gate with force. Rumble. The metal gate that weighed 1,000 tons collapsed just like that. Wordlessly, Xia Fei and Enya stepped into the yard with stern expressions. Xiang Beiyang was scared to death by this point. His 2 hands clutched his head as he asked in his terror, Xia Fei, have you gone insane? This is the Tang residence. Turning around to flash a smile, Xia Fei softly replied, yes, this is the Tang residence. Ignoring Xiang Beiyang and those guards of his that were at a complete loss over what they should do, Xia Fei and Enya continued their way into the place. Who are you people? What are you trying to do? The reaction from the Tang family was swift. In the span of several seconds, over a dozen guards had been gathered, each of them eyeing Xia Fei and Enya, shouting at them. Can't you see? Yours truly is here today to eradicate the family, shouted Xia Fei angrily as he stared fixedly at the speaking guard. Eradicate the family? Eradicate Tang Wanyin's family? These warriors of the Tang family were instantly stunned. Here on Red Dwarf Star, no one would dare make such a claim. Yet Xia Fei and a little girl would actually dare be so bold as to claim they intend to eradicate Tang Wanyin's family. How audacious was he? Get Tang Wanyin out here for me. Standing there on the courtyard, Xia Fei bellowed out loud, so that everyone in the residence could hear him clearly. Perhaps it was because of Xia Fei's aura that gave them pause, but none of these guards actually dared to approach and act. Here on Red Dwarf Star, Tang Wanyin was like a god, but Xia Fei had actually been so brazen as to call out his name. These guards were all beside themselves with shock, no one having any idea just what sort of background did Xia Fei have. Brother Xia, why have you come? Tang Wanyin was wearing his pajamas and had been sound asleep, before he was hurriedly brought out to the courtyard by several guards. Xia Fei's late-night barging onto his property had puzzled Tang Wanyin greatly. Xia Fei smiled as he said, "Boss Tang, I reckon you must have not expected to find me still alive, have you?" Hidden meaning inside words? Tang Wanyin, who could naturally read between the lines, was at first startled and then asked, "Brother, please don't scare this old man like this. Just what exactly is going on?" Xia Fei refused to answer, merely pointing to the burned wreck of a hovercar. Tang Wanyin panicked as he went over to look, breaking out in a cold sweat as he did. Even a fool could tell that this car had been ambushed by someone, and a good half of the vehicle had been torn apart. Tang Wanyin asked Xiang Beiyang for details, who proceeded to recount how they had been attacked by Tai Ning's men. Tang Wanyin had just cursed Tai Ning for his inhumane methods after hearing the story, when Xia Fei very ambiguously called from afar, "Boss Tang, I heard that Tai Ning is under your wing." "Boss Tang, I heard that Tai Ning is under your wing?" Xia Fei raised his head and asked in a grave tone. Everyone knew that Tang Wanyin and the Tai family shared deep ties. Ever since the Tai family's old man retired, it had been Tang Wanyin who supported Tai Ning. Even this birthday gathering for Tai Ning's daughter had been due to Tang Wanyin calling the major movers of Red Dwarf Star to attend. Otherwise, how could Tai Ning have enough prestige to make those bigwigs to attend the gathering? From this point alone, Xia Fei's claim that Tai Ning was under Tang Wanyin's wing was not exactly ridiculous. We of the Tang family has a decent relationship with the Tai family, but Tang Wanyin did not get to finish speaking, for Xia Fei had interrupted him with a grand wave of his hand. "Bring out the man for Boss Tang to see." Several guards immediately came over with the apprehended Fu Yong. He was a fairly prominent name in his profession, so while Tang Wanyin may not know the person, he did find him to be a familiar face, as if he had seen him before. "Fu Yong, were you sent to kill me under the Tai family's employment?" Fu Yong nodded wordlessly. At this point, no matter how bold Fu Yong might be, he was not about to protest. All he could do now was acquiesce. "Boss Tang, you've seen for yourself. It's the Tai family who sent men to rob and kill me, including Boss Yang. Since Tai Ning is under your wing, I'll leave you to deal with the matter," Xia Fei demanded rather unreasonably. Strictly speaking, the relationship the Tang and Tai family shared was not one between a superior and a subordinate. What good ties they shared were merely private. Xia Fei was being a little obtuse and belligerent by looking for Tang Wanyin to settle this score with such great fanfare. Fu Yong was stunned. He had not expected Xia Fei to splash the Tai family with their dirty water. He opened his mouth and was about to say a few words that Xia Fei would not have liked to hear when, suddenly, fresh blood spurted out. The man then collapsed onto the ground, dead. This had, of course, been all part of Xia Fei's plan. Since he intended to go for the kill, he was not about to leave any potential trouble unresolved. After all, only dead men tell no tales. Tang Wanyin knelt, furious as he said, "What thoughtlessness from Tai Ning to dare resort in such sinister means. Men, head to the Tai manor and request an audience from them." Tang Wanyin had already determined that it was Enya's matter that had caused Tai Ning to attempt robbing and killing Xia Fei and Xiang Beiyang. He did not care about Xiang Beiyang, but as for Xia Fei and his unknown background, Tang Wanyin could not afford to disregard them. To have attacked with a soul weapon and even managed to heal the soul of his granddaughters, Tang Wanyin would not dare to provoke Xia Fei. This was especially so since he was far more eager to fawn over this newcomer. The plan he had when issuing that order was to have Tai Ning come and take responsibility. He would, in turn, put in a few good words and offer some appeasement to Xia Fei so that he could keep Tai Ning's life intact. In the guest hall of the Tang residence, Xia Fei sat down with Enya in tow. Xiang Beiyang thought for a moment before he jogged to Tang Wanyin's side and sat with the elder. He was truly a merchant at heart, not forgetting to build rapport with Tang Wanyin even at such a time. Perhaps this was the first time she had been to such a lavishly decorated room, which was so similar to a palace, but Enya was behaving very restrainedly. The little girl had her two legs closed tightly, and with her head lowered, not daring to look at anyone aside from Xia Fei. Her tattered attire was not enough to hide her beauty. Xia Fei offered her a slight nod, instantly putting her heart at ease. "Boss Tang, do you have a place for Enya to take a bath?" and get a change of clothes? Xia Fei asked. Tang Wanyan glanced at Enya and answered quickly, That's no problem at all. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Very soon, two female servants came over to bring Enya to another room, which caused Enya to somewhat anxiously look at Xia Fei. Go ahead. Xia Fei waved his hand. Enya flashed Xia Fei a sweet smile and followed the two servants out of the room with her head lowered. Tang Wanyan used the excuse of searching for clothes for Enya to wear in his granddaughter's room and took a leave from the hall, ordering his servants to provide some supper for the room. Returning to the study, Tang Wanyan's emotions took a long time to settle. Xia Fei barging into his residence all by himself had not only failed to arouse his disgust, it had instead caused this veteran old fox to become terror-stricken. Xia Fei wouldn't dare to do something like this if he didn't have a deep enough foundation, right? No, this won't do. It's best if I ask Song Jinhu for his opinion, Tang Wanyan muttered to himself. At this very moment, Song Jinhu was still en route after sending Tang Yinghua back. Receiving a call from Tang Wanyan in the middle of the night was very strange. The moment Tang Wanyan told Song Jinhu of what had happened, the soul hunter promptly furrowed his brows. Master Tang, you ought to know that only a spiritualist can forge something like a soul weapon, so I suspect that there must be one behind Xia Fei. You need to handle this matter with Xia Fei very careful, Song Jinhu said in hushed tones. As spiritualist, the color of Tang Wanyan's face drained as he sputtered. Do you really believe that Xia Fei has a relationship with a spiritualist? Song Jinhu nodded. Previously, I considered if Xia Fei is from a great family, and that's why he owns a soul weapon, but upon careful consideration, this entire matter was too strange. October Flying Snow isn't just a soul weapon, but it is a healing-type soul weapon. While we've been chatting, young Miss Yinghua has already finished her supper and turned in for the night. I've been with your family for 2 years now, and honestly, it's the first time I've seen Yinghua sleep so soundly. This just goes to show how beneficial this soul weapon has been to her body. I don't think that any major family would have so easily given just any member a healing-type soul weapon, rare as it is. If Xia Fei had known of the October Flying Snow's worth, he wouldn't have so easily sold it to us. As such, I could only arrive at the conclusion that Xia Fei has a great relationship with a healing-type spiritualist, and quality items like the October Flying Snow are hardly worth a second glance to that great master. Hence, Xia Fei very easily brought it out, and very casually sold it. Hearing his analysis, Tang Wanyan broke into a cold sweat. Hearing that a spiritualist might be backing Xia Fei, and that they might even be a supreme spiritualist gave him too much shock. Song Jinhu pondered for some time before saying, You know as well as I do that the number of spiritualists has become less, so any spiritualists are fought after by all the major families, not to mention a spiritualist who is of the very rare healing type. Who knows just what sort of background this master has, which might be even more frightening than any major family. Since Xia Fei has made a ruckus in your plan, it's clear that he's not only deterring you but also expressing his stance. At the very least, he doesn't see you as an enemy. Otherwise, if he spreads the word of what happened, forget about you. Even the entire Red Dwarf star will most likely be eradicated. Tang Wanyan could already feel cold sweat dripping down his back when he heard that. He had already expended quite a lot of effort just to hire a spiritualist like Song Jinhu and subsequently keep the latter around, so there was no need to imagine just what he would have to do for a spiritualist. In fact, he might struggle to catch even a glimpse of the shadow of a spiritualist despite the status he held. Many more major families out there were lining up waiting to fawn over a spiritualist. So Song Jinhu saw how disquieted Tang Wanyan had become, so he consoled him. Master Tang, Xia Fei seeking you is a great opportunity. It means that he's showing you face. You should hurry up and close the book on this matter as soon as you can. If you end up provoking a spiritualist, even my master will be unable to save you. With a wave of his arm, Song Jinhu made a swift, cutting motion. Tang Wanyan was shocked. Song Jinhu was evidently suggesting that Tang Wanyan settle the Tai family for good and help avenge Xia Fei. Xia Wanyan was no warrior, so he was having some difficulties making the decision at this crucial juncture. He had plenty of doubts in his mind. This was when the communication device on Tang Wanyan rang. Accepting the call, he saw the face of the warrior he had sent over to the Tai family. This person had left in such high spirits. only to now look as pale as if he had seen a ghost. Master Tang, there's a disaster. The Tai family is gone. Gone? Have they all run away? Tang Wanyan asked, puzzled. They have all been killed. Over 1,000 lives. Gone. Not one left alive. Thud. As if Tang Wanyan were seeing stars, he collapsed onto a chair. From when the incident happened up until now, barely 30 minutes had passed. Yet the Tai estate had been completely turned upside down. Master Tai, you ought to believe me now, right? From ancient times till now, few that provoked a soul master ever survived, Song Jinhu said with a bitter laugh. What do I do now? Asked Tang Wanyan, completely at a loss on what he should do. Song Jinhu thought about it and said, for Xia Fei to have obliterated the Tai family, yet leave yours unscathed in such a short time, he's clearly showing you face. Right now, the most important thing that we should do is figure out just what exactly his goal is. Turning off the communication device, Tang Wanyan was confused. Xia Fei definitely had a goal to have come knocking at his front doors in the middle of the night. But just what exactly was he trying to achieve? This entire matter had worried Tang Wanyan sick, causing him to feel instantly older by several years. He did not dare to let Xia Fei wait too long in the guest hall, so Tang Wanyan bit the bullet and returned with his back bent, acting very respectful. The moment he saw Xia Fei smiling at him, Tang Wanyan quickly smiled back, accepting his smile to be uglier than a crying face. Xia Fei wrinkled his eyebrows. He did not understand why Tang Wanyan would look like this after returning. It was as if he had just seen a ghost. Actually, Xia Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to eliminate Tai Ning and his family. He was currently in the middle of recuperation after exhausting himself from killing that soul eater. Evidently, he had yet to make a full recovery, so it was best if he focused solely on recuperating right now, not causing any more trouble. From the time Xia Fei began on his path as a warrior up to this point, he had been famous for his ability to get into trouble. Right now, all he wanted was a few days of relative peace and get a firm foothold in the Alpha universe. Creating a ruckus as a victim in the Tang residence was all to separate him from the massacre in the Tai estate. Otherwise, if word got out, Xia Fei might have to leave Red Dwarf Star and might even implicate Enya and Xiang Beiyang. Xia Fei, who had calculated this well, could even be considered first-rate. Too bad that he had forgotten about one thing, soul weapon. While the October flying snow was nothing to Xia Fei, it was still a soul weapon with the shocking healing ability. Whether Xia Fei was willing or otherwise, showing it had caused a great disturbance. Tang Wanyan had been feeling at a loss on what he should say when Enya came over from afar after washing herself. Everyone turned to look at her, and all their eyes instantly sparkled. Unknown whether this was intentional or otherwise, but the servant had actually given Enya a short skirt to wear. It was a black silken skirt to boot. Enya appeared a little shy sitting next to Xia Fei, for her head was lowered, and she was even tightly clutching the hem of her skirt as she smiled gaily at Xia Fei. Do you know why the girls of the Crane clan are valued so highly? Asked Radix with a devilish smile. Why? Because they possess something other girls lack, grace and elegance. Xia Fei was startled. Despite Enya being no more than 13 years of age and not yet an adult, she was already capable of exuding such an allure with every move she made. It was this air of seduction that no matter how hard she tried, she could not suppress. She could just not conceal the charm inherent to the ladies of the crane species. Since she already has such an effect while still so young, how ridiculous will it be when she grows up? Xia Fei frowned as he wondered to himself. Xia Fei smiled as he turned away from Enya. He then fixed his eyes on Tang Wanyan, inadvertently exerting pressure on the man, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Enya's startling beauty had only been an interlude. Xia Fei had never been someone who would be incapable of restraining himself before the opposite gender. There was no way he would be undone by a woman over such things. No matter how casual he usually acted, the moment he needed to act, he would be far more serious than anyone else in the room. It was as Avril said, the Xia Fei in battle and the Xia Fei at rest were two completely different people, and she had been completely smitten by his uncompromising attitude. Tang Wanyan sighed as he gulped. The person I just sent to Tai Estate had discovered that the entire family was eradicated. Over 1,000 of them, all dead. Zing! Xiang Beiyang immediately jumped up to his feet when he heard this news. The guards who had come with him also felt bewildered, all rendered speechless. A complete eradication of the Tai family. No one had ever seen such a grand act accomplished. Xia Fei appeared to be very shocked as well. Of course, this shock of his was just an act. After all, beyond being a decisive killer, he was also a very crafty person. His acting skills were definitely top-notch. Who would be so vicious to have actually committed such a brutal crime? Poor Tai family, and their over 1,000 members, all gone just like that. Xia Fei lamented somewhat indignantly. Tang Wanyin was at a complete loss for words. This incident was clearly something Xia Fei had done, yet he was the first to stand up and grieve for them? How very sinister of him. Meanwhile, Xiang Beiyang had glanced over at Xia Fei with mild suspicion. No matter how he looked at it, the link of this matter to Xia Fei was not something he could ignore. The thought of Xia Fei eradicating the Tai family in the span of half an hour caused Xiang Beiyang to feel very uneasy. This was a feeling that he found difficult to describe using words. Since the Tai family had been eradicated, there was no way for Xiang Beiyang and Xia Fei to settle their score with Tang Wanyin, so they departed with their men. Word of mouth took the entire Red Dwarf Star by storm in the next 2 days. Though Xiang Beiyang and Xia Fei seemed to have nothing to do with the Tai family being wiped out, there were many who had their suspicions. Fortunately, Tang Wanyin and several major bosses on Red Dwarf Star announced that they would join forces and form an investigation team so that they could uncover the truth behind the tragic end of the entire Tai family. Only then did the turbulent rumors ebb away. From the second day onward, Xiang Beiyang claimed he was ill and shut himself in. Meanwhile, Xia Fei acted like he was completely uninvolved with what had happened, continuing to feast as usual. He would head out early in the morning and only return at night, with no one having a clue on what he had done the whole day. In the blink of an eye, it was now the 3rd day. Before dawn arrived, Xia Fei had everything ready and packed. Inya, who had woken up even earlier than Xia Fei, tidied up the room and prepared tea and snacks for him. After getting to know each other these last 2 days, Inya had learned of Xia Fei's habits, and that, aside from his fondness for tea, he was not particular when it came to his choice of clothes or type of food. After a few mouthfuls of tea and a few bites of snacks, Xia Fei got up and moved to leave as per usual, only to find Inya pouting in dissatisfaction. Inya originally thought that something would happen after Xia Fei brought her away, but instead, he had seemingly forgotten about this beautiful servant's existence and was only concerning himself with his own matter. "Big brother Xia, I'd like to leave," Inya said, pouting. Xia Fei laughed. "Where to? Don't you like this place?" Inya shook her head and answered thoughtfully. "You've kindly given me back my freedom, so I can't possibly just depend on you and Boss Xiang for the rest of my life. Humans need independence, too. With the tea brewing skills I learned back in my hometown, I hope to open my own tea house in the city. Even if I can't earn much, I'll at least be able to make a living for myself." "Oh, so that's why? All right then. I'll have a word with Xiang Beiyang when I get back. Borrow what money you need from him first and return what you owe once you make a profit." Xia Fei took out a cigarette and said this as he lit the stick. Swoosh. The moment he said those words, Inya began crying and ran off, shutting herself in her bedroom. Xia Fei shrugged and got up to leave. Radix sighed. "She only intentionally said that for you to hear. She's probably feeling uncomfortable with you not doing anything these past few nights. Why not consider taking a fine woman like her in?" Xia Fei shot a look at Radix and asked, "Take her in? Can I afford to do that? In 3 months' time, we will be heading for the Aurorian land. Are you expecting me to bring her along? What's wrong with that?" "Nothing wrong with having someone service you." Radix saw nothing wrong with that. Xia Fei shook his head slightly as he let out a bitter chuckle. "Having such a charming lady with me won't just bring happiness, but also plenty of trouble." Radix was initially stunned by the statement, but he gradually began to understand what Xia Fei meant. The logic was simple. If Xia Fei took Inya with him on the streets, who knew how many prodigal sons would give him the side eye? Meanwhile, Xia Fei's body was a complete enigma. Others would see him as a cultivation-less commoner. Under such circumstances, Xia Fei did not have anything to do beyond just fighting every day. The trouble with the law realm was still ongoing, while the powerful inverse still had their eye on them. Xia Fei was not in the mood to discuss matters of the heart at all. What he wanted he would surely do everything in his power to secure. when the entire universe was seemingly going against Avril and him. Not once did Xia Fei hesitate. However, when something was not what he desired, he was more than willing to let go. No matter how attractive Enya was, there was no way Xia Fei would touch even one strand of her hair. His decisiveness did not just apply to killing, but to every aspect of his life as well. Xia Fei became how he was today solely because he was decisive when he needed to keep others at a distance. Anyone else in his shoes would have long had mistresses and multiple wives. Where would he find the time and effort to become stronger and faster with all that bliss, though? Once Radix understood this, he could not help but exclaim, "You're willing to let such a beauty slip out of your hands? The devil. You're definitely the devil." There were 2 poles on Red Dwarf Star. The North Pole was extremely hot, and the South Pole was bitterly cold. The location Xia Fei resided in was the South Pole in its wintry blizzard. After 2 days of investigation, he had finally found a place with plenty of spiritual energy, perfectly suitable for nurturing soul weapons. Rumble. Using peacock blue like a super excavator, Xia Fei broke the layer of ice and made rapid advancement. Soon, he had dug deep enough to reach the colorful brilliance underneath the ice. The ice was half translucent, creating a beautiful rainbow luster that shone through, and a very fantastical view. This place is thriving with energy. To think that there'd be such an amazing place on Red Dwarf Star. Radix looked around and exclaimed in his astonishment. They were already approximately 177 kilometers deep. With this layer of ice having been formed countless years ago, it could be called ancient. As such, very few people should have passed through here. It was precisely that which let so much spiritual energy to accumulate. Compared to origin energy, spiritual energy was a lot more vague and ephemeral. It gave people the feeling that they had sunken into a black hole. This was an empty sensation that pervaded their entire body. Suddenly, Radix asked, "Xia Fei, I'm curious about you spiritualists. Just what exactly is spiritual energy? Why is spiritual energy needed to forge soul weapons?" Xia Fei pointed to the colorful light and replied, "Spiritual energy is the same as origin energy. Both are forces that naturally occur in the universe, the only difference being that origin energy is yang, while spiritual energy is yin. The 2 are considered to be different types of energy because of this. Humans are formed with both their body and soul, and while origin energy attacks the body, spiritual energy assaults the soul. Death will come if either is ruined." 2 paths that lead to the same thing, muttered Radix. That's right. Death can be induced no matter which path a warrior takes. But a warrior who harnesses both the soul and the body will indubitably be mightier, which is what everyone is striving to achieve, Xia Fei explained. Radix next asked, "What of soul weapons?" Xia Fei replied, "Soul weapons encompass a great deal. Those used to attack other people's souls are called soul weapons, while what we use to collect souls are also called soul weapons. Only a spiritualist has the ability to collect soul power and pour them into an item. Normal soul warriors are only capable of using them, and while stronger soul warriors may be able to create simple soul equipment, the results are a lot worse compared to what spiritualists who are specialists can produce. Do you still remember that soul equipment that Hoso left for you? The one that recorded a secret message within?" Radix nodded. "Any soul hunter of decent enough level can create those, no doubt by splitting a part of their souls, directing them into items, and storing some information to those. They all lack the function of harming another's soul. That's right. Soul recorders like that are essentially the limit of what soul warriors can make. As for me, I am able to create far more," Xia Fei said casually. The process of gathering spiritual energy and fitting it into an item was very complex, which Xia Fei felt too lazy to explain to Radix. Heaving a long sigh, Xia Fei sat on the icy ground and released the plant-type immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, while the 8 Tunes Golden Falcon was nestled in the heart of its 13 blades of grass. Radix studied the 13 grass blades holding the vessel in place and realized that it very much resembled a furnace. Originally, a spiritualist would use their own body to infuse spiritual energy into a soul vessel, but Xia Fei could rely on the immemorial mystical armament entwined with Xia Fei's own life force to do so. So who knew what sort of effect he could achieve with this? "I'm about to begin. The scale of this is far greater than what I did over at that meteor fissure." You're a soul, so it's best if you keep your distance from me while I'm forging this soul vessel to avoid any potential accident. Radix pursed his lips and very unwillingly controlled the fiendish blade Nirvana to fly up toward the icy plains, deciding to keep an eye on the surroundings instead. In the past, Xia Fei would always be looking for people to help stand guard whenever he made a breakthrough in terms of cultivation, but with Radix around, this matter had easily been settled. He could just get Furball and Radix to protect him and no longer needed help from others. The soul mark in Xia Fei's mind began rotating fast, as an unseen energy rose from his brain and passed from his body to peacock blue before letting the mystical armament diffuse it all around. I did it. It's really become a furnace. The excitement in Xia Fei's heart soared as he cheered inwardly. He saw as the surface of the 13 giant grass blades of peacock blue emit this faint light, almost as if a sheen of energy had covered them all, shining and crystal clear, which made for a magical sight. Okay, time to start. Swoosh. Peacock blue immediately came alive, as the surrounding colorful spiritual energy rapidly converged toward it. Due to the size of the immemorial mystical armament, it very quickly gathered an amount of spiritual energy, which Xia Fei could never have achieved by himself. Practically every bit of spiritual energy under that ice got absorbed by Peacock Blue. Inject! Xia Fei mumbled words under his breath, and Peacock Blue began spitting out splendid spiritual flames, which enveloped 8 Toon's golden falcon completely. Bang! A flash of glaring light, and the 13 grass blades of Peacock Blue abruptly divided in 4 directions. That thin sheen of spiritual energy covering the grass blades were also gone, all of them absorbed by the 8 Toon's golden falcon. Xia Fei had successfully forged his second soul weapon. Zoom. Radix and Furball almost came flying in at the same time because the two had felt a very comfortable wave of energy. Furball languorously crawled toward the side of 8 Toon's golden falcon, using his tongue to lick the soul vessel as if he were tasting candy. It was both a strange but cute scene. Strange. Why has your creation of the 8 Toon's golden falcon into a soul vessel given me this very strong sensation of wanting to get close to it? I'm feeling this indescribable comfort all over my body right now. Radix shook his head as he wondered aloud about this. All over your body. You're clearly just a soul, so what body are you talking about? Xia Fei playfully teased Radix. Still, I felt it as well. The 8 Toon's golden falcon isn't just a soul vessel. It's also one that soothes the souls. I believe that bringing it around will do plenty of good to the body. The October flying snow gives off this same feeling as well, but the soul power emanated is lesser. It's in no way as obvious as this one. Radix was startled. Could this be the legendary healing type? Healing? Asked Xia Fei curiously. What's that? Radix explained with a straight face. There are fewer and fewer spiritualists, and it is said that that's due to the gradual thinning of spiritual energy in the universe. But a very long time ago, spiritualists were fairly abundant and powerful. Not only could they fight like soul hunters, they could also create soul vessels, forging those that had all sorts of functions. Take the White Dragon Screech and the Fiendish Blade Nirvana as examples. One is a standard combat soul weapon, while the other can be considered a semi-soul weapon, with devouring and energy storage as its unique traits and primary functions. Soul weapons have plenty of functions that many people can't fully grasp, with healing being one of them. It's said that healing-type soul weapons are not only usable in combat, but can also strengthen the soul by carrying them around. Even when their owners get injured, they can gradually repair their soul. It's so powerful. Xia Fei was shocked. Radix nodded. Yes, in the past, when spiritualists were powerful, soul practitioners hardly had the room to speak. Unfortunately, as the spiritual energy in the universe decreased, the number of spiritualists also decreased. That's when soul practitioners managed to flip their fortune, becoming the most plentiful existence in the universe. A lot of history can't be verified, and details pertaining towards spiritualist sects and their systems have all but disappeared along with their fall. It's highly likely that you've come into contact with some ancient spiritualist inheritance, so you can now create soul vessels with the healing effect. Xia Fei was abruptly stunned. Possessing an ancient inheritance was, of course, something to be excited about. But no matter how much Xia Fei thought about it, He could not recall when he had come across a spiritualist inheritance. Even the title of spiritualist had been something Xia Fei learned only after arriving in the Alpha universe. A sudden thought came to mind, and Xia Fei abruptly lowered his head to look at Peacock Blue, which had already shrunk back into his arm. Could this guy be the reason? Xia Fei muttered. Peacock Blue? Did Peacock Blue join in the creation of the October flying snow the first time around, too? Asked Radix hurriedly. Xia Fei nodded. From time to time, I'd use my right hand to pour in spiritual energy toward the October flying snow, which is exactly where Peacock Blue ingrained itself. It's just that I've never once thought to use Peacock Blue as a furnace even before. Radix mulled over this for a good while before slapping his thigh eagerly. The 5 elements of the immemorial mystical armament. Metal exemplifies sharpness, water represents tolerance, fire focuses on violent slaughter, while earth is sturdiness. Finally, plant is the symbol of life. Also, your plant-type immemorial mystical armament has Peacock Blue, the most tenacious weed in the universe, as its core. Perhaps it's really as you said. Peacock Blue gave you the ability to create soul vessels that have healing effects. Though it was just a conjecture, it was still a very shocking guess. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had revitalized the long-lost ancient inheritance of the healing-type spiritualists. Anyone could just imagine how strong a storm the appearance of healing soul vessels would bring to the Alpha universe. Looks like the young master has really obtained quite a lot of good stuff. To think the immemorial mystical armaments will have such an overpowered function. Radix stroked his chin and mumbled. Obtained. Xia Fei frowned slightly. Didn't my grandfather bring many of these things on the ark? Shouldn't you be saying that he's the one who obtained them? Radix went pale as he awkwardly answered. While the ark did come from Aurora, plenty of the things we carried were just stuff we obtained during our travels. Xia Fei was very curious, and so he continued along this line of questioning. As such, Radix had no choice but to tell him what he knew. Well, the reason why we left our homeland and flew far out into the inverse territory was precisely that your grandfather had stolen people's things on this voyage with me and Hosu. Among them were the immemorial mystical armaments, the Beast Spirit Codex, and the Law of Primal Chaos, said Radix with a somewhat ugly look on his face. Xia Fei burst into laughter not because he looked down on his grandfather in any sense, but because he found the matter to be very amusing. He was clutching his sides as he said between laughter, I've been saying, humans aren't gods, so no way can they do no evil deeds their entire life. Turns out that my grandfather stole things, too. Well, that's great. At the very least, I won't have to think of my grandfather as some hypocrite. Radix was speechless. To be fond of a grandfather who stole, Xia Fei's taste really underlined his oddball nature. Well, it's not exactly stealing. It's just that the owner wasn't around when we visited, so we just took it away with us while we were there, Radix explained. Xia Fei was unamused. Well, that's not stealing. That's just casually taking things that weren't nailed down. Radix rolled his eyes at Xia Fei and decided not to argue with him anymore. Clearly, Xia Fei had a born penchant for evil deeds and was, in fact, not too keen on doing good deeds. These things are all very peculiar. Take the Law of Primal Chaos and Beast Spirit Codex, for instance. Calling them law powers will be too much of an understatement. There's no law out there that can subvert and reverse like Primal Chaos. And as for the Beast Spirit Codex, it is even stranger. One doesn't need any foundation to learn it, Radix said. Xia Fei nodded. That's right. I just got my 7th brain region open when I began learning the Beast Spirit Codex, barely starting out with my special ability. Thinking back on this, the Beast Spirit Codex is actually not too different from law powers. Yet anyone who has their 7th brain region open can practice it straight away. That is indeed very strange. Right? Primal Chaos, Beast Spirit Codex, immemorial mystical armaments. These are all very strange things. Your grandfather played with them for a day or two before deciding to bring them back to the clan. There's no telling who might have uses for them back there. That was when a gigantic black shadow descended on the Aurorians, instantly killing and injuring around 300 of our clan guards. Ultimately, the Patriarch and several elders had to join hands before they barely managed to repel it. Radix became visibly excited the moment he started mentioning this fight, almost as if he was there himself. Only barely managing to repel the enemy, even after the Aurorians used their most concentrated strength? Xia Fei had not seen experts of such level fight, but from Radix's words, it was not hard to imagine just how intense the battle had been. So powerful. Xia Fei was utterly immersed as he gushed in excitement. Very. The most powerful warrior I laid my eyes on was the clan patriarch himself. But that woman was even more powerful. Radix affirmed in a fierce tone. Not just strong, but a woman to boot. Xia Fei asked rhetorically. Due to their physiological differences, men had always been more suited for combat. Be it in the Law realm or the Alpha universe, the number of male combatants had always been far greater than female fighters. A female warrior could actually force the entire Aurora clan to such a degree. That just went to show how heaven-defying her combat prowess was. The Aurorians, who have traveled the universe for countless years, not just in their word of mouth, are also known for their might. They have many elites and all kinds of mystical weapons. Anyway, back then, that woman ultimately decided to leave after realizing that she lacked the means to challenge the Aurorians, casting a curse on our young master before she did. The curse stipulated that the young master, including the person whom he was closest to, would die within 2 cycles. There'd be no rest for the Aurora clan for every day that he spent with them. Upon reaching this point of the story, Radix's eyes dimmed, as if a little sorrowful. At first, no one paid heed to this curse. However, after a series of unfortunate events, such as a child breaking their leg from a fall, or another elderly losing their senses and going insane while cultivating, over time, Xia Fei had understood everything at this point, and he said solemnly, "So my grandfather didn't leave to go in an adventure. Rather, he got thrown out of the clan?" Radix did not respond, which was more or less a silent admission to Xia Fei's conclusion. Calling it an adventure was purely for the sake of the young master's face. In actual fact, the reason was that Xia Fei's grandfather had been viewed as a jinx by the clan and was thrown right out of the door. What happened after? Has the curse taken effect? Asked Xia Fei, while harboring a measure of distaste for the Aurora clan. After all, it was the slogan of the Skywings never to abandon and never to give up. If the same incident happened with the Skywings, the outcome would definitely be different. Radix nodded. Unfortunately, the curse was real. Though your grandfather was indeed very strong and had an immortal soul, his repeated cycle of death and rebirth still failed to get him across that 24th threshold, and ultimately, his soul roots were damaged following the series of inverse hunts and the Ark's massive explosion. Many years after that, your grandfather met your grandmother, a woman from the Skywing clan who was out on her travels. The two fell in love. While your grandfather knew that the curse on him would implicate people he was closest with, the very nature of the Skywings meant they're unreasonable. There's no way your grandfather could shake off your grandmother. So the two ended up traveling together and having your father. Later, your father exiled himself on Earth with your mother, a human. Leaving you behind 24 years ago, they passed away. Xia Fei was absolutely stunned after hearing the story finish. It was through gritted teeth that he asked, "So you mean to say that my entire family all died because of the curse? Even innocent ones like my grandmother and my mother were not spared?" Radix silently looked away but nodded. The son shouldn't suffer for the iniquity of the father. The mistakes that my grandfather made should be his to bear alone, but to have affected even my grandmother and mother. Such a malicious curse from an absolutely cruel woman. Rumble. Perhaps he had gotten too agitated, but Xia Fei lifted his hand and smashed that ice cave. He flew back down and panted heavily thereafter. Radix said hurriedly, "The curse is over, though. You're almost 25 this year, and the curse hasn't reared its ugly head when it comes to you. This shows that woman's skills are limited, unable to implicate the 3rd generation." Xia Fei was wordless as his mind raced. All of a sudden, Xia Fei went pale and asked in a low voice, "When did my grandfather die?" "When your father was born." "And my father?" Xia Fei pressed on. "After you were born." Even Radix froze after saying that. Xia Fei was still alive not because the curse had run its course, but because he had yet to have a child with Avril. The reason why Xia Fei was still alive was not that the curse had run its course, but that he had yet to have a child with Avril. This startling discovery left both Xia Fei and Radix completely floored. Radix let out a dismal cry comparable to that of a wild beast. "That spiteful woman. Here I thought that by your generation, The fact that the Wolf Slayer ultimately did not get passed down meant you were safe, but in the end, it's just a delayed activation. The Wolf Slayer? Is that the name of the curse? Xia Fei, who was not frightened by the curse, very calmly asked this. Yes, no. Radix's answer was contradictory. He slowly shook his head and morosely clarified. Not long after the woman uttered her curse, plenty of strange occurrences transpired in the clan. After the elder court convened, they requested your grandfather to leave the clan and be exiled, never to return unless they were to call him back. Your great-grandparents were, of course, absolutely unwilling for this to happen, but since it's a decision made by the elder court, the two could not go against their wishes. All they could do was provide the best possible support in other ways to your grandfather, including commissioning a soul ship. As for the things that we stole, the clan didn't dare to keep any of those, so they were all taken on board the ship. The blame lay entirely on the day before departure when your grandfather suddenly felt unwell. However, in order not to make anyone in the clan worry, we went ahead with the journey. Along the way, his illness worsened, so we could only consult a famed apothecary, and that's where we learned about the Wolf Slayer, the name of a universal miracle poison. Xia Fei was surprised. You meant to tell me that my grandfather had died from poison, not some curse? Well, that's not exactly correct, either. Radix continued speaking. Yes, the Wolf Slayer is a poison, but such a poison isn't hereditary. You must understand that everyone in your family died to the poison of Wolf Slayer, which is absolutely irregular. As such, I feel that what your grandfather was afflicted with should be a mutation of the Wolf Slayer, or perhaps the curse just appears in the form of the Wolf Slayer. Fortunately, you learned how the curse works in time, or else there's no way to imagine what could have happened. Curses were a type of frightening spiritual repose. Xia Fei did not strongly believe that there was anyone in the universe strong enough to wish death upon someone by sheer will alone, and in a myriad of ways to boot. However, Xia Fei's immediate family dying through the Wolf Slayer made him rethink what he knew of curses. Radix was looking at Xia Fei strangely when he suddenly realized that there had been a fundamental change in his generation, and this was because he completely differed from other Aurorians. He was far more logical, and his methods were more insidious. I think that the inference of this curse is entirely plausible. I have already passed the age of 24, yet I'm still perfectly fine. This shows that dying by the time anyone in my family reaches 24 is no more than an obfuscation. Once someone knows of their fate, they'll usually turn self-destructive. With their mind devastated, and upon knowing of their impending demise, the strong desire to continue their bloodline will come. This way, their lineage won't be completely cut off in their time. The more one thinks like this, the more likely they'll fall for the enemy's ploy, as the real condition for the curse to work is by them having offspring. Also, the enemy has no idea that I exist. After all, much of what has happened occurred in another universe, but that may not be the case once I reach the Aurora clan. That woman must be keeping a close eye on the Aurorians in secret, and the moment I return and show myself, she will know at once that the curse has lost its grip and will likely strike as needed. Thus, the plan needs to be changed. I won't be returning to the clan, at least, not for now. Since I can't return to the Aurorians to request support, the encirclement of the law realm will persist. From here on, I'll prioritize making myself even stronger till I'm capable of dealing with the inverse and killing my way to that woman's abode. Hearing Xia Fei's analysis, the only thing Radix could do was nod. This was not the first time he had seen this superhuman analysis, but this was when it had affected him the most. The main reason why Xia Fei had survived until now was, behind his madness, his sophisticated thinking process, which could leave anyone breathless. That's right. Kill your way to that woman's abode. She has no idea that you're still alive, and that'll work to your advantage. Radix enthused. He had garnered plenty of faith after hearing Xia Fei's intricate and logical reasoning. Xia Fei smiled, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. That woman has calculated well, setting the curse at 24 years old, the perfect time to marry and have children, an age where the cultivation and contacts they have will unlikely be too strong. It's the perfect moment to strike. Too bad, for I'm going to live much longer than what she stipulated. Thai family. In a luxurious manor now devoid of its owner, The only people present were the mourners who brought in fresh flowers to commiserate. The saying, "The tea cools when a person leaves," rang true. Though there were an extraordinarily large number of people coming to mourn, only a handful of them were sincerely grieving. Most had come for the sake of face, for others to see. Some had even already begun plotting over how they could take the Tai family's properties. As the day gradually turned to night, the manor became a lot deserted, except for the guards the elders of Red Dwarf Star had sent over to man the place. No one noticed that there stood a skinny, middle-aged man on a distant hill, putting down fresh flowers by his feet. The killing intent pervading his body made it evident that he had come to mourn the Tai family's tragic demise, though no one had any clue for what reason this middle-aged man had not entered the Tai estate and was only looking at it from afar. Whoosh! Two figures appeared beside the middle-aged man. They were a bespectacled scholarly youth and a muscularly burly man. Senior Hongtu. We took a closer look at the scene and didn't find Nianzi anywhere, but we did pick up traces of Nianzi engaging in combat, so it's very likely that he's already been slain by someone, reported the bespectacled youth calmly. The burly man nodded in agreement, adding, "From the traces of battle, Nianzi has most likely been forced to use the soul-extinguishing light at that time. Using that sort of mass-killing soul art shows that the enemy wasn't just one man." The bespectacled youth frowned. The method employed by the enemy seems average, hardly the work of a professional. I even learned from the people who had visited today that the tragedy was a result of infighting, with some warriors suddenly going mad and beginning to indiscriminately slaughter their comrades. The one point of suspicion, though, is that after these warriors wiped out the estate of all its inhabitants, they turned their weapons on themselves and took their own lives. The middle-aged man, who went by the name of Hong Tu, had remained quiet this entire time, only opening his mouth when he could not take it any more upon hearing that. "Xiaolin, you're a surveyor. I don't need details, just answers," rumbled Hong Tu with a grim expression on his face. The bespectacled youth quickly nodded. "Right, senior's correct. I'll inspect the scene once more, and if that doesn't work, I'll head to the city with Biaozi, but we didn't tell Master about our trip here before we left. If he seeks someone to blame for this." "Relax. I'm here," assured the middle-aged man without taking his eyes off the distant manor. Helpless, Xiaolin and Biaozi trekked down the hill and arrived at the Tai estate in a flash. Those guards posted around the place were largely decorations for the pair, as they were on a completely different level. Just what relationship does this family have with Senior Hongtu? He even risked the wrath of our master just to bring the two of us here. Could he be related to the family? Asked the muscular but slightly simple-minded Biaozi. Xiaolin adjusted his spectacles and chuckled. "Do you know what Senior Hongtu's name was before he joined the sect?" "What? Tai Hongtu," replied Xiaolin. "Tai? Wait, wasn't that also the surname of this family who got wiped out?" Smack. Xiaolin slapped Biaozi on the head and laughed. "You dummy. Would Senior Hongtu have sent Nian Zi all the way out here if there were no relations?" Though Nian Zi was chased out of the sect, he still could be said to be a level 1 soul eater with a complete soul mark. He's as strong as you in terms of his combat strength. No matter how bad he was as a soul eater of that level, he wouldn't have fallen so low as to land in a backward place like the Red Dwarf Star. He could have easily gone anywhere to make a living with his expertise, but a pity that Senior Hongtu has saved Nianzi's life back then. In order to repay him, Nianzi agreed to guard Senior Hongtu's second brother's family for 3 years. Alas, he ended up losing his life in just 2 months. No way Xia Fei could know that the Tai family still had a 4th son, who had not gone into business like his father and brother. Instead, he took up the path to be a soul expert. Even that mysterious soul eater had been assigned to the Tai family through his machinations. Oh, so this family is Senior Hongtu's elder brothers. No wonder he's so angry, bringing the two of us here in a rush. But since he's his brother, why hasn't the senior made the trip down here to mourn? Biaozi was puzzled. With a soft sigh, Xiaolin glanced at Tai Hongtu up on that hill and replied, "Senior had a falling out with his family and has long since given up his surname, only going by Hongtu now. He even swore never to set another foot into the Tai estate again. However, there are always exceptions to the rule. Senior has always maintained a fairly good relationship with his second brother. When he turned his back on his family, the only exception was his second brother, Tai Tingyu. It said that Tai Tingyu had very easily taken over the family business, all thanks to Senior secretly having a hand, killing his elder brother, his third brother, and also his father. Biaozi had gone pale at this point after hearing all that. Patricide was something he had a hard time accepting, but seeing that cold glint in Hongtu's eyes up on the hill, Biaozi could feel cold sweat running down his back. It's too bad. If only the Tai family's old patriarch learned that Senior has 2.5 soul marks, he mightn't have chased Senior away, and he wouldn't have died as a result, Xiaolin muttered to himself. Retracing his footsteps, Xiaolin closely inspected the site once more. It was raining last night, which made it all the more difficult for him to find clues in this confusing case. Forget it. There aren't any clues here. Right now, we're better off heading to the city and taking a look around there. According to that night's event, Tai Ning and someone by the name of Xia Fei got into an altercation over a female servant called Enya. There were others who had been targeted by the Tai family. They're strongly suspicious. Time for us to grab hold of those people. Perhaps we can squeeze out some clues from them. Tossing his head, Xiaolin departed quickly with Biaozi, while Hongtu remained standing on that hilltop motionlessly. His eyes were completely filled with killing intent. Deep into the night, Xia Fei returned to his place of residence, as always. He opened the door, but did not see Enya coming and greeting him. These past few days, no matter how late Xia Fei returned, Enya would always be waiting for him with a well-prepared meal. She would only go to sleep after he finished eating and she finished cleaning up. Wrinkling his forehead, Xia Fei looked at the empty table and became thoughtful. Well, your words today most likely really hurt Enya. She couldn't have fled, could she? Radix wondered. Just as he said that, they heard an enigmatic voice coming from a dark corner of the room. Are you Xia Fei? I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Are you Xia Fei? I've been waiting for you for a very long time. An enigmatic voice came from a dark corner of the room. Xia Fei did not turn to look. All he did was ask softly, Who are you? Where's Enya? Xiaolin slowly stepped out from the shadows and casually lifted his eyes. I couldn't tell that you'd be the emotional sort. My junior has already brought Enya away. They're both waiting for you right now. What are you seeking me for? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked lightly, all while plenty of thoughts raced in his mind. It looked like these people had come specifically for him and Enya. With how she had been abducted, Xia Fei was somewhat reduced into taking a passive position. He's just a level 1 soul hunter with 1 soul mark. Let's grab him and grill him properly. Let's see what he'll spill. Radix hooted into Xia Fei's ears. Xia Fei had over 1,000 torture methods he could use, but he had no idea if the warrior before him had any accomplices nearby. Enya could very well be put into danger if the enemy found out that he had cultivation. What am I seeking you for? Is there a need for a soul hunter to explain why I'm looking for someone? Xiaolin narrowed his eyes, revealing a prideful and triumphant smile as if he were above Xia Fei. Frowning, Xia Fei slowly turned around. All right, I'll follow you. Radix was flustered. Are you crazy? You clearly know what's the enemy's bottom line, so why are you following him back? What if there's an ambush? Xia Fei did not give his answer, but abruptly grabbed a cushion from the sofa and tossed it straight at Xiaolin's face. The soul hunter Xiaolin was enraged, arriving right over to him from his side, using 2 fingers to poke his eyes, his fingertips barely a few millimeters away from his eyeballs. See, I'm a soul hunter. I can kill a cultivation-less person like you 1,000 times over by just lifting a single finger. Xiaolin threatened Xia Fei with a hiss. How was he to know? The moment when Xia Fei had thrown that cushion, he had already tossed Nirvana and Furball out the window at the fastest speed. What Xia Fei had just done was nothing more than a misdirection. Now, I also have a backup. Xia Fei mentally told Radix this. Aboard a ship that was rapidly flying across the stars, a white-haired, elderly individual was all smiles, standing before the viewing window in the command deck. In front of him were several soul warriors, heiress Tang Yingwe and Tang Wanyan's personal bodyguard, Song Jinhu. Master, the speed of your Ria is really fast. By this speed, won't you reach Red Dwarf Star in half a day? Asked Song Jinhu softly. The white-haired elder was none other than Song Jinhu's master, Broken Soul Hall Master, Xiao Beishir. In this day and age, any renowned soul expert would seek to open their own hall, and while it was nominally for recruiting disciples to impart soul arts to them, was it not actually to get rich? After all, The warrior profession required plenty of funds, as the lack of money proved to be a huge barrier in advancing further. Hence, the first thing any warrior should learn was how to earn and accumulate wealth to sustain their cultivation expenditure. Xiao Beishir lived on Golden Eagle 19, which was widely acknowledged as the most prosperous planet in the region. It was far more advanced compared to Red Dwarf Star. Song Jinhu had journeyed for 3 days just to bring Tang Wanyin's granddaughter to Golden Eagle 19 from Red Dwarf Star. As for Xiao Beishir's warship, which was the latest model, it only needed half a day to make the return trip. Such a speed, of course, astonished Song Jinhu greatly. However, Song Jinhu's reaction was merely done to flatter his master. Everyone loved hearing nice things, and Xiao Beishir was naturally delighted by this, chuckling as he said, "But of course, this ship cost your master 100 million pearls. How could it be anything but fast? 100 million pearls. That's a very generous amount, master. I'm afraid that no one else besides you will have such boldness on Golden Eagle 13. Song Jinhu continued with his fawning. Xia Beishir replied, "You can't say that. The largest planet nearest Golden Eagle 13, Hidden Dragon Crouching Tiger, has plenty of people who are more well off than I do. You have simply seen too little of the world and haven't had the chance to meet such major figures." Turning around, Xiao Beishir glanced at the October flying snow on Tang Yingwe, a look of greed in his eyes. However, he maintained the air of a grandmaster as he spoke with gravitas. "I've never imagined that I'd get to see a healing-type soul weapon in my lifetime. Truly, I can now rest in peace." What's even more unbelievable is the fact that there's actually an inheritor to the title of the legendary healing-type spiritualist. This can very well be the good fortune to the entire Alpha universe. Xiao Beishir was secular. He could tell at a single glance just how extraordinary the October flying snow was. He was so excited that he burst into tears the first he saw it. Instantly, he made the decision to travel over to Red Dwarf Star with Song Jinhu, all in the hopes of meeting the October flying snow's owner, Xia Fei. Song Jinhu pouted and said, "For master to take this matter so seriously, even insisting on making the trip to meet Xia Fei personally, it's debasing your reputation a little." "What do you know?" Xiao Beishir glared at Song Jinhu. He then somewhat retorted in agitation. "Perhaps this Xia Fei person isn't anyone of importance, but the legendary healing-type spiritualist behind him sure does. That individual is of godlike importance. Healing. Don't you understand? Healing. Do you actually get it? Right now, spiritualists are already few in numbers, while a healing-type spiritualist is someone that hasn't appeared on this side of the universe for who knows how many years. Even though one is still alive, they'll most likely be an old monster who has recused themselves from the world. Forget your master. Even some grandmasters several statuses higher than I am may not have met a healing-type spiritualist in their lifetimes. Just look at the October flying snow. The spiritual energy in it is weak, most likely a product made when this master was still a novice. It could also be failed garbage. Even so, the October flying snow is capable of demonstrating the powerful ability of soul mending. Miss Yingwe has benefited greatly from this. If anyone obtains a complete healing-type soul weapon, that can be considered the good fortune of several lifetimes. Song Jinhu did not dare to speak further and merely nodded repeatedly. Master's right. Spiritualists are really powerful, and a healing-type spiritualist is even more godlike. This time, you, Master, must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet that amazing spiritualist, which is bound to add glory to your name." Hearing this, Xiao Beishir shook his head with a bitter chuckle. That would be tough. Spiritualists always have a strange temper. That genuine inheritor of the healing-type spiritualist title must be an unfathomable existence, too. I have no goal this time other than to befriend that young man called Xia Fei. As for the spiritualist healers themselves, it would of course be great if I could meet them in person sometime in the future, but it's perfectly normal for me not to as well. I'm not about to force the issue. Everything is up to fate. As long as I can establish a good rapport with Xia Fei, then even if I only have a sliver of a chance to meet that legendary spiritualist, it'll still be a great benefit to me in the future. Even if Xia Fei only gives me a healing-type soul weapon, that can also be deemed as my great honor. Song Jinhu laughed along with his master after hearing him say that. Master's right. The personality of that spiritualist behind Xia Fei should indeed be strange. A single provocation and he wiped out the entire Tai family. Still, I heard from my subordinates that the spiritualist had used a very strange technique, causing the Tai family to perform the massacre themselves, almost as if they were subjected to the soul liberation art. Xiao Beishir was startled as he croaked. What did you say the surname of that family was? Tai. I already reported this to you before, master, said Song Jinhu. Song Jinhu had indeed told his master about what had happened to the Tai family, but that was also when Xiao Beishir had discovered that the October flying snow was a healing-type soul weapon. He felt so ecstatic he was in tears then, so none of the words Song Jinhu had said registered. Besides, Xiao Beishir was a very famous person locally, so there was no way he could be bothered hearing about the extermination of a small Tai family from an insignificant place like the Red Dwarf Star. At this moment, however, when Song Jinhu mentioned what had happened to the Tai family again, Xiao Beishir could not help but recall something from the past, causing doubts to surface in his mind. Gan Ming, where did your sect brother Hong Tu go? Didn't I tell you all to follow me? Why is it that I don't see Hong Tu and the others now? Xiao Beishir called his eldest disciple over. Hong Tu, Xiaolin, and Biaozi had left without permission. They even said hi to Gan Ming before they left. This was not the first time his sect brothers had done such a thing, so Gan Ming did not think twice before agreeing. It was tough to lead a sect life, so from time to time, everyone needed to unwind, dealing with their private lives or making some money elsewhere. It was not enough to just subsist on the allowance the sect gave them, and everyone knew this. Even the master himself would at most reprimand them with a few words. Seeing that he could no longer hide this matter, Gan Ming hurriedly knelt and answered. Sect brother Hong Tu said that he'd go home. He brought Xiaolin and Biaozi with him. Home? Do you remember Hong Tu's surname outside the sect? I think it's Tai. Zing. After hearing that, everyone's expression changed. Even Gan Ming himself could feel his heart beating fast as he realized what he had just said. Tai. Xiao Beishir asked in a panic. Where do they live? I think it's Red Dwarf Star. Forget mentioning just how horrible Gan Ming's expression was. With how things were by this point, anyone present could put two and two together. The Tai family that had just been wiped out was none other than Hong Tu's. Aside from locating Xia Fei to exact his revenge, what else could he be doing back on Red Dwarf Star? Xiao Beishir ignored his identity completely and sent Gan Ming flying to the side with a kick. His voice was strained as he cried. That butcher dared to touch someone under a spiritualist? If he ends up provoking that mysterious spiritualist, I fear that even this master of yours will have to die alongside him. Quick, go contact Hong Tu. Tell him to get back immediately. Everyone was greatly spooked when they saw Xiao Beishir actually blowing up a gasket. Very soon, a disciple reported with a pale face. Master, there's an electromagnetic storm, so the signal. We have lost communication. Arg. Xiao Beishir, who was stunned, clutched his heart with one hand as he felt a suffocating feeling come over him. Red Dwarf Star, a hidden underground facility in the business district. Xia Fei had been shut in a basement made entirely out of sturdy metal by Xiaolin and Biaozi. Aside from him were some past enemies of the Tai family. There were even two individuals whom Xia Fei had met from the gathering before. At the very moment, while their lives were in a state of uncertainty, no one had the mind to greet the others. They were listless and gloomy, unsure whether these soul hunters who had captured them were looking to take their money or their lives. Xia Fei stood in a corner with a lit cigarette. Perhaps it was because he looked far too mysterious, but Xiaolin did not bother searching his body. As there was no energy coming from Xia Fei, it fooled Xiaolin into thinking that the former was just a regular person. Even if someone beat Xiaolin to death, he would not believe that any ordinary folk could do anything to an esteemed soul warrior. Sending out his senses along the cracks and searching the place quickly, Xia Fei wrinkled his brows. He wondered to himself several minutes later. Strange, why isn't Inya here? Xia Fei used his senses to search the underground facility, yet he did not find even a shadow of Inya. He could not help but feel somewhat worried. Indeed, Inya isn't here. This statement had come from Radix. He had trailed after Furball and was now hiding outside, ready to ambush the enemies. As long as Xia Fei gave the order, he would smash through the doors and begin an attack. Look around. They should have accomplices nearby, Xia Fei said. What about you? Radix asked. Don't worry about me. They view me as a regular person, so they haven't taken any precautions against me. The moment they do anything peculiar, I'll strike and kill them right away. Xia Fei calmly reassured Radix. Though Nirvana and Furball were not around, Xia Fei still had the two great weapons, the White Dragon Screech and Peacock Blue. Besides, he had the Soul Weapon 8 Tunes Golden Falcon, which he had just created and had been wanting to try out. Radix nodded and departed quickly with Furball in search of Enya's whereabouts in the city. This was when the two soul practitioners, Xiaolin and Biaozi, opened the cell door, lifted an elder up, and dragged him out. In a short while, the sounds of anguished cries could be heard from the room next door. The two appeared to be torturing the elder rather badly. They had intentionally left the door open while they were doing it, too. A tactic to make all those who had not yet been subjected to the interrogation feel apprehensive over the possibility of them suffering even more compared to the one being interrogated right now. Thud. Biaozi threw that elder back into the cell, tortured to the point where he had lost all human semblance. He swept his eyes across everyone, scaring them all senseless. This is the result of telling lies. The burly Biaozi folded his arms and barked. Who's next? Xiaolin smiled. He adjusted the glasses resting on his nose and said, Take that, young man. The old man barely withstood your grilling, yet this young man actually dared to look you in the eyes. He must have a death wish. Haha, I love people who are like that. It makes torturing them all the more satisfying. You're next then. Biaozi chortled as he reached out to grab Xia Fei. Before his hand even reached Xia Fei, the latter had already stood up, tossed his cigarette to the side, and answered calmly, Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Yours truly will walk by myself. Biaozi slightly furrowed his brows and said in a low growl, You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Well, all right. We'll see just how tough you are then. Under the worried gazes of everyone, Xia Fei casually walked out and headed to the room next door. There was still plenty of blood on the ground, left by the old man from before, but Xia Fei, who had seen plenty of blood throughout his entire life, hardly registered this level of bloodshed. To him, this amount of blood was hardly a deterrence. Xiaolin and Biaozi were baffled by how composed Xia Fei was, but the lack of any energy emanating from him made the two convinced that he was no more than a regular person who was just a little bolder compared to his peers. Enya's back. She's together with a soul hunter. Radix's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Wait a sec. This is strange. This soul hunter doesn't seem to be a threat to Enya and is even treating her quite well. The two of them are heading toward where you're located? These words raised doubt in Xia Fei's heart. These soul hunters had clearly targeted Enya and him, yet it appeared that Enya was actually getting along with one of them. What was going on here? As Xia Fei mulled over this development, his eyebrows tightened by habit. Alas, the look he had adopted instead displeased Xiaolin and Biaozi greatly. Still deep in thought despite being at death's doors? You'll end up dead no matter how much you think, shouted Biaozi, sending a fist right into Xia Fei's lower abdomen. Who? It was less than 1% of his total strength. Biaozi was afraid that he would kill Xia Fei outright, so he decided to reduce the power in that punch. Unfortunately, while they did not use much force on Xia Fei, he was not the type to hold back. With a flip of his wrist, his one hand turned into a blade. It sliced through Biaozi's wrist as fast as a flash of lightning. Crack! This thick and well-trained wrist was instantly broken from the strike. This sound had been accompanied by a high-pitched squeal, which was similar to that one produced by a pig being slaughtered. Zing! His speed was so fast that neither Xiaolin nor Biaozi managed to make out what had just happened. 13 large grass blades rapidly rose from peacock blue and tightly wound around the two men. Meanwhile, White Dragon Screech had been placed horizontally on their necks. Another millimeter closer with that blade's icy edge, and they would bleed to death. Soul weapon. A mystical armament. You're a soul practitioner? Biaozi and Xiaolin were both stunned and blurted out those words, their faces turning completely pale. Neither of them could believe that Xia Fei and his lack of energy would not only be a warrior, but also someone comparable to them in terms of strength. His weapons were even stronger. Shush! Xia Fei did a silencing gesture before using breath control to suppress his killing intent. One was walking with dainty steps, while the other was heavy. He heard both go underground via the stairs. They were none other than Inya and Tai Hong-tu. The two walked as they chatted. Inya, as long as you tell me who killed my brother, I'll let you leave. You have my word, said Tai Hong-tu in a low voice. He had resorted to placating when it came to Inya instead of threatening her with death. This was most likely because of how pretty Inya looked. Oftentimes, a beautiful woman would have such an advantage. You want to know who killed your brother to take revenge? You consider your family as people, but what about mine? Who's going to avenge my family after being wiped out? It seemed like Hong-tu's placating method was of not much use toward Inya, judging from her retort. Hong-tu's expression went cold. He did not answer her question, seemingly somewhat irritated by now, and no longer felt like continuing this charade. Whoosh. Hong-tu reached out and grabbed Inya with one hand, but she was like a cunning cat, slipping out of his grasp by ducking under. I know that you're a Crane Clan guardian, so I've been treating you nice all this time. Unfortunately, you fail to appreciate my kindness. Don't blame me for being unruly now. With that said, Hong-tu thrust out his hands to grab Inya, mimicking an eagle's claws. Xia Fei knew about Inya having some cultivation, but he had no idea what it meant to be a Crane Clan guardian. It seemed that Hong-tu had discovered Inya's background, so he had not acted violently against her. It was a critical juncture, and there was not much time to think further. With a squelch, White Dragon's screech slit the throats of Xiaolin and Biaozi. Xia Fei then bolted out of the room and charged toward Hong-tu with his fastest speed. Be careful. This person has 2.5 soul marks. Radix reminded Xia Fei as he crashed through the thick metal alloy door with Furball, coming up behind Hong-tu to surround him. Hong-tu was shocked. Xia Fei's breath control could be considered extraordinary, while Nirvana and Furball were hiding very well. Radix used to be a superior soul hunter, so he was still at least skilled enough on this front. Hong-tu's form shrank promptly, as he did an explosive retreat to the side. He moved quickly and at great speed, thereby evading Xia Fei's pincer attack. It seemed like Radix was not mistaken to have called him an expert. Squelch. Alas, Radix had not controlled Nirvana to stop then, so he flew straight into the room even before Xiaolin and Biaozi's corpses hit the floor. By dismembering both bodies, their physical and spiritual energy could be devoured wholly. This way, either man could not be reborn despite being a level 1 soul practitioner, while Xia Fei and Nirvana obtained all the energy they had inside them. Xiaolin, Biaozi. Hong-tu bellowed, a savage expression on his face. Raising one arm, Hong-tu pointed at Xia Fei. So you're the one who killed my second brother. I'll avenge my brother today by tearing your body into shreds. Whoosh. With that said, Hong-tu brushed his finger lightly across his spatial ring and took out a gleaming 3-pronged spear. Be careful. That's a soul weapon, shouted Radix as he went dashing forward. At this time, Xia Fei had swirled his White Dragon's screech, slashing downward. Soul weapon versus soul weapon. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, under Radix clashed with Hong-tu's 3-pronged spear first. The immense impact repelled Radix, and a titanic roar echoed right after. A flash of white light was brought to bear as Xia Fei's White Dragon's screech came cleaving down at Hong-tu's spear. Ka-chunk. This sound made people's skin jump. Following this, the soul weapon Hong-tu had in his hand splintered right down the middle. It definitely lived up to its name as the Aurorian's legendary soul weapon. The power of White Dragon's screech was undeniable in this fight. In fact, before Hong-tu could react, the White Dragon's screech had already ruined his soul weapon. Pale-faced, Hong-tu looked at the ruined weapon in his hand in stunned silence. Even in his wildest dreams, he had not imagined that Xia Fei would have such an overwhelmingly powerful soul weapon, which could destroy another's soul weapon. Xia Fei's attack did not stop there. Utilizing Peacock Blue, he prepared to capitalize on this chance to capture Hong-tu and kill the man. However, this was when something unexpected happened. Someone charged in through the wrecked door at an extremely high speed. Sans a thought, Xia Fei whirled White Dragon's screech in reverse and thrust. Unfortunately, this figure was extraordinarily nimble and actually managed to evade this attack. However, he was not charging towards Xia Fei. After dodging his attack, the figure grabbed Hong-tu and lifted him up entirely, pinning him right up on the ceiling. Xia Fei could finally make out that this newcomer was a bearded old man. This person did not say a word and slapped Hong-tu twice, which puzzled Xia Fei greatly. Smack smack. You BSDRD, are you trying to get yourself killed? The elderly individual did not feel relieved even after hitting Hong Tu, and continued insulting him viciously. Very soon, several soul practitioners entered the room. Too, none of them made a move against Xia Fei. Instead, they bowed toward him and stood at the side. This elder has 4 soul marks. You're no match to him at all. He brought a soul eater and 4 soul hunters with him, and they're all fairly powerful, said Radix in a low voice. Xia Fei nodded. With his present cultivation, beating Hong Tu to his current state was his limit. In fact, he could already feel a slight pain racking his body. This was evidently a sequela of his injury. Xia Fei agreed that he would be at a distinct disadvantage if he fought this group of soul practitioners. Brother Xia Fei. A voice rang out at the door. Xia Fei lifted his head to look and saw that it was Song Jinhu, Tang Wanyin's personal bodyguard. Brother, it's good that you're all right. Song Jinhu remarked anxiously. Xiao Beisher looked around and saw the spear in Hong Tu's hand. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. That spear was Xiao Beisher's most prized soul weapon. Hong Tu had secretly brought it out, prepared to use it against Xia Fei, only for him to destroy it in one blow. At this very moment, the emotions that Xiao Beisher felt had pretty much hit rock bottom. With a bitter laugh, Song Jinhu turned to Xia Fei. Brother, let's speak outside. Xia Fei carried Enya and followed Song Jinhu out the door. Xiao Beisher, who had remained inside at the moment, had a very ugly look on his face. Glaring at Hong Tu, Xiao Beisher told his eldest disciple, Gan Ming, keep an eye on him for me. I'll settle things with him when we get back. Turning around, Xiao Beisher left in a huff. I'll accept that master didn't come to help me, but why did he still slap me on top of that? Hong Tu looked at his sect senior indignantly. Gan Ming sighed while shaking his head. No one can help you this time. Do you know who Xia Fei's master is? Who? A spiritualist. Forget you. Even our master can't afford to provoke that person. Gan Ming chuckled bitterly. You're done for this time. Zing. Hong Tu's ashen face said it all. Not even in his wildest dreams could he have thought that he had provoked a legendary spiritualist. Upon exiting the place, Xiao Beisher and Song Jinhu bowed as they piled their apologies on Xia Fei. Meanwhile, Xiao Beisher did not mention even a word about the soul weapon that Xia Fei had ruined. Best he could do was pretend that nothing had even happened to it. Gan Ming came out from the underground facility while pressing his sect junior. Xiao Beisher coldly harumphed. What else are you waiting for? Say sorry to brother Xia Fei. It was hard to imagine how much indignation and sorrow Hong Tu was presently feeling, being forced to apologize to Xia Fei, the same person who had eradicated his second brother and his family. Gritting his teeth, Hong Tu mustered a low apology. It's my fault. I'm sorry. In front of Jinhu and Xiao Beisher, Xia Fei did not dare to pursue the matter any further. After all, he was perfectly fine while it was Xiao Beisher who had lost 2 disciples and a precious soul weapon from this clash. It was as the saying went, leave oneself room in all things to have enough space for growth in the future. There was no need to burn bridges with Xiao Beisher right now, as it would hardly benefit him. Thus, Xia Fei nodded his head slightly and said, it's best to keep in mind that being a soul practitioner isn't a free pass to misbehave. Don't blame me for being merciless next time. Hong Tu slumped his head and did not give a response. If he were to explode with emotion right there and then, it would only give Xia Fei a chance to kill him. Since he did not protest, Xia Fei would naturally not have any reason to kill him, which he could not help but feel unhappy about. Well, what are you waiting for? Scram. First thing I'll do when we get back is lock you up for 3 years, remarked Xiao Beisher frigidly. Gan Ming's face went pale, and he swiftly brought his sect brother away. Xia Fei also had Song Jinhu's men escort Enya to Xiang Beiyang, since it was far too dangerous for her to remain by his side. Brother Xia, I've prepared a generous gift for you to beseech clemency from the one above. It's my disciple who had offended your esteemed self, and as far as how to deal with this matter, I do hope that you can ask the Grand Master to show mercy, said Xiao Beisher with a smile. What Grand Master? Xia Fei asked back. Why, of course it's that Grand Master who forged the October flying snow. May I ask how I should address you and your Grand Master? Asked Xiao Beisher. Xia Fei had finally understood at this point why everyone was being so courteous toward him. It turned out that they were of the belief that he had a spiritualist master as his backer. It looked like the term spiritualist was really highly valued, so much so that just saying the name was enough to make these people act all obedient. Radix laughed. A spiritualist master? To think that these people could come up with something like that. If they were to learn that you actually made the October flying snow, I'm afraid that their very eyeballs might fall out of their sockets from immense shock. Xia Fei purposely coughed twice before answering. Oh, you're talking about my master. He did not intend to tell these people the truth. After all, he had hardly established his foundation in the Alpha universe. If these people wished to assume something like that, he would let them do so. Having a so-called master, whose strength no one could fathom, would be very beneficial to Xia Fei from here on. Debunking that belief now would only make him lose the air of mystery surrounding him. So it's brother Xia Fei's master. I wonder where this elder might be and if I'd ever have the honor to visit them, asked Xiao Beishe hurriedly, a flattering look on his face even as his eyes gazed at him eagerly. Xia Fei frowned. My master has a very strange temper. I think that it's best if you don't meet, in the event you end up making the elder unhappy. Indeed, what brother Xia said makes sense. How can a great spiritualist be someone any random person will be able to meet just because they desire it? I've spoken too hastily. Xiao Beishe corrected himself, disappointment evident in his voice. Xia Fei smiled. You can't meet my master, but given how you prepared a generous gift, I do feel obliged to undertake this difficult task of sending it his way, and I won't forget to mention your name when I do. Radix initially felt stunned when he heard this, but he was soon laughing uproariously. Xia Fei truly lived up to his reputation as a man with a voracious appetite. This was true even when it came to him taking advantage of others. The moment Xia Fei heard that there was a gift, he reached out and accepted it at once. Normally, most people would first go through the process of rejecting before finally accepting the gift with reluctance, but Xia Fei had outrightly readily accepted it. Xiao Beishe had actually only casually mentioned it. Given how urgent the situation had been earlier, he of course had not had time to prepare any gift to speak of. However, since Xia Fei already voiced his acceptance of the supposed gift, he could no longer rescind his words. The best he could do now was make up some reason to tell Xia Fei that the gift would be sent his way in a few days' time. On top of losing 2 disciples and a soul weapon, he was now even expected to send a gift. Xiao Beishe felt absolutely displeased deep down, but he could at least find solace in Xia Fei's promise to mention his name to that mysterious grandmaster. Xiao Beishe offered to treat Xia Fei to a meal, but the latter rejected it. Instead, he retired to his room. That batch of medicinal ingredients Xia Fei had bought last time had already been processed into medicine, and they had yielded a total 100 bottles. According to Xia Fei's estimation, as long as he could finish them all, he could more or less make a full recovery from all his injuries. Xia Fei had felt a bit of discomfort when he had clashed with Hong Tu's soul weapon using his white dragon screech earlier today, and this was the reason why he had been in such a rush to retire to his room. He wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and find out what was wrong with his body. After finishing an entire bottle of medicine, Xia Fei used his perceptive senses to do a full sweep of his body. After he was done scanning himself, Xia Fei sat down on a couch and wordlessly lit a cigarette. His eyebrows were tightly drawn together. What's the matter? Is the medicine effective? Asked Radix. By my estimation, the medicine I brewed should be enough to heal me completely, but it's already the 3rd day, and the effects have been far from being satisfactory, replied Xia Fei. Radix pursed his lips. I'm afraid that this has got something to do with your activated soul mark. Though it's just a single soul mark, it's actually a fairly important step for warriors. It represents the fact that you've ended your cultivation of the body and have now begun your cultivation of the soul. You're a lot stronger than you were before, so the medicinal ingredients you need must be even more potent now. Xia Fei nodded. What you said makes sense. The ingredients that are sold on the streets of Red Dwarf Star can clearly hardly be deemed as quality ingredients in the Alpha universe. Looks like I'll need something even stronger to heal up my injuries completely. Radix chimed in. As for why you got injured by Hong Tu during your fight with him, it's only because you have yet to grasp the knack for soul power. You forcefully used soul power against your opponent with that one thrust. As he's someone with 2.5 soul marks, his soul power is certainly stronger than yours, so you're naturally the one who suffered from that exchange of blows. Fortunately, you used the white dragon's screech, and it let you suppress Home too many times. That's also why you managed to destroy his soul weapon, but it's at the expense of the light injury you received. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. Are you saying that while I have soul power, I don't know how to use it properly? Precisely. I don't know about your strange soul mark, but no matter what kind it is, you still need an appropriate art to support it. While it's good that you managed to master soul liberation, soul shade, and soul light through your effort and experimentation, you'll require soul arts a tier higher if you wish to be even stronger. Neither I nor anyone else can help you on this matter because of unique your soul mark is. I even suspect that there may not be a single soul in the universe who has the same soul mark as you do. Hearing Radix's words, Xia Fei had come to a sudden realization. What he needed now was guidance, but too bad that no one out there could teach him the ways of a spiritualist. Furthermore, Xia Fei needed money, a lot of it. Reality had proven that all-powerful medicinal ingredients from the law realm were no longer effective to him. So what Xia Fei needed was to purchase truly peerless treasures. The afternoon of the second day, Xiang Beiyang visited Xia Fei's residence with Inya in tow. Brother Xia, I heard that you'd sent men to obtain the list of inventory of several major apothecaries on Red Dwarf Star. Were the medicinal ingredients that you procured last time not enough? There were several thick stacks of documents on the coffee table, but Xia Fei had already looked through them all once and found none of the top-grade ingredients he required. Xia Fei shook his head. It's not the quantity that's the problem. Rather, all of them proved to be inferior in terms of potency. Oh no, that's not good. Why don't I send my men out on Golden Eagle 19? That place is the trading hub of this star region. After all, Red Dwarf Star is far too backward, and anyone in search of the really good stuff can only acquire them on Golden Falcon 19, Xiang Beiyang explained. Golden Eagle 19? Wasn't the soul hunter we met yesterday with 4 soul marks from there? Xia Fei asked Radix this. Radix nodded in affirmation. That's right. He is called Xiao Beishir and can be deemed as having a fairly decent grade of cultivation among soul hunters. Since even someone like him stays on Golden Eagle 19, the resources there must be much better than what's available on Red Dwarf Star. Boss Xiang, how far is this Golden Eagle 19 from here? A fast ship will take you there in 3 days, while a commercial liner will take 5 or even 6 days, Xiang Beiyang replied. Xia Fei was silent, stroking his chin with one hand. Enya seemed to be quite surprised, tilting her head to the side as she asked, What is it? Do you wish to head to Golden Eagle 19? May I come with you? Xia Fei ignored the girl. Instead, he handed a spatial ring to Xiang Beiyang. Inside was the gift that Xiao Beishir had sent to him this afternoon. Tang Wanyin had also hurriedly sent a gift of his own after hearing about this matter. With how extraordinary Xia Fei's status appeared to be, even Xiao Beishir felt the need to curry favor with him. Naturally, Tang Wanyin felt the same. Besides, considering that Tang Yingyue's illness had taken a turn for the better, Tang Wanyin knew well that the value of the October flying snow was not just 2 million. As such, he had felt somewhat guilty about it, so he sought to cover a bit of the loss Xia Fei made from the transaction by giving him a present. What is this? Asked Xiang Beiyang. Just some things I have no use for. Help me exchange it for cash. I have a need for it, Xia Fei said breezily. Xiang Beiyang took the ring and quickly left. He knew very well that Xia Fei's background was nothing simple. Tang Wanyin had recently been inviting him out for dinner quite frequently. The person had even introduced some business ventures and people in the financial circle to him. All this was to show Xia Fei face. Now that Xia Fei needed his help, he was of course more than happy to do his best in assisting him. Click. The door shut behind him, leaving just Xia Fei and Enya. She blinked before getting up to her feet and asking, Shall I brew you some tea? I've recently acquired Ash Tree Golden Monkey from Boss Xiang. It's a top-quality tea. When brewed, it has a golden sheen and a very enticing scent. Sure. Xia Fei did not reject the offer, but he added as an afterthought, Brew the tea and send it to me in my room. With that said, Xia Fei got up and retreated to his room. Xia Fei was very secretive about what was inside his room, and he had never once allowed Enya access to it. Today, he had actually permitted her to enter his room. This little lady could not help but feel her heart beating in trepidation, her cheeks flushing brightly. What is he planning to do? Could he be? How embarrassing, and in broad daylight, too. Enya gingerly brought over the tray of tea. She opened the door and entered Xia Fei's room with plenty of thoughts bouncing in her head. The moment she opened the door, however, she froze in place. She saw that Xia Fei's room was filled with a large pile of medicinal ingredients, and he was sitting in the middle of all these as he used a machine to purify each medicine. "You're here." Xia Fei did not even raise his head as he continued to busy himself with what he was doing. He merely asked in a somber voice, "Tell me about yourself." Crane Clan Guardian. Just what exactly is that about? Tell me about yourself. Crane Clan Guardian. Just what exactly is that about? Asked Xia Fei without even lifting his head. Enya was startled at first before lowering her head, setting down the tea tray on a table practically covered by medicinal ingredients. The term guardian is just a way to refer to a Crane Clan warrior. There's nothing special about it. If we were any good, would I become a slave and be sold here? Answered Enya softly. Xia Fei smiled slightly. He took out 3 small bottles from the medicine extractor, each of which was filled with green liquid. Since I've got no use for some of the medicinal ingredients here, I might as well brew a few that could help with beautification. Drinking them should make your scars disappear. With that said, Xia Fei handed over 3 bottles to Enya. He then packed up the equipment, including all the leftover and unused medicinal ingredients. Enya had some bruises on her neck and wrists because she had been shackled. Xia Fei felt that these bruises marred her beauty quite significantly. "That's all you wanted to tell me?" asked Enya curiously. Xia Fei, who was still smiling even after she had told him about herself, appeared to no longer have any other questions. This indifference he demonstrated once more made her feel uneasy. "Enya, you're very clever," said Xia Fei with a smile. "But you're not the only one who is. See for yourself." With that, Xia Fei pulled out a thick stack of information from his spatial ring and handed it over to Enya. Enya skimmed through its content and went pale. She saw it stating detailed information about the Crane Clan. It even mentioned Crane Clan Guardians, clearly stating that Guardians did not refer to the Crane warriors, but rather the clan's royalty. "I wasn't trying to lie to you," said Enya, her entire body trembling. Xia Fei shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I'm leaving tomorrow. Anyway, Xiang Beiyang will take care of your every need on Red Dwarf Star. Regardless if you wish to stay here, start a tea house, or return to your clan, you won't have any problems." The disappointment was very evident on Enya's face. She gritted her teeth and hugged Xia Fei from behind, shyly saying, "I want to be with you. I won't say no to whatever you want me to do." Any other man in Xia Fei's position would probably have their bones go soft by this. Unfortunately for Enya, the man in question was Xia Fei. Though he was attracted to women, he was not the sort to change his mind for them. Smiling, Xia Fei pried himself away from her arms and lit a cigarette. Xiang Beiyang showed his loyalty well. Upon hearing that Xia Fei would be heading to Golden Eagle 19, he rented a fast ship to send Xia Fei over. At the spaceport, Xiang Beiyang handed back to Xia Fei that spatial ring from before, only this time everything had already been converted to its equivalent cash. "There are 10 million pearls inside. Given how rushed everything was, I didn't have the time to sell everything. Use these 10 million pearls first. Once I sell the rest and learn that I owe you more, I'll be sure to send someone over to give you the remainder," said Xiang Beiyang. Xia Fei nodded. He knew very well that the gift he had received was hardly worth 10 million, and that Xiang Beiyang had topped up more inside. This was a time when Xia Fei needed money, so he did not act hypocritically, accepting the generosity he had been shown with grace. Turning around to board the ship, Xia Fei said, "I'm off. Till next time. Till next time. After I'm done with the matters I have on hand, I'll be sure to head over to Golden Eagle 19 and catch up with you." Xiang Beiyang waved. The journey took 3 days. It was an entirely uneventful trip. Xia Fei decided to lock himself up in his room, hoping to use this chance to increase his cultivation. Ever since he broke through the founder tier, he had made no progress on any of his laws, be it the law of primal chaos or law of speed. Meanwhile, his 2 major powers in the form of law of space and the beast spirit codex had been completely absorbed by his soul mark. Still no progress. The moment I start gathering the pattern, I can feel a dull ache all over my 7th brain region. I'm afraid that persisting will only aggravate my injuries. Xia Fei frowned. Radix said, "There's no rush. You practically used up every ounce of your energy in that battle at the Cosmic Gate. It's best if you wait till you've made full recovery before resuming cultivation. Xia Fei nodded, though it was more out of helplessness rather than agreement. Depending on his vitality, for him to make a full recovery would take a very long time. What Xia Fei needed now was quality medicinal ingredients that could help speed up this process, allowing him to surge through the levels and promote quickly once again. Looking around, Xia Fei was suddenly very intrigued by the currently napping furball. As one of his two greatest assistants, Peacock Blue had completed its integration with all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, becoming a unique mystical weapon that had all its 13 grass blades fully grown. Meanwhile, Furball had not made any improvement since, stagnating at level 5. Since Xia Fei was having trouble promoting, he figured that he might as well focus all his energy on helping Furball promote to the next level in the meantime. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei smiled at Furball. The still asleep creature felt an icy cold sensation wash over him, and he could not help but shiver. Whoosh! The leftover medicinal ingredients had filled the ship's cargo hold. Xia Fei, who was a man of action, utilized these ingredients to concoct a colorful array of medicines. "Are you thinking of feeding Furball these medicines?" asked Radix, curious. Xia Fei answered, "Furball is mainly subsisting off grade 6 crystals, struggling to promote. This can't be due to the fact that the energy he's gaining is insufficient, but rather a problem with his body. Right now, he has the ability to change his size, turning from a small ball to one the size of a planet. I postulate that this forceful enlargement of his body has a negative effect on his physical structure, so I'm going to let him take some medicines and test things out." Radix furrowed his brows and muttered, "Feeding this holy beast drugs? I've never heard of such a thing in my life." Xia Fei was unrattled. There's always a first time for everything. No harm in trying to see what effect it can have. Very soon, Furball's little face turned green. Reality had proven that medication was something that would only gross Furball out, and the holy beast Shatterstar still could only rely on energy to promote. Perhaps it's because Furball has too high of a level now, and so the amount of energy he requires has increased as well. The reason why his promotion has stagnated may simply be that he lacks the necessary reserves to do so. If it doesn't work, try giving him grade 7 or even grade 8 origin crystals to eat, Radix posited. The price of grade 7 and grade 8 origin crystals isn't something I can afford at the moment. Besides, the sum of 10 million pearls is far from enough to purchase all the top-quality medicinal ingredients I myself currently require. Xia Fei sighed in resignation. Everything needs money. Xia Fei organized everything he had on him once more, preparing to sell those that he no longer had any use of. He would do his utmost to raise sufficient funds so that he could purchase all the medicinal ingredients he required and the high-grade crystals Furball needed. With time on his hands, Xia Fei explored this Alpha Universe warship. It was actually not that different from those that could be found in the Law Realm and in the Panhuman Alliance. All of them utilized warp engines as propulsion power, the only difference being that the speed this ship could achieve was way faster than what any ship in the Alliance could. All the components installed were also far more advanced, meaning that Alpha Universe's technology level was higher than Law Realms by a lot. Who cares about that? An Ark is a soul ship, an actual living warship. Be it in terms of speed or fighting power, this ship you're currently on pales in comparison. It will hardly be a surprise for an Ark to destroy 1,000 of such warship. Radix bragged. Xia Fei asked, "How long will it take to travel out to where the Aurora clan is located?" "With this ship, I'm afraid that it will take you well over a year, but if you find a Tier B or C warship, perhaps you can reach it in half a year." The Alpha Universe graded its warships using letters. This high-speed warship was Tier E. It might be considered a decent warship on Red Dwarf Star, but to the core regions of this universe, it was hardly worth a second look. "How much will a Tier B warship cost me?" asked Xia Fei. "It'll cost you 100 billion pearls, at least," replied Radix matter-of-factly. "You can't go to the Aurora clan now, anyway. What do you need a warship for?" Xia Fei stuck his tongue out. "Even if I can't go to the clan at present, I'll still need to look at the Alpha Universe's core regions. After all, those areas are where all the experts converge. Aside from hard work, one's environment is an important aspect of a cultivator's path. Only by constantly exchanging pointers with experts can they rapidly advance. At the end of the day, every topic they touched on required money. When Xia Fei thought about the astronomical sum he needed, he could not help but shake his head. Walking along the corridor, Xia Fei arrived at the ship's rear end, a small artificial garden, where he could sit down and had a drink of coffee while admiring the beautiful stars beyond, was located there. Xia Fei pushed open the door, only to find that there was someone inside already. Xiang Beiyang had spent 150,000 pearls to book the ship, so there should not have been any other passengers on board aside from himself. Xia Fei supposed that this person could be a member of the staff on board the ship. The garden was small, with only a single table inside. Xia Fei ordered a pot of tea from the automated food dispenser, along with 6 pieces of gingerbread and a plate of Red Dwarf Star's locally produced nuts. He made his way to the seat beside the man's, enjoying the light snacks he had procured. The man sitting across from him was an elder dressed in a long, white robe. The man looked very strange, with a head of unkempt plaited hair and a big beard spanning across his cheeks. This elder did not raise his head to acknowledge Xia Fei's presence, and, instead, busied himself with stuffing his mouth with a plate of turkey. It did not take him long to finish the roast turkey, which most likely weighed several kilograms, leaving just the bones on the plate. The elder unhurriedly got up, went over to the automated food dispenser, and ordered himself a roast suckling pig, devouring it there, and then sans any cutlery whatsoever. I've never seen anyone dined like this man. He's eating as if he's never had a proper meal before. Radix shook his head and commented. As a golden sword guard of the Aurora clan, Radix led a very charmed life, but this elderly man ate as if he were a ravenous ghost. Radix found this to be very distasteful. Xia Fei, meanwhile, felt more amused the longer he watched. There was a time when he had not yet gotten origin crystals, and all he could rely on to replenish his energy was food. Xia Fei could easily eat the fill of a dozen men, maybe even more, in one sitting. Aside from his appetite, Xia Fei found that the way this old man ate was quite similar to his. No matter how terrible the food tasted, he would simply eat it clean, leaving nothing behind. Both he and this man did not have the habit of wasting food, clearly cherishing it greatly. That chicken carcass in its cleaned-out state was evidence of this. It looked like someone had used a sharp knife to remove any traces of its meat, the bones so clean that anyone could almost see their reflection in them. Xia Fei rubbed his belly and muttered, "Seeing him eat like this has gotten me hungry. Perhaps I'll get myself some too." On that note, Xia Fei went over to the automated food dispenser and ordered a roast suckling pig as well, and began gnawing on it like the old man, who knew that the moment Xia Fei began eating, he would become like a runaway train, eating 3 entire pigs before stopping. Meanwhile, that old man was even more ridiculous, having eaten 4 pigs in total. It should be stated that an entire suckling pig weighed no lower than 5 kilograms each. Having eaten about 20 kilograms of meat in one sitting was definitely not an average man's appetite. Radix was shaking his head the entire time this happened, for the two did not stop at just the roast suckling pigs, but had even begun ordering soup. Pea soup, tomato soup, bowl after bowl. After some time and dozens of bowls worth of food down their stomachs, Radix reckoned that that should be enough, should it not? Alas, he was wrong yet again. The table was then filled with fruit and ice cream, which left Radix flabbergasted once more. Xia Fei and that nameless old man wiped their mouths at the same time, a satisfied grin on their faces. Xia Fei patted his stomach and said, "It's been a very long time since I ate to my heart's content. To think your appetite would be even better than mine." That old man squinted at Xia Fei, got up, and calmly walked away, not once giving him a reply. There were plenty of eccentric people in the universe. Radix and Xia Fei were not particularly surprised to find an old man with such a startling appetite. Instead, it made Xia Fei fall in love with roast suckling pigs. The local suckling pig was by no means an average fare. They were the offspring of wild boars, mainly subsisting on a diet of mountain jujubes and pineapples. The quality of their meat was juicy and tender, and even if they were not seasoned, they still gave off a rich, aromatic scent. Matching this suckling pig with green broccoli, golden roasted potatoes, white mushrooms, and other side dishes, the taste of the final product was heavenly, leaving Xia Fei full of praise for the cuisine. In the blink of an eye, it was now the afternoon of the second day of his journey. As Xia Fei had nothing to do, he decided to take a stroll to that garden once more and chose the suckling pig automated food dispenser, only to find that it was out. The automated food dispenser could not artificially create food, but would display all the available food in the cold storage, automatically cooking it for diners when ordered. Perhaps Xia Fei and that old man had been too vigorous, but they had actually polished off all the suckling pigs in the cold storage. Shaking his head, Xia Fei was unamused. He recalled the old man eating a turkey dish before and searched for the same thing, only to find out that the turkey had been cleaned out as well. No doubt that this was the handiwork of that old man. Casually ordering a glass of mixed fruit juice and a few snacks, Xia Fei sat in that garden and watched the stars in boredom. Though he was already far away from the universe he was born in, the view outside right now looked hardly any different from what he would see back at home. A vast and complex sea of stars that twinkled irregularly. Radix, how do you think pieces of the universe are formed? Xia Fei asked. Radix chuckled. I have no idea myself, but what I know is that the old man whom you've been competing with in terms of eating is back. Xia Fei hurriedly turned around to look. Sure enough, he saw that old man wearing the same robe as yesterday enter the garden. Upon seeing Xia Fei seated, the old man flashed him a smile and a nod. He then ordered a plate of salmon from the automated food dispenser. The fresh pink salmon was accompanied by chocolate-colored caviar. The lingering scent it gave off invigorated Xia Fei's appetite. As such, just like the old man, Xia Fei ran over to the food dispenser and ordered the salmon dish and the caviar. His dinner knife soundlessly sliced into the fish belly, which was so tender it felt like he was cutting tofu. Instead, evidently, this salmon flesh's quality was extremely superb. The fish meat would actually melt like ice when he placed a piece in his mouth. Xia Fei exhaled in his exhilaration and very quickly sent the entire plate of salmon into his belly. It was not that Xia Fei had never eaten delicacies like this in the past, or that the automated culinary skills of this ship were so outstanding. The key here was the ingredients. Be it the suckling pig from yesterday or this salmon today, both were a variety that Xia Fei had never seen before. The taste of them was shockingly good. Very soon, Xia Fei and that old man began ordering one plate after another. Feasting upon the tasty salmon dish, Xia Fei had a total of 7 plates, while that old man only stopped after eating 13. Even Xia Fei had to admit that the old man's appetite was truly great. Of course, after the main dish was fruit and dessert, Xia Fei was suddenly inspired to order the same dishes the old man ordered. And sure enough, every single fruit or dessert he ate tasted extremely mouth-watering. This old man is a gourmand. Not only is he capable of eating a lot, the dishes he picked are also the best I've ever eaten, exclaimed Xia Fei in his heart. Soon, the old man ended his lunch for the day. He flashed Xia Fei a smile and turned to leave. Xia Fei watched this amazing old man leave and suddenly had a thought. He got up, went over to the automated food dispenser, and swiftly pushed some buttons. Several minutes later, Xia Fei returned to his seat and lit a cigarette. He could not help but laugh out loud thereafter. What's the matter? What's so funny? Asked Radix curiously. What else do you think? Every single dish that the old man ordered has been emptied out, Xia Fei said as he laughed. Emptied out? What does that mean? Radix was still clueless. Blowing out a smoke ring, Xia Fei chuckled. It means that the old man isn't just a gourmand, but also a glutton. He'll definitely finish up everything that tastes delicious. All the turkeys, salmons, and roast suckling pigs are gone. Even those ice cream and snacks are all emptied out. I'm really looking forward to finding out just what the old man will eat for dinner later. Xia Fei smacked his lips as he said this. Good food was like a spring breeze, intoxicating. Xia Fei, who grew up surrounded by hardship, had never been a picky eater, but at the guidance of that mysterious old man, he had gradually become fond of good-tasting food. Countless synthetic materials in this universe could create all kinds of unbelievable flavors, but this flavor was more amazing. There was simply no way of replicating the freshness that came from natural ingredients. This was like the difference between an innocent beauty and a prostitute wearing heavy makeup. Both were beautiful, but it was easy to get surfeited by the latter, while the former remained memorable even after a long time. For 3 consecutive days, Xia Fei led a blissful life that he had not experienced before. Every day, He would tacitly meet up with the old man at that table and feast on food according to what the old man ordered from the automated dispenser. After they were done, each would wipe their lips and depart to carry on with their respective businesses. Not once did either man chatted with each other, merely sharing a greeting and the underlying tacit acceptance of each other's company. Days passed quickly. It was now the third day's dinner, which was also their final meal together on board this ship. The ship was expected to reach Golden Eagle 19 at midnight, marking the end to this interesting trip Xia Fei had shared with the old man. As always, Xia Fei arrived early. He waited and waited, yet the old man had not appeared. Is he perhaps skipping dinner? Xia Fei wondered to himself. By the time it was 11, Xia Fei could no longer wait further, so he went over to the automated food dispenser and tried a few dishes. Alas, in the end, he lost his appetite after tasting each. It was not that they tasted bad. Rather, after the last few days, Xia Fei had already gotten used to eating those intoxicating delicacies. This was akin to falling down to the mortal realm after experiencing the heaven realm. Xia Fei momentarily had difficulties adjusting to the change. After tasting the final dish of chicken braised in red wine, Xia Fei had no choice but to admit that his standard in the food he ordered could not compare to that old man. It was a chasm of difference, and for the first time in his life, Xia Fei had considered throwing these half-eaten dishes away. Feeling glum, Xia Fei stuffed the last mouthful of chicken meat before washing it down with water. He mumbled to himself, "My habit of not wasting food has really backfired on me this time. To think I'd actually finished something that tasted horrible." Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Xia Fei got up and prepared to leave. Half an hour from now would be disembarkation time. It looked like that old man would not turn up tonight. It was right at that moment when the automatic doors opened, and that old man wearing the same clothes as he had in the last 2 days came strolling in. Xia Fei got a little excited. He quietly sat back on his seat and waited to find out what the old man would order. However, against everyone's expectation, this old man only ordered a mushroom on a small plate, and it hardly weighed more than 80 grams. Xia Fei felt that he could very well finish the entire dish in one bite. However, at the very least, he could still taste something good tonight. So Xia Fei hurried over to the food dispenser in hopes of ordering the same spotted mushroom. To his great misfortune, though, he realized that there was only one serving of mushroom in the entire ship, and that old man had already gotten it. Xia Fei's stomach was saddened as he returned to his seat, lighting a cigarette as he looked at the old man busying himself with the food. First, he rinsed his mouth with water thrice before he organized the napkin and cutlery. The old man acted abnormally, showing a completely serious attitude unlike what he had shown before. After all, his habit of eating these last few days was similar to Xia Fei's, devouring whatever dish he ordered with much gusto. Today, however, the old man gazed at the little mushroom as if they were dearer than his grandson. Slice. The silver dining knife made a light cut, splitting that spotted mushroom into two. This unimaginable fragrance was instantly released, and the entire garden was filled with its amazing scent. Xia Fei's mouth hung agape in surprise. This was the best smell in this world. Even though he had just eaten a lot of food moments ago, he could feel his appetite open up with that smell. The old man lightly stabbed one half of the mushroom with a fork and placed it in his mouth. He chewed as he spoke for the first time. This ship once belonged to a top connoisseur of fine food, and its cold storage used to store countless delicacies from all over the universe. When this connoisseur died, his descendants sold the ship to someone else. The new owner of the ship isn't a connoisseur and is completely unaware of the delicacies kept in its cold storage. It's such a waste. That stupid ship owner ruined so many of these outstanding delicacies, and after exchanging hands several more times, there's hardly anything left inside. Chewing that piece of mushroom with great care, he then swallowed it. The folds of his wrinkled skin abruptly tensed, and the old man seemed to have become several years younger. This one is called the white-robed jade mushroom. Just it alone is worth 1,000,000 pearls. The taste is transcendental. Seeing that we were fated to meet, I'll leave half for you as thanks. Out of the blue, the old man had spoken a lot. Once he was done, he got up with a smile and left. Xia Fei was puzzled. It was him who had clearly been enjoying these gourmet dishes with the old man. So why had the other thanked him instead? The old man left rapidly, disappearing before Xia Fei could ask him for clarification. Mulling over what had just happened, Xia Fei took that plate with the half-white-robed jade mushroom and placed it before him. He then stabbed it with a fork and lifted it up to his nose for a brief moment before sending it into his mouth. Never did Xia Fei expect, but the moment this half-piece of mushroom entered his mouth, he felt like he had been embraced by a goddess. It was a blissful experience that left him in a complete daze. Xia Fei had never tasted anything as delicious as this before, nor had he heard about the existence of such deliciousness. In fact, he was left tongue-tied to describe its actual flavor. When he next opened his eyes, he noticed that the ship had already made a berth, and the captain of the ship with his large nostrils was looking at him from afar. As for that old man, he had probably already disembarked long ago. That was indeed a heavenly delicacy. Never did I expect that something as delectable as that mushroom could exist in this world, Xia Fei said with a soft sigh. Was that strange old man with the plaited hair a part of your crew, Captain? Has he left already? That captain was a little stunned as he wondered aloud. Brother Xia, when has there been an old man with plaited hair on my ship? I'm the oldest out of everyone on board. So he's not someone from your ship? Definitely not. The captain shook his head, absolutely certain of himself. Xia Fei leaned in his chair and lit a cigarette, mumbling, Well, that's strange then. Could I have seen a ghost? The captain rubbed his hands awkwardly as he smiled. Brother Xia, though Boss Yang paid for this trip, that did not include the cost of the food you'd eaten on board. Don't you think that it's about time for you to settle the bill? Xia Fei's expression turned ugly. This was because the bill had a series of zeros on it that made his eyes bulge. Not even in his wildest dream could he imagine himself eating 2.37 million pearls worth of food over 3 days. That's not right. I haven't eaten any boiled turkey, and I've only eaten 4 dishes of suckling pig. How did it become 9? Xia Fei pointed at the bill and asked. The captain frowned. He pointed to the electronic signature in the most left-hand corner of the bill and said, Brother Xia, please don't joke around with me. This very clearly states that you ordered all this food. Besides, since Boss Yang booked out the entire ship, you're our only passenger. Our crew ate in the staff canteen. How could they run all the way to the garden restaurant to order food? Xia Fei was speechless. It turned out that Diamond old man was not just a gourmand and a glutton. He was also a swindler. To think he would actually forge his electronic signature and eat under Xia Fei's name. You were pretty happy eating those dishes, but what about now? Everything comes with a price. That's something you've always been saying. How could there ever be such a thing as free meal in this universe? Radix mocked him mercilessly from the side. Xia Fei sighed. He opened his spatial ring to settle the bill. If Xiang Beiyang had not given Xia Fei 10 million pearls before he left Red Dwarf Star, Xia Fei might very well end up in the very awkward situation of having no money to settle the bill. The captain accepted the money with a grin as he said, When I first took over this ship, I thought that no one would order the expensive food from the cold storage. Turns out that there are people out there who'll do just that. After getting off the ship, Xia Fei made a beeline for Golden Eagle 19's capital. Golden Eagle 19 was a lot more prosperous than Red Dwarf Star, and though it was already the wee hours, it was still as bustling as ever. People came and went, as street neon lights flashed nonstop. Xia Fei was not in the mood to indulge in the beauty of this nightscape. His mood was quite literally at its worst. What money he had saved up was for buying precious medicinal resources, but before he even took a single step into an apothecary, it was already reduced by more than 2 million pearls. It was simply preposterous. As for that Diamond old man, Xia Fei felt angrier the more he thought about it. At the city center, Xia Fei was about to find a random inn to stay for the night before he set off the next day and got on with his business when he heard someone call him in the middle of the road. Young one, are you interested in tasting the most delicious supper here on Golden Eagle 19? Xia Fei lifted his head up and found that old man from before poking his head out from the rooftop of a building beside him. He was smiling broadly and even had a few glasses of red wine in his hand, looking particularly pleased with himself. Speaking of the devil, Xia Fei forcibly composed himself and nodded slightly. He then took the elevator up to the roof. It turned out that this place was an open-air restaurant. It was so late at night that the old man was the only diner, seated at a dish-laden table located right next to the street. There were several side dishes, a big bowl of broth, and half a bottle of red wine on the table. The old man was currently having the time of his life, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Xia Fei sat across from the old man with a livid expression on his face. One of the service staff came with a wine glass and a set of cutlery, which invited a fierce glare from Xia Fei. The man on the receiving end trembled in fear, quickly scurrying off after setting everything down. "Oh, young one, why do you look so unhappy?" The old man swirled his wine glass casually as he asked this question. Xia Fei retorted coldly, "I just got conned by someone of over 2 million pearls. Would anyone feel happy if they were in my shoes?" The old man did not seem to agree with his statement, muttering, "Sure, the money's spent, but you managed to enjoy the finest delicacies known to mortals. Wasn't that enough?" "Enough talk." Xia Fei looked grim as he shouted. "It's fine if I only paid for my own portion, but why must I pay for yours? Return the money that you owe me." The old man shook his head slightly and heaved a sigh. "So young, and all you're concerned with is money. You must know that no matter how much money you have, you simply can't buy happiness. If not for me, you'd never have the chance to taste all that delectable food your entire life. Forget it. I'll just pay you back, but try this golden quail broth first." With that, the old man pushed that bowl of broth forward. He indicated his wish for Xia Fei to try it. Actually, Xia Fei could already smell the tantalizing scent coming from the broth. It was not particularly strong, yet this scent felt like a bolt of lightning striking his very bones. It seemed like this broth was another delicacy. Xia Fei ladled himself a bowl and held it up to his mouth with both his hands, drinking everything at once. Swoosh! Downing that bowl of broth not only made Xia Fei feel a comfortable sensation washing over him, but also gave him a warm, fuzzy feeling in his stomach, which spread to his entire body. It was like taking a pleasant dip in a sauna in the middle of a snowy landscape, his pores opening up as if to expel all his body's toxins. He felt as though he had completely been renewed afterward. The old man laughed as he detailed. This broth was carefully prepared using the eggs of a certain type of golden quail living in the desert and feeding on the various heat-resistant herbs growing there. A pair of golden quail will only ever produce a single egg their entire life. This broth was made with 12 of them. The quail eggs were first baked in an oven for 7 whole days. The temperature couldn't be too low and was maintained precisely at 228 degrees to let the eggs absorb enough heat. Afterward, the eggs were placed in a container kept at a temperature 91 degrees below zero for 7 more days. This was done to remove the smoky flavor and, at the same time, allow the natural aroma produced by the eggs to seep into the yolks. Completing these complex processes only constituted the very first step of making this golden quail broth. The next step required the expertise of a certain craftsman in cracking open the eggs. The shells of golden quail eggs are unexpectedly sturdy, and nothing short of exceptional craftsmanship can completely extract the contents of such eggs. Afterward, there's the stock. Only a handful of soup stock can complement the golden quail egg. This restaurant here used Beijing spring water, along with the wings of the red-tipped blackbone chicken, prickly pear ginger, and Silver Valley pepper to make this soup. All were simmered over a low flame. It's a good idea. Too bad that they put one too many of the Silver Valley pepper, causing the scent of this spice to overpower the natural fragrance of the golden quail eggs. A good bowl of quality broth ended up becoming some middling broth. Xia Fei could not be bothered to listen intently to what the old man was saying. In no time at all, he finished the broth, which caused the old man to frown deeply and to advise him in a low voice. "Take your time to taste it, young one. Who knows what year it'll be till you come across the golden quail eggs again after this meal." Xia Fei could not care less about that, drinking the golden quail soup to the last drop. He then tossed the ceramic bowl onto the table, wiped his mouth, and said, "I'll take it as I go. You may be treating me to this meal tonight, but I still expect you to return the money you owe me." The old man smiled wordlessly. Staring at Xia Fei for a good while, he asked, "Are you an apothecary?" Xia Fei was somewhat shocked. It had not been long since he arrived in the Alpha universe and had hardly spent time with this old man. How did he learn that he was an apothecary? "That's right. I learned a bit of the skills to concoct medicine from my hometown," Xia Fei answered honestly. "Toxins are natural in any medicine. One look at your body, and I could tell that you used potent medicines to increase your cultivation several years ago. While those naturally achieved the effect you wanted, they nevertheless buried a hidden danger in you. From that point on, any injury you receive gets exacerbated. Injuries that should take 10 days to recover take an entire month, taking even longer the more severe they are. Ultimately, you'll die due to the accumulation of too many toxins in your body, said the old man with squinted eyes. Bad practices die hard, huh? That's right. What proof do you have? Xia Fei stared at this strange old man and asked. When he first began his journey on the road of cultivation, Xia Fei's seventh brain region was defective, and he relied on Phantom's pharmacology knowledge to get promoted. The assassin sex concoction skills utilized everything to the extreme, using contradictory poisons as the main ingredients. Thinking back now, Xia Fei had to endure torturous pain every time he took those drugs. Such a situation had persisted for quite some time. If normal medicine had 30% toxin, then the assassin sex drugs were poisonous to the extreme. Even Xia Fei did not believe that taking all those poisons would not have lingering detrimental effects on him. It was just that Xia Fei had been perfectly fine all these years that he slowly forgot about all those drugs he had taken when he first started all those years back. Given how this strange old man had easily deduced that he had consumed too many dangerous drugs when he was much younger, how could Xia Fei not feel chilled to the bones? The old man smiled. Of course I could tell. You're currently bothered by the pain, yet you actually resorted to using the old method of treatment just so you could alleviate some of the discomfort. You're practically courting death. Even if you do manage to cure your injuries this time, the medicine will only accumulate in your body, and by the next time you find yourself injured again, it won't simply be 3 times the penalty, but 6. Going by this analogy, if you get injured a few more times later, you'll pretty much end up paying with your life. Not just Xia Fei, who was currently mulling this old man's words. Even Radix felt anxious. What this old man said makes sense. Toxins do accumulate. Also, aren't medicinal ingredients of the most exceptional quality the only things that still work on your body right now? That's the best proof of his point. Just who in the world is this old man? How come he knows these things so well? Just as they were wondering about this, the old man pointed at Xia Fei. Take a look at your own body. After several days of adjustment, you're already seeing the initial effect. Unfortunately, you didn't listen to my advice moments ago and drank the golden quail soup at one go, so you failed to gain the appropriate effect. What should have been a feast was ruined by your action. The old man sounded pretentious, but Xia Fei quickly checked himself with his senses, and what he saw left him feeling utterly surprised. He had sent several million concocting different types of medicine, yet the effects of all those pales in comparison to the effects of those meals he had eaten with this old man. How inconceivable was that? So how was it? Do you believe me now? A mysterious smile hung on that old man's face. Don't think that medicine is the only thing in the world that can heal injuries. Food can achieve the same thing as well. Xia Fei had, of course, believed this old man at this point. In fact, his eyes now burned with earnest intensity as he gazed at the old man. This old man's really like a god. To think you could get healed just from eating all that food? I've never heard of anything more fantastical than this. Radix gasped in awe. Getting up, the old man giggled mischievously and said, I'm going to take my leave. I take it that you won't feel that you've been scammed if you cover the cost of this meal, right? Xia Fei hurriedly nodded. Old man, I am at fault for blaming you. I wonder if you'd. Just as he was in mid-speech, that old man interrupted him. There's a tea house in this city called the Tianyan Pavilion. Early in the morning tomorrow, I'll be having my morning tea there. You may join me if you're interested. Yes, I'll definitely meet you there. Xia Fei nodded repeatedly. Evidently, this old man was not just a simple gourmand. Xia Fei was very impressed by his ability to tell that he had suffered injuries in the past. Besides, dining with the old man could actually treat his injuries. This was a great boon to Xia Fei. The usual medicinal ingredients were already ineffective to Xia Fei when he used them. Forget the need to search for treasured ingredients. Even if Xia Fei really did locate such, he was not 100% confident that they would be enough to treat the injuries he was suffering from. The mysterious old man's food treatment opened a completely new path for him, and its effects were proven to be laudable, surpassing his expectations. The old saying that medical supplements aren't comparable to dietary supplements rings true. Xia Fei blurted out in his excitement as he watched the old man walk away. Soon, however, Xia Fei could no longer remain ecstatic, for a bill with many zeros had appeared in front of his eyes once again. Tianyin Pavilion. Xia Fei arrived right on time and waited for half an hour before that mysterious old man showed up belatedly. Don't call me venerable elder. I'm not that old yet. You may address Fuchin. The old man waved his hand dismissively, his dislike for being called old man by Xia Fei evident. Soon, several exquisite crab roe dumplings were served up. Xia Fei tasted one and realized that it was incomparable to the deliciousness of that golden quail broth from yesterday. It was at least a grade lower in terms of taste. Fuchin saw Xia Fei's knitted eyebrows and laughed. True delicacies aren't readily available whenever one wants to eat them. You need to get used to the disparity in the future. While these crab roe dumplings aren't considered ambrosian in terms of taste, it should help reduce the fire in your body. Didn't you feel your entire body burning up abnormally last night? Xia Fei nodded, which led to Fuchin explaining, that's how it should be. Golden quail broth is a purely yang supplement. You drank a 4-pack's worth at one go yesterday. It's only natural for you to have such a physical reaction late at night afterward. Still, because of your decent constitution, you only felt it being abnormally hot. The octagon king crab has the trait of ing, which makes it perfect for counteracting the abnormal heat in your body. This breakfast was not considered a delicious affair, with Xia Fei and Fuchin merely eating 2 baskets of the dumplings before stopping to share a pot of tea. How much was last night's meal? Asked Fuchin. Xia Fei shrugged and replied, about 1.2 million pearls. The boss only charged for the broth. Everything else was on the house, yet it's still so expensive. How's that any different from point-blank robbery? Fuchin did not agree with Xia Fei's assessment. How could you say that? That golden quail broth was something that I ordered a year ago. They took an entire year to prepare it, so charging 12 million for it should be considered fair. Xia Fei was momentarily left speechless. Who knew that a bowl of golden quail broth would take a whole year to prepare? Despite this being the case, Xia Fei still found the 1.2 million price tag to be too costly. Had he known that that was the case, he would have carefully savored the dish. Old Fuchin could tell that Xia Fei was still dissatisfied, so he said with a smile, forget about that. Today, I'll bring you out and show you the world. Take it as me making up for the 2 days you spent paying for my food. Xia Fei frowned. We're eating some more decadent delicacies, aren't we? Fuchin replied, of course, there'll be delicacies, but this time, someone else will be paying for us. Their breakfast only cost 35 pearls, so Xia Fei's mood improved. He followed old Fuchin to a luxurious manor. Other manors in the city were built on borders, but this one was actually situated right at the lively downtown area of the city center. Having been able to afford land in such a place, where the square footage went for an astronomical sum, showed not only how rich this household was, but also how powerful its residents were. Fuchin swaggeringly led Xia Fei to the manor, but the warriors standing guard at the entrance hurriedly stopped them. Is this the home of Fei Xingye? Asked Fuchin coldly. The moment the guard heard Fuchin address the family patriarch by name, he got serious. May I ask if you two are guests that our family patriarch has invited over? Nope. Fei Xingye still lacks the qualifications to invite us. With that said, Fuchin let out a cold snort and brought Xia Fei right inside. Surprisingly, they actually met no resistance along the way. This family is the descendant of my good friend back in the day. Though he's no longer around, his descendants should be fit to care for us, said Fuchin mysteriously. Xia Fei was left feeling completely confused. This old man seemed to have quite the background. Currently, they were here to take care of Fuchin's old friend's descendants. The main hall was truly spacious, and at the head was a recliner made of redwood. Fuchin took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on it, gesturing for Xia Fei to sit beside him. Like this, when this residence's owner made an appearance, they would likely have to take up the third seat. To think that Fuchin would so boldly treat this place as his own, a guest taking the place of the owner. A young female servant curiously served them tea and snacks. Fuchin merely took a sip before he threw it on the ground, loudly berating. To think that the Feis would actually serve such cheap food to their ancestors. It seems like you're all tired of living. Xia Fei furrowed his brow. This tea could not be considered terrible, and though it was not of the highest quality, it should still be of decent quality. There was no need for Fuchin to throw a tantrum. It almost seemed like he was purposely being nitpicky. The female servant quickly took back the tea and snacks that she had just brought over and departed before returning with another set. This time, Fuchin finally relaxed after a taste, saying softly, "Now, that's better. Go get Fei Xingye out here. If he doesn't show up in the next 3 minutes, this elder will leave, and you can all forget about seeking this ancestor again." The effect of making this statement was almost immediate. A white-haired elderly man came in very soon. This person looked much older than old. Fuchin, the folds of his wrinkled skin were so deep that they seemed to have been cut by a knife, and his beard was almost 2 feet long. The old man hobbled his way to them while being supported by a youngster. "You're Fei Xingye?" Fuchin, who was sitting at the head seat, asked that aloud, scaring the old man into trembling, nearly losing his balance and falling onto the ground. "May I ask whom I'm speaking to?" asked Fei Xingye gingerly, proffering cupped hands. There were plenty of amazing individuals in the universe, so it was unbecoming for one to judge people by their appearance alone. There were plenty of experts who could live for tens of thousands of years and yet looked as youthful as those in their 20s. Because of this, Fei Xingye had not acted imperiously and had, instead, addressed Fuchin with much respect. However, that youngster, who appeared to have barely passed his spurt growth, showed no such humility. He swept a glance at Xia Fei and Fuchin and said, "Grand Patriarch, who knows where these hooligans came from, actually acting so brazenly inside our house, and before your presence? Why be so courteous to them? Don't talk nonsense." Fei Xingye instructed the boy with a quick tap on the latter's forehead. Fuchin sighed and got up. "I so kindly helped your Fei family, but it's a pity that you don't appreciate my goodwill. Forget it. Xia Fei, let's leave. To think that Fei Lingyi's descendants are an ungrateful bunch, we can only blame ourselves and no one else for putting faith in the wrong people." Thud. Fei Xingye actually knelt on the floor immediately after hearing what Fuchin had just said. With terror in his eyes, he pleaded, "Don't leave, ancestor. To think Artie failed to recognize you as the old friend of our family's forefather. I'm the one who deserves to die." Deeply kowtowing, Fei Xingye then slapped his cheeks and said, "I recognized you now. Your ancestor Fuchin. Xiaoxi, you hurry up and meal too." That youngster, who went by the name of Fei Xiaoxi, very reluctantly knelt, but the moment he did, he was pushed to bow by Fei Xingye, so forcefully that he bumped his forehead on the ground, causing it to swell and for him to let out pain-filled cry. Xia Fei and Radix were left dumbfounded upon witnessing this display. He had expected Fuchin to have such a great background that even Fei Xingye would be sobbing upon realizing who he was. "Forget it. You were barely in your teens when you accompanied Fei Lingyi to meet me. So many years have passed, it's only natural that you wouldn't recognize me the first time. Well, get on up. Don't be crying like you're mourning." The Fei family's patriarch got up from the floor, still trembling. Fuchin said, "Since I'm here, I don't intend to just stand by and watch. I know about the matter with your grandson. Bring the thing over to me. While you're at it, have this manor sealed up for me." Fei Xingye hurriedly expressed his utmost gratitude and then went out. A short while later, an expert appeared, who sealed the entire manor so securely that nothing would likely be able to slip in. Even the protective energy shield, the sky curtain, had been activated, so no one from outside could see what was happening inside. "Do say, just what are you up to here?" asked Xia Fei on the sly. Old Fuchin rolled his eyes at him and explained unhurriedly, "There's a famous clan of soul practitioners near this Fei family's residence, and it specializes in the combat arts of soul hunter. Its most powerful warrior, Fei Haijin, happens to be this Fei Xingye's grandson. He was severely injured by someone last year, with his soul weapon also getting destroyed. His family shares a bit of fate with me, so I plan to act on this matter by helping the Feis repair that soul weapon, which is their family heirloom. While I'm at it, I'll have a taste of their precious pair of pearl emerald bamboo shoots. You may not know this, but pearl emerald bamboo shoot is the best among its genus. It's as sweet as honey, and its flavor is really." Fuchin waxed dreamily about the food he intended to eat, a topic which was always coming up with every few words he uttered. However, Xia Fei was too shocked to catch any of it. If nothing else, The repairing of a soul weapon was not something anyone could do, unless old Fuchin was a spiritualist. You're a spiritualist? Xia Fei blurted out panically. Fuchin seemingly thought nothing of this. What are you making such a fuss over? We're both orthodox spiritualists, aren't we? What? Do you think that this elder would be so blind that I couldn't even tell that you're on the spirit path, too? TSK, why don't you carefully consider this? If not for us both being orthodox spiritualists, why would I share so many of my precious ingredients with you? I only drank a mouthful of that golden quail broth from last night, whereas you drank the rest of it. Zing. The expression on Xia Fei's face changed. So far, none of those he met recently had been able to find out that he was a spiritualist, yet this Fuchin had managed to do so at a single glance. Orthodox spiritualist? What do you mean by that, Tim? Asked Xia Fei, feeling curious. Fuchin appeared even more mystified than Xia Fei. What? Don't tell me that you're clueless on you being an inheritor of the orthodox spiritualist title. Xia Fei nodded. Fuchin could tell that Xia Fei was not lying, so he could not help but sigh several times, showing a bitter smile. An orthodox spiritualist who doesn't know what he is. Who took you in as their disciple? I have no mentor. Xia Fei honestly admitted this. Now, it was Fuchin's turn to gasp, his mouth hanging agape. He clearly did not believe Xia Fei's claim. No mentor who imparted teachings about the spirit path to you? I've had my eye on you since you were on Red Dwarf Star. You forged a soul weapon in the me cold, and you succeeded. How couldn't you have a teacher? Fuchin asked again. Xia Fei thought about it, then took out the Feather Spirit Codex and handed it over to Fuchin. I ruminated over what's written in this book. If you're looking for my mentor, then this is it. Fuchin took the book and flipped through its pages a few times. His face then turned livid. Xia Fei saw Fuchin toss the book violently on the ground before proceeding to stomp on it, letting his rage get the better of him. This is complete baloney. To think you'd be carrying around something like this. This is an insult to this elder's eyes. Fuchin was still cursing as he kept stomping on the codex, actually managing to break that metal cover with sheer force alone. Perhaps it was because he had eaten plenty of good food, but Fuchin's strength was easily capable of achieving such a feat. Xia Fei dumbfoundedly watched this scene play out. Had Xia Fei not already memorized the contents of the codex by heart, he would have recklessly thrown his life away and fought Fuchin. After all, the value of that book could well be in the tens of millions, and Xia Fei sorely needed money right now. Tell me, does your brain region not have a 9-sided soul mark, constantly turning and covered in wondrous patterns? Fuchin huffed in anger. Yes. Xia Fei nodded. Do you lack a seed of life, unable to experience rebirth despite the fact that you've long broken past the limit of life and death? Yes. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows tightly, a grim expression on his face. He was right. Everything he stated was absolutely correct. Even the superior, Soul Hunters Radix and Hosu were unable to explain this strange, yet Fuchin had been right on the money. It must be stated that Xia Fei's 7th region was completely shut off, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. How could Fuchin know of such things? That's the way. Fuchin stared. The reason why you're so special is you're an orthodox spiritualist. Orthodox. The other spiritualists out there are all cheap copies. Only we, the orthodox spiritualists, are bona fide, the only ones who tread the single true spirit path in this universe. Orthodox spiritualist? Xia Fei was absolutely shocked to hear this. Never did he expect that not having a seed of life and that strange soul mark, which was sealed up in his 7th brain region, were actually traits unique to a true spiritualist. Fuchin looked at Xia Fei and spoke in all seriousness. Remember, we aren't spiritualists or soul practitioners. We are orthodox spiritualists. We embody the word orthodox more than everyone else and are of a different echelon from the other existences in this universe. Just like how soul practitioners are split into the 2 paths of soul hunting and soul eating, we, spiritualists, have our differences as well. The soul mark in your 7th brain region right now is called the unrestricted soul spirit, able to utilize both spirit and soul type arts. There are very, very few who have this sort of unrestricted soul spirit mark. So you need to cherish your good luck and don't belittle yourself, much less learning parlor tricks from some insignificant spiritualist who hardly had any descendants to speak of. What even is this Feather Spirit Codex? If any other Orthodox spiritualists were to learn of this, you'd surely become the laughingstock of the century to them. Besides, what you had isn't even the real Feather Spirit Codex, just a little handbook they give to outsiders. It's practically worthless. Only you would treat it as a treasure. Xia Fei was left speechless, though he also thought that the Feather Spirit Codex was not an inheritance, for something like that would not be so easily gifted to an outsider. Xia Fei simply could not fathom why Fuchen had described the Feather Spirit Codex as garbage. Having personally tested it out, it could not truly be considered terrible. Without it, he would not have been able to create the soul weapon, 8 Tunes Golden Falcon. This was when Fei Xingye entered the Great Hall alone, closing the doors behind him. He proceeded to take out a soul weapon from his spatial ring with shaky hands. Judging from its appearance, this soul vessel was an axe about half a meter long. What should have been a fairly decent soul weapon had unfortunately been reduced to trash because there was a split right down the middle from the soul power backlash it experienced. Ancestor, you must save us, Phase. This is the only soul weapon of quality, which has been passed down through generations in our family. For a family of soul practitioners to be without a decent soul weapon, I'm afraid that we'll die sooner or later. Fei Xingye beseeched, tearful and looking wretched. He actually knelt on the floor again, causing old Fuchen to somewhat remark testily, I already told you that I had specially made the trip out here to help your family. Do you doubt my words? It's just a grade 3 soul weapon, not even reaching intermediate grade. Repairing it will hardly take any effort. Fei Xingye got up, incessantly expressing his gratitude as he did. Fuchen made him exit the main hall first, leaving just him, Xia Fei, and that soul weapon. Inside, there are grades to soul weapons. This green glare axe of soul hunting is barely grade 3 and can only be considered decent in the Alpha Universe's core regions. Xia Fei, are you able to repair this axe? Asked Fuchen with a smile. Xia Fei frowned, ruminating over the proposition for several minutes. The repairing of a soul weapon required a sufficient reserve of spirits. The Fei family's manor hardly had any spirit energy source, and there were only a few souls stored in Xia Fei's 7th brain region. While they were deemed as soul power source, they could not be used to repair soul weapons. I can give it a shot if there's any spirit energy source around, but all I have is soul power right now, so I don't think I can repair this soul weapon. Xia Fei gave a straightforward and simple answer. Fuchen grinned, rather pleased with himself. I knew that you're lacking in terms of your cultivation. We, spiritualists, not only need to keep a reserve of soul power, but also spirit energy. If you want to be an accomplished spiritualist, you must learn how to use these two systems of power interchangeably. You're just a beginner, so there are still plenty of things you have to learn. Fuchen asked, then can you tell where this soul weapon's damage lies and what method must be used to repair it? Xia Fei answered without missing a beat. While this soul weapon's damaged, part appears to be that split shaft. That's truly not the case. What's actually causing this soul weapon to be so unusable is the damage it sustained in the vein. With this vein transmitting power severed, the only solution is to reconnect it. The axe will then automatically heal itself. As for the method of repair, I think that flooding it with spirit energy will do the trick. All soul weapons have veins inside, and they're densely packed like a spider's web. If I were to connect each of them one by one, it'd take a long time. That's not worth the effort. Since it's damaged, why not just flood it with spirit energy? Even if every vein fails to connect, it'll still create a brand new energy connection. This isn't a bad outcome, for the shaft is the only thing that's not functioning. As long as the energy can keep flowing inside a soul weapon, the amount of veins connecting will hardly be an issue. Fuchen was startled. Xia Fei's idea was truly bold, not connecting all the energy veins, but creating a new vein in the soul weapon to channel the energy. Like that, not only could he circumvent the complex energy system, the combat strength of the soul weapon would not be reduced, either. This was akin to walking on a path. If there was no way to tread the conventional path, then build a bridge over it, and the issue of traffic congestion could be avoided, too. Fuchen sneaked a peek at Xia Fei. The former found the latter's whimsical idea to be very refreshing. Perhaps it was because he had been taught by his master since young, but Fuchin was someone who carefully kept to the rules in everything he did despite his fairly wild and uninhibited nature. He was completely different from Xia Fei, a spiritualist who had appeared from out of nowhere. This young man was bold enough to think outside the box and do anything he saw fit. Fuchin chuckled and thought that Xia Fei was truly very interesting, thinking inwardly, shall I give his method a try? If I fail, or just compensate the Fei family with another grade 3 soul weapon. It actually worked? Fuchin shook his head in amazement. Fuchin had followed Xia Fei's line of thinking and spent 5 minutes completing the repair. He first gathered spirit energy from his 7th brain region, and once he had judged that the amount was sufficient, he promptly flooded the damaged soul weapon with it. Instantly, a brand new vein formed inside the soul weapon, then the green glare axe of soul hunting gave off a blinding light. The breakpoint was repaired, the soul weapon now restored how it used to be. This, Fuchin, who felt that he did not have enough brain power to process what had just happened, muttered. So this method works too? Xia Fei took that axe from Fuchin's hands, swung it a few times, testing the soul power within, and said nonchalantly, it's just a system of circulation, so no need to make things so complicated. Don't you agree? Fuchin froze for a moment before hurriedly saying, that's right. You and I share the same line of thinking here. Since creating a new connection sufficed, there's no need to mess with the complex veins. It's better to just seal all of them and create an entirely new pathway. The time and energy used doing it this way became a lot less as a result. Calling Fei Xingye in, Fuchin handed back the green glare axe of soul hunting. The old man was already weeping upon seeing the repaired soul weapon, his voice trembling in excitement. Ancestor lives up to his name. It's barely been a few minutes, and you managed to save the life of the entire Fei family. Fuchin casually dismissed the praise when, really, he had been thinking all along that, if not for Xia Fei's suggestion, he might have to spend several days repairing the said soul weapon. The more Fuchin thought about it, the more interested in Xia Fei he got, and the eyes he used to look at Xia Fei had now become filled with appreciation. Well, it's getting late. I've used up a lot of energy. Fuchin acted all tired. When Fei Lingyi was still alive, he once obtained a pair of pearl emerald bamboo shoots. If you still have that pair, serve it up quickly. It'll help nourish this elder's body. Truly, Fuchin would talk about food every chance he got. He had just finished repairing the soul weapon, yet he was already starting to ask for precious ingredients just to satisfy his cravings. Fei Xingye was slightly taken aback, but he soon laughed. Of course, the ancestor helped the Fei family immensely, so forget the pearl emerald bamboo shoots. Even if you asked for our entire estate, that would be inappropriate compensation. Fuchin chuckled and then instructed Fei Xingye to prepare 2 types of cuisine, using that pair of bamboo shoots, with one being soup and the other being a palate-cleansing cold dish. Raising an eyebrow mischievously at Xia Fei, Fuchin salivated as he said, so, are you keen on sharing this tasty blessing with me? Pearl emerald bamboo shoot is basically a top-grade ingredient among ingredients, and it'll be very beneficial for the body. Xia Fei could not help but laugh. Indeed, Fuchin was no ordinary immortal, being far too keen in his pursuit of good food. Fei Xingye busied himself with taking notes of Fuchin's requested preparation method for the ingredients, and he managed to write a dozen pages worth of instruction. It was very likely that actual preparation would be a lot more complex. Fei Xingye carefully stowed away the soul weapon but did not leave just yet. He asked with a glum expression on his face, Ancestor, I want'll definitely have my cooks do their best to prepare the pearl emerald bamboo shoots as you requested. It's just that, although you managed to repair the soul weapon, my pitiful grandson is still unconscious. If you could. Fuchin was stunned as he spoke in a severe tone. What's this? Fei Haijin has lost consciousness. When did this happen? Fei Xingye answered. My grandson Fei Haijin lost that fight, and his soul weapon got ruined. That's when he lost consciousness. Ancestor did manage to repair the soul weapon earlier, but my grandson. Fuchin frowned. Quick, Bring me over so that I can take a look at him. Backyard, in a separate room. Xia Fei and Fuchen went to see the heavily injured soul hunter, Fei Haijin. A crowd of servant ladies were presently attending to him, turning his body. From time to time, cleaning him. Fei Haijin was doing nothing aside from breathing, and even his eyes were not moving. It seemed as though he were just a block of wood. What had once been a powerful figure was now lying in bed, paralyzed, gradually weakening as time went by. His face even sported many wrinkles. Fuchen did not say a word. He promptly chased away all the help and sat at the bedside, carefully inspecting Fei Haijin's condition. What silliness! Your grandson only has 2 soul marks and can hardly use the green glare axe of soul hunting. In the end, he forcibly bonded his life with it. That in itself is a great taboo. Since the soul weapon was ruined, your grandson suffered from the backlash, explained Fuchen sternly. Fei Xingyan knelt once more, pleading in pitiful voice. My grandson has always been eager to do well in everything he set himself to. This time he clearly knew that he had no hope of winning in that fight, but his desire to risk it all resulted in him bonding with the green glare axe of soul hunting. No matter what it takes, on account of our forefather and this ancestor's fated bond, I beseech the esteemed elder to save my grandson's life. I heard that a spiritualist of your rank could mend a person's soul. If you're unwilling to lend a hand, my grandson will surely have difficulty getting out of his current predicament. Bonding was an interaction between a soul weapon and its owner, just like how Hosu was with his overcast wind mace, making it impossible for one to part ways with the other. The benefit of forming such a bond was a more secure connection between the weapon and the owner, able to react at a deeper level with each other. But the drawbacks were also very obvious. The moment the soul weapon got destroyed, the owner would also experience physical destruction. Fei Haijin, being in a comatose state now because of a soul weapon backlash, was a good example of this. Fuchen sighed as he explained with a grim expression. It's not that I'm unwilling to save your grandson's life. It's just that soul mending requires a spiritualist of healing. That's something I can't help you with even though I very much want to. Fei Xingya was still crying, creating this very morose atmosphere. This was when Radix quipped. Did he say healing? Xia Fei, aren't you a spiritualist of healing? Radix's words reminded Xia Fei that he was exactly what was needed. A spiritualist of healing. He had never once attempted to mend the soul of anybody else's, and this might very well be a chance for him to try his hands on. In any case, Fei Haijin was already someone at death's door, and even old. Fuchen could not help remedy the situation. It was perfect for Xia Fei to take this opportunity in practice. Fuchen was despondent. There's no time. Only a spiritualist of healing can mend souls, and I unfortunately don't have such a capability. If you told me from the start Fei Haijin had been injured as a result of his soul weapon backlash, I wouldn't have repaired that soul weapon. Alas, since the green glare axe of soul hunting has been repaired, the backlash should be even greater than before. It seems like your grandson won't be able to last through the night. Once a soul weapon and the warrior became one, they needed to be in balance. But right now, the soul weapon was repaired while Fei Haijin was still in his injured state. The owner and the weapon were no longer in equilibrium. Not only was there no way to save Fei Haijin's life, their act of repairing the soul weapon had even hastened his death. Fei Haijin, who was still considered young, already had 2 soul marks. He was largely seen as the hope for revival of the Fei family. As such, the moment Fei Xingya heard that his grandson would not live past tonight, he became so flustered that he felt lightheaded. Knitting his eyebrows together, Xia Fei said in a solemn voice, "Why don't I give it a try?" The entire room went silent when he uttered such words. Fuchen and Fei Xingya looked at him skeptically, with Fei Xingya even asking, "Young friend, are you up to it?" "I'm not confident, but I'm willing to try," answered Xia Fei honestly. Fuchen did not say a word. Just like him, Xia Fei was also an orthodox spiritualist, but he doubted if the latter could mend Fei Haijin's soul. This was something he had been incapable of doing despite being in the circle for many years, and it was even more impossible for Xia Fei, someone who had just taken his first step into the spirit realm. This was when the door to the room burst open, and that foolish youngster, who had accompanied Fei Xingye earlier, came storming in. It turned out that this boy had not left and had, instead, been eavesdropping from outside the window. The moment he heard that Xia Fei would take the risk of saving his father, he could not keep mum anymore. Pointing his finger at Xia Fei, the youngster shouted, "You don't look much older than I am, so how can you be trusted? You should pay with your life if you end up killing my father. Patriarch, you mustn't trust him. He's clearly a swindler." Xia Fei was greatly displeased. After all, no one would be happy if they were accused of being a swindler. With a blank look on his face, Xia Fei gave a mirthless laugh. "What a filial son you are. From the words you've uttered today, yours truly won't treat your father anymore. He can just die for all I care. What does it matter to me? You?" The youngster got livid over hearing Xia Fei's unreasonable statement, and also felt at a loss for words. Fuchen also had a strong dislike of this youngster. After all, Xia Fei was an orthodox spiritualist like him. Since Xia Fei was seen as a swindler, what would that make him? Thus, Fuchen broke into a faint smile. "Though this little friend of mine doesn't look too old, he's also part of the same circle I am in. If you're willing, you may. Let Xia Fei try." The expression of Fei Xingye changed drastically. He looked at Xia Fei hesitantly. Since he was in the same circle as Fuchen, that would make Xia Fei a spiritualist, too. The word spiritualist simply possessed too great a deterrence. After all, there were very few spiritualists left in the universe, and countless warriors relied on the sole weapons made by spiritualists to survive. There was no need to mention a small family like the Fei. Even if the entire Golden Eagle 19 banded together, none of them dared to provoke a spiritualist. What if Xia Fei was an orthodox spiritualist just like Fuchen? Fei Xingye did not dare to think further. Fuchen had a connection with the Fei family, but Xia Fei did not. It would be disastrous if Xia Fei felt offended after this interaction. Smack! Fei Xingye sent a slap to the youngster's face. The boy clutched his face, looking perplexed. Fei Xingye mercilessly chided, "Yub #SD#RD, to think you dare to spout such nonsense about our family's distinguished guest. See if I don't leave you crippled." After performing this ruse of hurting his own to appease Xia Fei, Fei Xingye turned around and resumed his pitiful pleas, and this time they were directed to Xia Fei. "Young man, no, wait. Master, this old man failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that you won't take offense over my ignorance. Please be magnanimous and help save my grandson's, Haijin's life." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and replied, "I didn't agree to that. Besides, I am still young and have plenty to learn. I'm afraid that I am powerless." He had obviously said these words for the youngster to hear. The boy was indignant, but all he could do was coldly snort, turning around and running out of the room. In no time, the sound of that youngster's loud curses could be heard. Fei Xingye was in a very awkward position. All he could do was pretend not to have heard the din outside, and continued to plead for Xia Fei to help mend Fei Haijin's soul. Fuchen quietly pulled Xia Fei to the side and said, "If you really have the ability, why don't you give it a shot? After all, their forefather and I have fate." Xia Fei shrugged. "They may have fate with you, but not with me. You heard for yourself the words that youngster uttered moments ago. If I fail in mending his soul, then the moniker of a swindler he gave me will become true. No, definitely not." Fei Xingye hurried over and interjected when he heard this. "It doesn't matter what the outcome is. We, the Feis, will forever be grateful to you for your kindness and will never do anything untoward against you. I swear this upon the heavens. Ancestor Fuchen will be the witness." Fuchen could feel his heart souring. Years back, the forefather of the Fei family, Fei Lingyi, and he got along swimmingly. The two had accompanied each other and eaten scrumptious delicacies all across the universe. He truly felt bad about having no means to save the only promising descendant of the Fei family. "Xia Fei, why don't you act on account of showing face to me? Consider this as you doing me a favor," implored Fuchen with a sigh. "Okay, since you've put it that way, I'll give it a try." Xia Fei did not immediately act after saying that. He merely stood in place with Fei Xingye. causing Fuchin to stare dumbfoundedly at him. Radix had said before that spiritualists would never easily act, and that every move they made came at a price. Years back, when that feather spiritualist helped repair the Aurora clan's white dragon Screech, he asked for a sizable sum as payment. Fuchin had asked for 2 of an extremely precious gourmet ingredient, the pearl emerald bamboo shoots, so Xia Fei figured that he should get something out of this, too. Xia Fei resolved to have the Feis subsidize the spending spree he had gotten himself into. Given the scale of their family, they should not lack money. It must have been because he was too nervous, but Fei Xingye did not immediately react. Xia Fei was in no rush, either, merely continuing to smoke. Fuchin abruptly realized what was going on, and he smirked. He inwardly hooted at how cunning Xia Fei was, as he threw surreptitious glances at Fei Xingye. The startled Fei Xingye saw Fuchin miming about pearls and instantly recalled that spiritualists would often take a substantial recompense for their efforts or services. Young man, no matter what the outcome is, the Fei family is willing to pay you 10 million pearls as thanks for your kind assistance, said Fei Xingye. Fuchin chimed in. That's the rule, too. The moment a spiritualist act, they yell. Surely use up plenty of precious spirit energy, and that isn't something money can buy. Yes, the ancestor is right. Fei Xingye agreed to this with a smile. Xia Fei sighed. Well then, I'll see what I can do. May I trouble you two to leave the room first and have this backyard be sealed? Fuchin was a little surprised. Even I have to leave, too? Xia Fei really had old Fuchin be escorted out of the room as he got them to erect an energy shield around the back garden. This way, no one would know just how Xia Fei mended Fei Haizhen's soul. Fuchin quietly left an imprint in the room, so the moment he returned inside, he would know what happened by reading what was recorded in it. Can the young spiritualist, Xia Fei, really succeed? Asked Fei Xingye anxiously. Fuchin shook his head. Hard to say. It'll all depend on your grandson's luck. After all, being able to mend a soul is a heaven-defying act, and so I advise you not to place much hope on his recovery. Inside the room, Xia Fei took out his 8 tunes golden falcon. The moment Furball saw it appear, he attempted to pounce on it, but Xia Fei swiftly reacted and stopped him with a raise of his hand. Ever since he turned the 8 tunes golden falcon into a soul weapon, Furball had been completely cut off from it. Not once did Xia Fei let him get anywhere near it. Placing the 8 tunes golden falcon on his lips, Xia Fei took a deep breath and lightly blew on its mouthpiece. There was a soft sound, nothing as violent and fierce as when Furball was still one, using the 8 tunes golden falcon, but it was exceptionally soothing. Furball blissfully sprawled in all fours on the floor, the fur on his body standing on end, looking even more excited than when he got to eat high-grade origin crystals. Even Xia Fei could feel the sound gently brushing over him, every single cell in his body seemingly more active. Actually, this sensation he felt was just an illusion. A healing soul weapon would not interact with the body, but the soul. The pleasure anyone felt from being exposed to it was a pleasure of the soul. He saw the finger of that Fei Haizhen twitch slightly as he lay paralyzed in the bed. It's working. Xia Fei was greatly shocked by the change, and he even more conscientiously used his soul power to activate the 8 tunes golden falcon. Gradually, a white mist gathered around the bed and hovered over Fei Haizhen. It was as if the entire room had been covered in a spring morning's thin fog. Because he was still dealing with his severe injuries, Xia Fei did not dare to quicken his pace. Instead, he very slowly released soul power, mending Fei Haizhen's soul bit by bit. As the movement in Fei Haizhen's hand became more obvious, Xia Fei knew that the 8 tunes golden falcon was effective, and the mending of the bettered and patient soul would only be a matter of time. Xia Fei was not in the least bit anxious, but that was not the case for those outside. Fei Xingye's old face had many beads of sweat, and though the youngster who got slapped did not dare to be anywhere near, he still kept a constant eye on the place. Evening was upon them pretty soon. Fuchin slowly realized the severity of the situation. If Xia Fei had failed to mend Fei Haizhen's soul, he should have gotten out of the room. Since he had not shown his face in the last 10 hours, did that mean that he was really doing it? Could Xia Fei really be a spiritualist of healing? Fuchin arched a brow in interest as he wondered to himself. On Red Dwarf Star, while he had indeed gotten wind of the stir caused by Xia Fei, who had forged a soul weapon and located him through that, even following him to Golden Falcon 19, he did not actually had a full grasp of Xia Fei's capabilities. Just as he was mulling on this, everyone saw Xia Fei exit the room with a head full of sweat. He waved to Fuchen and Fei Xingye from beyond the protective barrier, indicating that they should collapse it. Zing. Almost immediately, the guards put down the barrier. Fei Xingye, ignoring his feeble body, came rushing in. Fuchen followed right after, but in those first 2 steps, he froze. This was because the back garden was currently emanating a blissful energy. There was great comfort just standing in the middle of it. Xia Fei had chased everyone away not just because he did not wish for anyone to see how he used the 8 Tunes Golden Falcon, but, even more so, also, because he did not want others to absorb the precious spiritual energy in the place. He had no wish to waste it on anyone else except the patient. Old Fuchen was a spiritualist, so doubts of course surfaced in his mind the moment he entered the garden and sensed the atypical energy in the air. Ayun, a wail filled with anguish, very quickly came from inside the room. Fuchen was startled and asked, "Xia Fei, did you end up killing Fei Haijin?" Xia Fei replied without batting an eyelid. "That's not the sound of crying you'd hear because someone died, but because they survived." Fuchen simply could not believe that Xia Fei had actually succeeded in mending Fei Haijin's soul. He took 2 quick steps over to the room, and sure enough, he saw Fei Haijin and Fei Xingye, the 2 men, hugging each other tightly as both wailed. There was no need for Fuchen to examine the imprint anymore. He already knew what he would find. Xia Fei was really a spiritualist of healing. A spiritualist of healing. An orthodox genius with an unrestricted soul spirit. Fuchen was well aware what having such a potential meant. The gaze he set on Xia Fei had become even more fervid. He soundlessly swallowed his saliva. "Yes, well done. For you to have brought to bear your unique trait, even when you've only recently become an orthodox spiritualist, mending the soul of a warrior with 2 soul marks. This feat is nothing short of spectacular." Fuchen intentionally puffed his chest and straightened his back, acting all formal. Xia Fei waved his hand politely. "It's nothing special. I didn't manage to mend his soul fully, but at the very least, Fei Haijin shouldn't have to worry about dying anymore. As long as he takes some time to recuperate, he should be able to recover completely. Truly, soul mending is such a tiring job. I feel like my entire body has been sapped of its energy." Fuchen chuckled. "You have yet to achieve dual harmonization and haven't been on this path for long. It's normal for you to feel lethargic. In truth, you having persevered till now is already very surprising. Wait till you achieve dual harmonization, and it'll be as if you have obtained an unlimited supply of energy. When the time comes, you'll naturally have it far easier compared to now. Remember, energy is the foundation for everything. No matter what stage you're in, you can't forget about energy reserves. There are unmatched benefits to storing energy in your unrestricted soul spirit mark, and you just need to make good use of it." Xia Fei frowned and asked, "What is this dual harmonization you keep mentioning? Are you talking about the interchangeable use of soul and spiri?" Fuchen nodded. "Precisely. What you obtain from killing an enemy becomes soul power, while mending a soul or forging a soul weapon requires spirit energy. Soul power is from living beings, while spirit energy comes from the origin of the cosmos. The 2 are different, with soul power being inferior and spirit energy being superior. We orthodox spiritualists can take in soul power and turn it into spirit energy. From what I can see, your brain region has plenty of soul power stored, most likely what you obtained from engaging in large-scale massacres in the past. Among those souls, 4 are of high quality. If you only turned all of those into spirit energy, I can guarantee that not only wouldn't you feel tired after mending Fei Haijin's soul, you mightn't even produce a single bead of sweat. Of course, using those 2 types of energy interchangeably isn't easy. It differs from person to person, as it's based on one's talent and cultivation. The losses during the conversion process differ, too. People with low cultivation can perhaps gain about 50% spirit energy out of a 100% soul power, maybe even less, while an orthodox spiritualist with high cultivation can have 80% conversion efficiency. Soul power, spirit energy. Xia Fei felt perplexed, so all he could do was shrug. Fuchen laughed. You'll be fine as long as you understand the general principle behind it. What you use in combat is energy, and what you use to create soul weapons is also energy. It's just two different kinds of energy. As for origin crystals, that's an even more basic energy. It's far from what psychic energy like soul power or spirit energy can provide. When this conversation ended, the old young pair inside the room was still crying, escaping death and being reunited with one's family. Such a reaction was par for the course. Fuchen seemed to dislike seeing people cry. Wrinkling his brows, he told Xia Fei, "Let's go and walk around the garden outside. While we are at it, let's urge the Fei family chef to hasten their preparation of that pair of pearl emerald bamboo shoots. This elder is feeling real hungry right now." Xia Fei was speechless. Many times, Fuchen did not act like an orthodox spiritualist at all, and more like an old glutton. Fei family's manor, the back garden, dinner party. Fuchen's long-awaited pearl emerald bamboo shoots were finally served on the dining table. The cold dish looked crystal clear, almost resembling a plate of translucent jade. The soup was also clear, displaying an array of colorful lights, which made it hard for anyone to believe that this was food. Just that these pearl emerald bamboo shoots did not have any aroma whatsoever. It was placed not too far away from Xia Fei, but all he could smell was the fragrance of the side dishes. All the pearl emerald bamboo shoots provided was a breathtaking sight. In a show of appreciation for Xia Fei and Fuchen's timely help, the Fei family had worked to the bone while they were preparing this spread, essentially buying out all the most precious ingredients that could be found on Golden Eagle 19. Fei Haijin did not make an appearance come dinner time. Given that he was still recuperating, he was expectedly still in frail spirits. Actually, he had already done his best by making an effort to express his utmost gratitude in person, so neither of their guests took offense that he was now resting in his room. The host and the two guests sat down. Beside the three of them, no one else was occupying the huge dining table. Fei Xingye had made sure that he would be seated at the bottom of the table, while all the other family members occupied another table, their dishes nowhere near as sumptuous as what was served at Xia Fei's table. Try some. These are called pearl emerald bamboo shoots. Even this elder has only eaten this no more than a dozen times in my life. It's simply exquisite. Fuchen wiped his mouth and said. Xia Fei did not stand on ceremony and immediately got himself a bowl of the bamboo shoot soup. He noted how dense the pearl emerald bamboo shoot soup was, with every drop appearing as round as an actual pearl, slippery yet silent. Slurp. Xia Fei directly quaffed the bowl of soup. Fuchen and Fei Xingye, who were sitting beside him, lamented the wasted bits, to have not actually savored such precious food and have merely eaten it so recklessly. Now, he was chomping on roast mutton. Immediately after he emptied that bowl of soup, Xia Fei felt a refreshing clarity. A strange energy began swimming inside his body, nursing it. This was the food supplement Fuchen had been full of praise about. Slowly and gently, it lacked any of the violent reaction Xia Fei felt when he drank medicines. It was clearly beneficial to his body. Xia Fei drank 3 bowls worth of the soup until Fuchen finally could not stand it anymore and joined in on the feasting. The two snatched up food to eat as they went, a plate for one, a bow for the other. In no time at all, the food laid out on the table was polished off. The FEFs, old and young, who were seated at the side, stared dumbfoundedly at this sight. The two guests were said to be legendary experts. Was this how legendary experts dined? Night, in a narrow alley. Both Fuchen and Xia Fei did not enjoy seeing the bleary-eyed crying of the Fei family, despite them all being filled with gratitude. As such, the two left the first chance they got. Xia Fei, of course, made sure that he was paid every pearl he ought to receive. So how was it? Isn't it great to follow this old man around? Besides the good food and drink, you even managed to earn a bit of money. If you must know, the Fei family is under my protection. If this were anyone else, I wouldn't go even if they offered an obscene amount of money, said Fuchen happily, a hand rubbing his bulging stomach. Xia Fei nodded. Spiritualists sure are a different breed, respected everywhere they go. Fuchen shook his head. No, that's not right. We are orthodox spiritualists. Remember, There's a fundamental difference between us and the average spiritualists, and that's they're all just cheap imitations. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said nothing in response. Fuchen seemed to be very proud of his identity, but Xia Fei did not share this sentiment. Black cat or white, a good cat was one that could catch mice. Be it a regular spiritualist, an orthodox spiritualist, or something else, this was hardly important to him. For 3 whole days, Xia Fei and Fuchen went everywhere on Golden Eagle 19, dining on good food. Of course, they ate the most quality ingredients. Xia Fei could feel his body recovering speedily with each passing day. Just that the price of the food was astronomical, and Xia Fei would foot the bill every time, which lightened his purse at a surprising rate. Everything comes at a price. A believer of the price theory like Xia Fei, of course, knew this very well. If he attempted to use precious medicinal ingredients to heal himself, he would most likely be spending just as much, and it would even harm his body immensely. Now that he could rely on food to nourish his body, it was akin to advancing while asleep. Though he spent a lot on this, Xia Fei still benefited greatly from it. Nightfall. Xia Fei and Fuchen sat on a rooftop garden and chatted while sharing a pot of tea. They exchanged interesting stories and anecdotes with each other, and before they knew it, midnight came and went. Lifting his head up into the sky, Xia Fei could not help but sigh. He had no idea how Avril was doing right now or how his comrades in the law realm were faring. He did not know if they had already recovered or if they were still recovering. Fuchen sneaked a peek at Xia Fei and asked, "Something on your mind?" Xia Fei nodded. These few days he spent with Fuchen had made him realize that the other was actually a decent person. He was merely a bit overly enthusiastic when it came to food, but he actually kept a low profile, going from places to places like any average person. He did not seem to care about the conflict between warriors and spiritualists, almost as if he was detached from everything. "Actually, I'm not from the Alpha universe." Xia Fei admitted this. The moment he said those words, Radix began to rebut his claim. "How can you say that? Your grandfather ultimately hailed from the Aurora clan, so you can be considered 1/4 Alphite." "Ah, so you're an Aurorian." Fuchen nodded. Shock. The expression on Xia Fei's face changed instantly. Both Radix and he did not know that Fuchen could hear the mental communication between them. Did that mean that the conversation they had over the last few days had all been heard by Fuchen? Fuchen frowned. "Are you surprised? I'm an orthodox spiritualist, so of course I can hear the conversation between you and your soul servant. In our line, having a soul servant is very normal, and you only have one." Radix gritted his teeth. "I'm no slave. I'm a golden sword guard of the Aurora clan." Fuchen thought nothing of this. "What's the difference? You're still serving Xia Fei to the best of your abilities, attached to his weapon. Any day he feels upset, he can just extinguish your life, just like that." Radix pouted, no longer saying a word as he wallowed in silence. Fuchen continued speaking. "Tell me about what's troubling you. While this elder is still living, I may be of help to you. We Orthodox spiritualists are great in every way, except for our lack of immortality. Perhaps it's because an unrestricted soul spirit mark is too powerful, and it affects the universe's balance." Thus, Xia Fei told Fuchen his experience in the law realm, including the conflict with the inverse and his grandfather's origins. He did not leave any detail out. Fuchen gave a slight nod after he was done listening, then closed his eyes and contemplated. A good half of an hour passed before Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. "Aurorian. Quite interesting." Smiling, Fuchen got up, headed into a room, and said, "We're leaving Golden Eagle 19 first thing tomorrow moment." "Where are we going?" asked Xia Fei curiously. In the past 2 days where the two spent going on their gastronomy journey, not once had Fuchen revealed his intention of leaving, yet he had actually decided to leave after tonight's talk. "Since you have the blood of Aurorians running through your veins, you of course have to make your return to the clan," said Fuchen matter-of-factly. "As for that woman you speak of, I have a pretty good guess on who she is." Fuchen's words earned him a side-eye from Xia Fei. He had no idea as to the reason why, but when Fuchen learned about the bad blood between Xia Fei and an unknown woman, whom he had yet to meet, the elder became quite excited. He did not ask for Xia Fei's opinion, either, and immediately made the decision to head for the Tarot Galaxy where the Aurora clan was located. It might be because he realized that he had been too abrupt, but Fuchen chuckled and explained, Don't be mistaken. It just so happens that I'm heading for the Tarot Galaxy, too. I figured that we could go there together. Aren't you interested in taking a look at the clan your grandfather hailed from? The Aurora clan is famous for its gracious and gentlemanly conduct. Besides, the Tarot Galaxy is different from this region where the Golden Eagle 19 is. It's a realm of powerhouses that you can barely imagine. Be it your desire to treat your injuries or to keep cultivating, the conditions there are more conducive for both. Hearing that they were about to return to the Tarot Galaxy, Radix popped out from the fiendish blade, Nirvana. He seemed to be waiting for Xia Fei's decision. Having been away from home for a really long time, Radix was truly hoping that he could go back. Xia Fei frowned slightly. No matter the reason for Fuchin's sudden decision to head to the Tarot Galaxy, the two conditions laid out were not things he could refuse. For starters, he could not leave Fuchin just yet. Reality had proven that relying on food supplements to recuperate was a miraculous yet effective treatment, and there were countless injuries that Xia Fei had sustained on his body from fighting since day one. If he failed to treat them once and for all, there might come a day in the future where these injuries would all accumulate, reaching past the limit that Xia Fei could manage and endanger his life. Besides, the Tarot Galaxy was in the Alpha Universe's core region, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. To a warrior like Xia Fei, cultivating and training were not the only things he needed. He required first-rate guidance and first-rate opponents, too. Only then could he rapidly advance and promote. While being a spiritualist was great, being a warrior was still Xia Fei's real calling. Once his injuries were fully healed, he hoped that he could make progress with both his law of speed and law of primal chaos, especially with the double light speed that Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had demonstrated. Xia Fei was really looking forward to achieving that overwhelming combat strength himself. Xia Fei said with a smile, "The journey will be very long, so having a companion for the trip isn't a bad idea, but the inverse is encirclement." Fuchin did not think anything about it. The inverse are very powerful, but you're just one person right now. Are you planning to seek death by throwing yourself at them? Besides, since the cosmic gate has already been sealed, there's no way for the inverse to break it in a short time no matter how strong they may be. The people whom you care about are safe. Rather, they'd have been more in trouble if you had brought them along. After all, the Alpha Universe isn't paradise, so letting them stay home is more ideal. Xia Fei nodded. He did have such concerns, but now that he had thought about it, the state of the cosmic gate being sealed was for the best. The Alpha Universe's soul arts were simply too strong, and the law realm was still not ready to join a universe fraught with danger. All right then, we shall be on our way early tomorrow morning. Xia Fei nodded. Radix waved his arms wildly, evidently very thrilled over this development. Returning to his room, Fuchin sighed. He sat down on the sofa and chewed a flavorless plant seed. A gourmand like himself needed to clean his mouth and teeth constantly to ensure that his sense of taste was in peak condition. This seed did precisely that, and Fuchin would always be chewing one whenever he had the time. "You don't seem to be composed today," echoed a voice. Fuchin wore a delicate bracelet on his left hand, and an old man like him wearing such a thing could puzzle anyone. But Fuchin was a spiritualist, and that bracelet was a soul weapon. As for the voice that had just spoken, it belonged to none other than the immortal soul residing inside that bracelet. Just like Radix, who lived in Xia Fei's nirvana, Fuchin had his own dedicated soul, able to assert control over the soul weapon at critical junctures. Investigation, combat, they were capable of doing all. Any spiritualist or soul practitioner enjoyed having this kind of do-it-all weapon at hand, though it was not easy to obtain a loyal yet strong soul. Fuchin pouted and stated solemnly, "There's no way that you can remain calm, either. You've witnessed Xia Fei's potential yourself. He's a healer. Ever since that old coot died, I haven't come across another orthodox spiritualist of healing even once." The voice responded after a pause, "Because Xia Fei is an orthodox spiritualist of healing, you don't want someone enacting demonic arts on him? That still doesn't make sense. Unless you have the desire to take him in as your disciple, there's no reason for you to take such a huge risk and help him. To think that after remaining incognito for so many years, you still can't discard the customs of taking in a last and favorite disciple. Weren't you planning to impart those things to Basalt and Lingxing?" Fuchin replied, While it's true that Basalt and Lingxing are my good disciples, I don't know where either of them is right now. As for Xia Fei's issue, I guess that it's best to take it as it comes. The young man is proud, with a dislike for taking the conventional route. Even if I want to accept him as a disciple, he may not agree. That voice said, Xia Fei is quite the monster, a monstrous way of doing things matched by his monstrous potential. So you've taken a liking to him, too? Asked Fuchin with a glint in his eyes. That voice became hesitant. But I can't make sense of him. Only a ghost can tell just what he's capable of achieving. Fuchin smiled. Don't forget, you're a ghost. Alpha Universe, Super Express ship, the Mammoth. This was no warship but rather a luxury liner, which traveled to various parts of the universe. This enormous vessel, with its wide deck, was as large as a mothership, able to accommodate tens of thousands of passengers at the same time, while affording them a great view of the stars and some of the best-tasting food. Xia Fei and Fuchin were rather lucky, for they were just in time to board this luxury liner, which cruised all across the universe. The Mammoth circled the entire Alpha Universe, and each trip would take at least 3 years and 6 months. This time, it just so happened to be docked on Golden Eagle 19 for replenishment. The two hurriedly bought tickets and got on board. Pointing to this gigantic white liner in the distance, Fuchin was thrilled. The Mammoth isn't fast, but it provides a first-class dining experience, as it caters to the cosmic elite. Countless immaculate delicacies from all across the universe can be found here. We're in for a treat by taking this ship for our trip to the Tarot Galaxy. Xia Fei surreptitiously rubbed his spatial ring. Eating delicacies meant faster recovery, but it also came at a price, an expenditure of astronomical proportions. The 20 million pearls that Xiang Beiyang and Fei Xingye had given him was not a small sum by any means, but after this period of feasting, he had actually spent 3.4 million pearls already. Xia Fei was afraid that if this carried on until they reached Tarot Galaxy, he would end up penniless. Though Fuchin had never once spent a pearl, he was not in the least bit hesitant about spending Xia Fei's. Without missing a beat, he went ahead and booked not just the Duke's suite, a room decked out and furnished lavishly as if it were a palace, costing 15,000 pearls a day. This meant that the accommodations for boarding the Mammoth, which would take 3 months to reach the Tarot Galaxy, would cost Xia Fei 1.35 million pearls. He felt quite pained when he understood this. Checking in a super luxurious suite, of course, meant they would be in for quite an opulent experience. Xia Fei and Fuchin clambered on board via the VIP channel, an entire row of beautiful ladies bowing to them as they passed by, each with eyes full of eagerness and expectation, hoping for them to catch these VIP passengers' eyes. Originally, these ladies working in this sort of luxury liner did not plan on having this sparrow to phoenix transformation, though really, they often turned into chickens rather than phoenixes. After tipping the staff who led the way 100 pearls, Xia Fei closed the door and examined the room. He had seen plenty of rooms as luxurious as palaces before, so he did not find anything special about this one. Isn't it fine to just book a normal room? If we had saved money on this front, we could have eaten more food. Why stay in a deluxe suite? Xia Fei shrugged in inquiry. Fuchin chuckled and reclined on the soft yet ample couch, explaining, Of course, it's important for us to eat good food, but I have my reasons for booking a luxury suite. There are many things that money can't buy. Going by Fuchin's style of doing things, he would often prioritize eating whenever he was somewhere new. Not only would he dine, he even picked only the most expensive and best-tasting food for consumption. Perhaps Fuchin was ill at ease to eat minus table etiquette in front of others, so he had requested for Xia Fei to book them a private room instead of heading to the open-air restaurant, which could accommodate several tens of thousands of people all at once. Under the shocked gaze of the staff, Xia Fei and Fuchin completed the first big meal of the day with seafood. From over a meter-long black crystal lobsters to super small catfish soup, made with 10,000 tiny catfish, the meal they had was extremely decadent. Even the bottle of sherry served with the food cost 70,000 pearls. Of course, this meant that Xia Fei's purse was reduced by a corresponding 610,000 pearls. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and sighed. I say, eating like this will have us starving even before we reach the Tarot Galaxy. Fuchin used a white ivory toothpick and rebuked disapprovingly. With me around, there's nothing to fear. Wait till I bring you to see what's fun around this ship. Then you'll know why it's worth it to spend so much. This is just chump change. Don't worry about it. Besides, these are all beneficial to your body. Xia Fei was speechless. Though he had wasted a lot of money eating with Fuchin like this, the fact of the matter remained that his injury had been recovering quickly. It seemed like they were just blindly eating everything when, really, it had been Fuchin's sophisticated arrangement. What to eat, how many, what first, and what next. Each aspect of their gourmet journey was specially tailored for Xia Fei's healing process, and it was anything but simple. This was why whenever Fuchin mentioned that what they ate was good for his recovery, Xia Fei would always be hard-pressed to refute him. Exiting the restaurant, Xia Fei and Fuchin visited the casino and the nightclub, and then they wound down a parlor, which offered a full-body massage, lightening Xia Fei's purse by thousands of pearls. Food benefits the body, but what has gambling got to do with it? Asked Xia Fei, dissatisfied. Fuchin maintained his disapproving attitude. This is all preparatory work. Relax. You'll be joining the most interesting game in the Alpha universe. Xia Fei pouted. They feasted and had a massage. Now, Fuchin wanted to start playing a game. He had never led such a debaucherous life, and he was doing it all at once today. Helplessly, he followed Fuchin to a spacious hall and was instantly rooted to the spot. What he saw was a large battle simulation hall, with plenty of semicircle structures like small rooms. Warriors would enter and connect to the simulation system, allowing them to fight one another. In the middle of this hall were even screens showing the ongoing battles of these warriors, with the largest displaying the most interesting fight. Brilliant colors flooded the screens, as these fights were carried out with great intensity. All sorts of strange combat techniques and arts were being used. It was a dazzling array of displays that nearly left Xia Fei feeling spellbound. This, Xia Fei croaked. That's right. It's the legendary Soul Battle, declared Fuchin with a glimmer in his eyes. The Mammoth, which was just like a mid-sized city, ferried hundreds of thousands of passengers. Even if only 1,000th of them could be considered warriors, that would still be at least several thousand, which was why the Soul Battle Training Hall was so lively. Most of the warriors spent their time participating in simulated fights while aboard this ship. Old Fuchin smiled. The greatest benefit that comes from this simulation system is that one doesn't need to use soul power, yet they'll still gain precious soul battle experience. Your style of combat before focused on law power, but now that you're in the Alpha universe, you'll be experiencing a whole new battlefield, which is mainly centered on soul fights. As such, facing soul practitioners will be very beneficial to you, as they fight completely differently from law warriors. Since you're still injured, you might as well forget about advancing in the meantime. Even cultivating won't do you any good. Before you make a full recovery, I suggest that you engage in simulation battles, as it's the most productive thing you can do at the moment, helping you become familiar with the rules and tricks of combat here in the Alpha universe. Xia Fei nodded, his eyes trained on the screen. Because the power system used in soul battles was different, shadow and light swayed, which gave the shown fights even greater depths of excitement and brilliance. Watching such was way more thrilling than watching a movie. It was as if an entirely new world had opened up to Xia Fei. In Alpha Universe, there were actually many uses for law powers, and a lot of soul practitioners did use it here as well, but the point was that, on top of traditional combat using laws, many high-level warriors utilized soul power. Thus, regardless if it was law power or soul art, it was imperative for warriors to master both. Xia Fei was ultimately a beginner, having just activated his soul mark, so the soul battles he had witnessed were just those fought at the cosmic gate. As a warrior, experience and strength were equally important, and neither should be neglected. Now that there was this soul battle system, which seemed to be tailor-made for him, it was in his best interest to study and learn everything it could offer. What a wonderful soul battle system. I truly look forward to giving it a shot. Xia Fei clenched his fists as he said this. It had been a long time since he traded blows with another. Xia Fei could feel himself itching just that. Fuchin smiled, and then pointed to the thousands of spectators in the grand hall. Look over there. Most of the passengers are holding number plates. They want to participate in the soul battles, yet the Mammoth only has 1,600 simulation cabins, so there's a need to queue. When it's your turn, You're only allowed to use one of those simulation cabins for 3 hours. Even if you don't get your fill, the staff will still usher you out. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he carefully examined the crowd. Sure enough, many of them were holding number plates as they stood there in the hall, watching the others fight, awaiting their turn. Their faces glowed with excitement and anticipation. He could even see an elderly gentleman with a head full of silver hair and a child no older than 8. Well, that's troublesome. Who knows when it'll be my turn if we join the queue? Xia Fei said. Do that old man and child also have soul power? Why am I not sensing any energy from them? Fuchen chuckled. You forgot. The simulation system doesn't require one to possess cultivation. So even the common folk who wants to experience combat can only do so through this. That's the reason why so many people are lining up here to try this. Xia Fei nodded. No wonder there were so many regular people with number plates. It was not a sin for them to seek the thrill of combat, but their action had delayed what Xia Fei wanted to do. He could not help but be somewhat annoyed by this. Fuchen said after a pause, there are many types of soul battle simulations, with the largest network capable of reaching the most elite warriors across the universe. This sort of training method, which won't result in any injury yet lets one gain combat experience, is very popular. The Mammoth Soul battle system happens to be capable of connecting to even faraway networks. Unfortunately, one must accumulate a certain number of points, obtain an ID, before they can join the higher-ranking system. Xia Fei sighed. What use is there even if you tell me how good it is? I'll go get a number first. Perhaps I'll get to play for 3 hours later tonight. Just as he was about to approach the counter, Fuchen reached out to stop him, a big grin on his face. No need for all that hassle. The reason why I booked the Duke Suite is that the room has a simulation system inside. There's no need to line up there, nor is there any time limit to using it. What about it? Now, isn't this elder very thoughtful? Xia Fei was surprised. So this was why Fuchen had urged him to book the Duke's Suite. Well, that's good. Let's return to our room so that we can fight to our heart's content, exclaimed Xia Fei excitedly. Aside from the 2 bedrooms in the Duke's Suite, there was a library, a gymnasium, and a guest room. The soul battle system was inside the gym. Xia Fei pushed a button on the wall, and that wall turned, revealing the small simulation cabin behind it. Xia Fei was extremely vigilant and had the habit of inspecting the room wherever he stayed, but because this cabin had been cleverly hidden in the wall, Xia Fei had no knowledge of its existence. Go ahead and try it. Fuchen pointed at the egg-shaped simulation cabin with a smile. Xia Fei entered the cabin. Inside was a sports chair, which Xia Fei hurriedly cocooned himself. The seat was wide and a lot more comfortable than an actual sports chair. Inserting his room key and then turning it on, the simulation cabin began running. After a 5-second countdown, an image appeared in front of him. Xia Fei and Fuchen, who were now both wearing the simulation glasses, found a row of words showing up. Please choose alias or real name. Xia Fei softly repeated the words that had appeared. Fuchen said, this is also one of the benefits that come with a luxury suite. Some VIPs don't like others knowing their names, so the option for using an alias is offered. Xia Fei did not spare a moment to think and immediately chose to use an alias. Humans feared fame like pigs feared bulking up. This was something Xia Fei subscribed to, so whatever the results of his upcoming simulated fights, he would never let others learn his identity. Being low-key was the way. Since he would not be using his real name, Xia Fei had to come up with a nickname. He simply keyed in Xiao Fei, a relatively common name he often used whenever he needed a fake identity. He had used it several times in the law realm before, too. After setting up a password, an incognito account with the alias Xiao Fei was born. The next option would be the model. Fuchen said, you can choose yourself as the model, and the system will emulate your body and recreate your current condition, but I advise that you don't do that. After all, you're an orthodox spiritualist, and if word gets out, it'll likely attract plenty of trouble to you. The Mammoth is too public a sight right now, but you can make your own model and avoid being identified in the future once you get your hands on your own simulation cabin. Xia Fei nodded. Of course, having his own body as his model would be great, as he could then use his combat techniques, meaning that it would be no different from being in battle himself. After choosing to use another model, warriors of all shapes and sizes appeared in front of Xia Fei. Every warrior had their name and dimensions, what sort of power system they possessed, and everything was described in detail. Fuchin commented, "These warriors are all copies made from real warriors' data. You're a newly registered account, so all you can choose now are rank 1 models. Wait till your win rate is high enough and you've ranked up, then you can fight with stronger characters." Rank 1 warrior models were very weak, and at best, they would be newly promoted warriors with 1 soul mark. The law power that they possessed was also fairly average, with nothing particularly outstanding. Xia Fei spent some time browsing, only to realize that finding a warrior model similar to him from the many was very difficult. In truth, even if he carefully read through all their descriptions, there was no way he would be able to find someone just like him. This was because his experience was truly too unique, and he had learned plenty of things. Quite possibly, no one was quite like him in this universe. Since there was no model similar to him, Xia Fei decided to let the system choose for him and ended up with a warrior model called Xiaoxing. Xiao Fei, Xiaoxing, that's quite an amusing combination. Fuchin chuckled from the sidelines. However, when Fuchin looked at the data of Xiaoxing, his expression changed. He began muttering to himself, "Is this fate?" Xia Fei actually drew that jinx. "Forget it. I'll just wait and see how this plays out." BZZT. With the neurotransmitter helmet activated, Xia Fei's brain was directly connected to the system. From this point on, Xiaoxing's every move would be in accordance with Xia Fei's will, and any injury that the warrior model received would be sent to Xia Fei's nervous system. Of course, this was just a simulated sensation and would not actually deal actual damage to Xia Fei's real body. The system guided Xia Fei to the main program, where he could choose his opponent. He could also create a battlefield and let others choose to fight him. Instead, Xia Fei pondered for a moment before saying, "System, I want to have the battlefield set as Blizzard Valley. Accept any challenges." Affirmative. The Blizzard Valley battlefield has been set. Beginning to accept the invitation now. Zip. Xia Fei's vision blurred, and when it cleared again, he saw that he was now in an icy arena. He was right in the basin of the valley between 2 mountains. The landscape was covered in snow, and a chilly wind was blowing. This was when the system prompted, "Someone has challenged you. Will you accept?" "Display the warrior's data," Xia Fei stated casually. Victory could be assured when one knew both themselves and their enemy. Xia Fei was not afraid of who he might face, but understanding the opponent was something a warrior should do at all times, so it had become a habit of his by now. He did not expect to see a row of words and images. He had no idea what those were, but it seemed that more than 100 individuals had sought to challenge him at the same time. Xia Fei casually opened one and saw that it was an account with a real name. It was a youth around 12 of age, looking scholarly and decent with his spectacles. Because Xia Fei was not using his real name, all the opponent could see was a virtual avatar, while all the information regarding Xia Fei's age and sex was all left blank. "You're seeking death. I dare to bet that you won't last even a round in my hands. You're dead meat." Xia Fei was speechless. These challenges from these individuals were more vicious than the last. All of them swore to murder Xia Fei. In the blink of an eye, 318 individuals had issued a challenge to him, who knew what was wrong with them, but they all decided to challenge him. Together? Xia Fei frowned, wondering, how strange. Did these people eat gunpowder for lunch? Fuchin smiled wordlessly, thinking to himself, the only one you can blame is yourself for choosing Xiaoxing as your model. If not you, who else would they choose to challenge? This was when a scene no one had expected occurred. Xia Fei merely raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "System, accept all these challenges for me." Exodus Tales. Fuchin was slightly startled. He had not expected that Xia Fei would be crazy enough to accept all these challenges. The system faithfully did as Xia Fei ordered, and soon enough, all the challenge requests of these 318 people turned green, and they were subsequently transported to Xia Fei's simulated arena in chronological order, with the number 1 challenger coming in first, and so on. Quickly come look. Some fool has accepted all the challenge requests, someone in the Great Hall said as he chortled. Where? What model is he using? What's his win rate? The models used in simulation battles were very important, as each model was based on a real warrior. Using a powerful warrior could of course give the user an advantage, making it easier to win against opponents. Meanwhile, the win rate also had a certain referential value. Who do you think is the worst warrior model in the soul battle system? Do you have to ask? Of course, it's that Jinx. Everybody knows that. No, wait. You're not telling me that this person is using that Jinx. They actually accepted 318 challenges with that Jinx, the man blurted out after having a good look on the screen. He must be crazy or a masochist. No one is foolish enough to choose that Jinx, and no one actually dares to use it to challenge everyone. A model with only a 0.03% win rate. This universe sure is crazy. Whatever. There's no way for us to stop him if he gets enjoyment from his suffering. Too bad I sent my challenge a little late and got queued in the 200. I wonder if he can last till it's my turn to give him a vicious trashing, a pockmarked girl said with a hand over her mouth. Xia Fei's decision had immediately created quite the stir on the mammoth. Fortunately, most of the people who used the battle simulation system were regular folks who were looking for entertainment. As for the intermediate and up warriors, they would hardly notice the commotion happening with the novice system. On the simulated battlefield, Blizzard Valley, Xia Fei was no longer in his half-transparent state. The system had been in the process of rendering his model, and by the time it was done, Xia Fei examined the state he was in and frowned. Why do I have just one arm? Fuchin's beard was already crooked from laughing raucously. Well, you're the one who chose the Jinx. This model you got is historically the one with the lowest win rate in the entire Soul Battle Simulation Company, not even 3 of 1,000th. It essentially means that only 3 in every 10,000 users can use this model to win against someone else. Xia Fei was speechless. It seemed like he had really gotten unlucky this time. He had picked the worst model, not to mention that he only had one arm. The body was also in a terrible state, and this model hardly seemed like someone who had a soul mark. If Xia Fei knew of Shaoxing's past, he would probably understand why this model was in such a terrible shape. As a former genius, Shaoxing naturally had his time of glory, having transcended to the founder tier and established his first soul mark at the tender age of 21, which was even earlier than Xia Fei. Still, Xia Fei and Shaoxing were in different environments. Xia Fei was in the law realm, which was a level lower than the alpha universe, making it that much harder for him to advance. Just as Shaoxing was complacently preparing to climb greater heights, misfortune struck. An expert whom he could not defeat attacked him and crippled him for good. In the alpha universe, the statement of experts being immortal had been rewritten. No matter how powerful their seeds of life might be, they were still incapable of withstanding a soul attack. A blow from a powerful expert could destroy the soul, and even an immortal Arhat would be unable to recover. From that, Shaoxing suffered from precisely such a soul attack, but the miracle was that, while a good half of Shaoxing's soul had been destroyed, he survived. This could be considered a gift from the heavens, and after many years of hard work, Shaoxing ultimately failed to return to his peak state. So when Xia Fei accepted Shaoxing's model, he quickly felt that he had been conned. This mode's cultivation was so unsatisfactory that it was completely outside of Xia Fei's expectations. The Soul Battle Simulation Company would never neglect to collect the data of every unique warrior. So Shaoxing was put in their records as someone who had suffered a soul attack and lived to tell the tale. The pouting Xia Fei took 2 steps forward while he rotated this model's only arm, muttering, "Given how things have panned out, all I can do is get used to this as best as I can. Hopefully, this model can keep up with the tempo of my attack." Tempo was crucial to a speed-type warrior like Xia Fei, and they would often unleash a series of impossible-to-predict punches before their enemy could get ready. This was why people claiming that speed was the most heaven-defying ability in the universe could not be deemed as an exaggeration. This was when the virtual warrior across him appeared. It was that insolent and bespectacled youth, looking rather refined as he exuded arrogance. He was no warrior and was just playing this game purely for entertainment. Regular people would say they were experiencing the joy of combat, but they were ultimately just mortals who had no cultivation to speak of. They knew nothing about how to attack or how to receive an attack, so how could they call it combat? This youth had been abused like crazy in his previous simulated fights. Practically everyone knew that Shaoxing was a lousy model, and those who used him would always end up losing, with not even a 0.03% win rate. The victory anyone could achieve while using it was purely an accident. This was also why this youth had locked onto Xia Fei, hoping to claw back some face through him. Having been stomped on by everyone, it's now my turn to do the stomping. Must be what this youth was thinking inside. Pointing at Xia Fei, just as the youth planned to begin his tirade, the indicator light, which showed when they could begin the fight, turned green. "It want." Crunch. Just as the refined youth said those two words, Xia Fei moved. While his model lacked the reaction time and speed that Xia Fei inherently possessed, he still had the experience from the hundreds of battles he had been in. Without wasting another breath, the first second the indicator lights toward green, Xia Fei charged forward and slapped that talkative youth across his face, and, with a lift of his right leg, kicked that youth in his crotch. He immediately followed this up by unsheathing his short sword and plunging it upward, right into that youth's heart. Squelch. The virtual effects were very realistic, and well over a meter blood spurted out from that unlucky youth, killing him right on the spot. Want what? You should shut the FCK up. Xia Fei wiped the blade on his pants and scoffed offhandedly. It had something to do with experience, the gulf between their experience. To Xia Fei, this was not a virtual battle, but rather a struggle between life and death. The youth attempting to utter some cutting words was the perfect chance for Xia Fei to deliver the killing blow. Regardless of how powerful a model warrior anyone controlled, the price for underestimating an opponent was still death. What more since the opponent, in this case, was the devious and crafty Xia Fei. In the hall, alone, miserable-looking youth slowly walked out of a simulation cabin. His two legs were closed tightly, while his face was all green. Xia Fei's attack had been truly brutal. In order for everyone to experience the joy of killing, no armor was worn in simulated battles. Xia Fei's kick connected with his nether region. It was already a good thing that the youth did not pass out there and then. After all, this was not a common point, and the unpleasantness was far greater than a stab. MOM. A scream echoed in the hall, and that youth collapsed on the ground. The pain so overwhelming he now lay curled on the floor in a fetal position. Those who had watched the fight were shocked, no matter if they were cultivators or not. After all, the win rate of Shaoxing was there for all to see. Few could win with that model. Yet, Xia Fei managed to shock the audience the moment he made his move. It was a lethal blow that had been achieved with the notorious Jinx. It was a sinister insta-kill. Xia Fei raised the curtain to this battle with a swift kick to the groin, and the system reacted just as quickly. The second opponent appeared instantly, not giving Xia Fei any breathing time. A cold gaze from Xia Fei. He had used the most basic moves when he closed the distance and insta-killed the youth, but unfortunately, this model of Shaoxing was simply too poor. Xia Fei's heart rate increased as he sensed a slight numbing in his left arm. Not good. This body is too lousy. I'll need to be creative with it, Xia Fei thought. His second opponent was a middle-aged man with a face full of fat. He was not particularly old, yet the ravages of alcohol had already gripped him. Well-dressed, the person seemed to be a businessman. Businessmen had their unique shrewdness, and having seen how the youth from before had been beaten, he took careful note of the mistake. He did not spare any words and adopted a defensive stance right from the get-go. Though Xia Fei had demonstrated a very strong desire to fight just then, the businessman had responded with great professionalism. He believed that, though he had no cultivation to speak of, he had experienced simulated battles from his many years of playing the game. As long as he did not make many mistakes and played defensively, he was convinced that he could find the path to victory. Ding! The indicator light tuned green, and the battle began. Let's see what you can do with me not taking the initiative. If you take the initiative, then I'll just face you head-on. After all, your model is much weaker and even lacks an arm, the middle-aged man thought, gingerly shifting his steps as he maintained his distance from Xia Fei. Alas, while he was playing it safe, Xia Fei had already acted aggressively. Only after a second of observation, Xia Fei had made his move. He charged right at the middle-aged man and revealed numerous flaws. Here's my chance. The man excitedly cheered inwardly. With a single thrust, he unleashed a soul shade. As someone who had participated in so many soul battles over the years, this businessman could be considered as having a modicum of awareness. Crafty approach. Xia Fei changed his pace, his two legs moving in a crisscross direction, and very nimbly evaded that soul shade. He then appeared at that fat man's side and brandished his short sword. The fatty used the weapon in his other hand to block the attack, but the edge of Xia Fei's short sword suddenly turned downward, and it slashed at his calf instead. With his calf injured, he lost his balance. The fatty went pale as his body toppled over. Xia Fei's short sword brushed across his neck thereafter. Squelch. The fighting continued, with everyone simply unable to believe that Xia Fei had actually used Shaoxing to get 17 consecutive wins. These virtual opponents of Xia Fei fell one by one, with one being worse off than the last. Fuqin dumbfoundedly watched this, asking the ghost in his soul weapon, "Have you seen someone kill like this before?" "Not at all. The methods Xia Fei used are too insidious. No matter what, his blade will always be targeting the most private areas," replied the immortal spirit while gulping. "You're right. Xia Fei is really insidious. Those people are sure likely in great pain from his attacks." Fuqin subconsciously reached to touch his crotch as he said this. Just then, the 18th challenger fell after having received a tragic blow from Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not care if the methods he employed were sinister or otherwise. As long as he could kill his enemies, then it was good enough for him. In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to use everything and anything within his means. Oh my, that's 18 consecutive wins for you. The people in the hall had already doubled in number. Watching Xia Fei's 18th kill, the crowd clamored in extreme shock. Having used the weakest model, Shaoxing, to achieve 18 consecutive wins, this was worthy of being a record. Xia Fei sheathed his short sword, all along feeling the least bit proud of what he had done. Instead, he was in deep thought. How interesting. It seems that this model is a special case. Xia Fei stroked his chin while he mulled this over. After a series of grueling battles, Xia Fei eventually got used to this model, acknowledged by many as the worst in the history of this soul battle simulation system. Xia Fei's Shaoxing model was widely acknowledged as the trashiest model in the entire soul battle simulation networks. Though Xia Fei had managed to win 18 challenges using this worst model through his rich battle experience, all of them were not easy wins. After all, Shaoxing's model was truly very trashy with only one arm. While using the model, though he mainly relied on his leg strength, being one-armed severely hampered his balance. This was why, when Xia Fei habitually did his high-speed charge at the beginning, he had difficulty executing it. Xia Fei kept feeling like something was amiss. However, as he spent more time fighting with this Shaoxing model, Xia Fei slowly realized that there was a hidden potential to it. Every time he used sly thrust and its dazzling footwork, the unsteadiness of his body would not, by any means, be a burden but would, instead, provide him unrestrained movement. It was almost as if the Shaoxing model had this unique control over unbalanced movement, granting Xia Fei a level of agility akin to that of a butterfly, easy and flighty. Xia Fei's greatest trait was his ability to leer and utilize anything and everything that benefited him. Soon, he had adapted his crafty approach toward this unsteadiness. Given how crafty approach focused on extreme twists and evasive movements while extremely unbalanced, and with how his body had changed now, Xia Fei made it even nimbler and more peculiar, which greatly enhanced the flightiness of his movements. Whoosh! Everyone saw Xia Fei twist at his position, and in 3 steps, he had actually managed to appear in front of his opponent, raised his arm, and stabbed the target's heart with cold precision. Fuqin frowned. This footwork is simply too erratic. There doesn't seem to be any pattern to it, and so it's extraordinarily unpredictable. Who said that Shaoxing is trashy and the worst model? If I could achieve such whimsical footwork after losing an arm, I'd gladly trade mine for it, too. Not just the secular Fuqin, even the average warrior could tell just how frightening this footwork of Xia Fei was. He could practically appear beside his enemy in just a few steps and deal a lethal blow on them. With Xia Fei controlling it, Shaoxing was like a different model. He exploded with a combat strength that frightened people. Warriors could see the change in Shaoxing through Xia Fei's demonstration, but it was too bad that these commoners had no way of knowing just what he had done to achieve that. Most opponents he faced treated this as merely a game, and when he did face a real warrior, Xia Fei naturally outclassed them in terms of combat experience, not to mention when Xia Fei used crafty approach to enhance Shaoxing's movements. Hence, this rarely seen challenge quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Squelch. Lives were taken with every raise of his sword. From the start till this point, Xia Fei had not used a single soul art and had solely relied on his physical agility to kill everyone. In the blink of an eye, 37 people lay dead on the ground. Those watching the fights and those who had challenged him were all dumbfounded. None of them expected that the garbage Shaoxing model could actually turn into a one-armed killer. Xia Fei had forcibly turned this garbage model into an awesome evildoer. His immense learning capabilities could finally be used once more. Because of his many injuries, Xia Fei had no way of participating in actual combat, but he was able to find new enjoyment from these simulated battles. Crafty approach was constantly changing, and ever since Phantom taught this assassin sect footwork to Xia Fei, he had never stopped improving on this technique. If any assassin sect warrior were with Xia Fei right now, they would surely fail to recognize this as the crafty approach, which had originated from them. This was because, under Xia Fei's constant improvement of it, this technique had long transcended the limit of what was humanly possible, becoming as ephemeral as the shadow of a ghost. His erratic footwork still continued, and another opponent fell without any suspense, collapsing into a pool of virtual blood. Flicking his short sword to one side with a bit of force, droplets of fresh blood fell off its blade. Xia Fei shook his head and called, "Next." The feminine voice of the system sounded, "There are presently no challengers. Please wait patiently." Xia Fei was surprised. He clearly remembered accepting over 300 challenges, so how come he had run out of opponents after fighting only about 100 or so of them? Not one of them had taken notice of a young man with strange purple hair walking past the hall. He was about 14 or 13 years old, yet this young man gave off quite an aura. Two skinny elders were behind him. It was easy to tell that neither of their cultivation was weak. Seeing how packed the hall was, this young man frowned slightly. He then lightly gestured with his hand, and one of the two elders quickly stepped forward and waited for his instructions, appearing very respectful. "Go and find out what has happened," said the young man coldly. In no time at all, the elder returned to the young man's side after a quick trip in the crowd. The commotion was caused by someone using Shaoxing's model, for they achieved a 100% win rate for his 101 battles. Shaoxing's model? The young shrugged as he muttered. "What rank is that from? Why don't I recall it?" The elder smiled. Shaoxing is by no means a powerful character, but because he's a cripple, his model has an outrageously low win rate, and that's also why it's called a jinx. No matter who that person is, it's no easy feat to win 101 matches with the Shaoxing model. The young man got curious. "Do either of you think that I can achieve a similar win rate as him if I use that model?" The elders chuckled. Young Master Xiao sure knows how to crack a joke. Shaoxing is a rank 1 soul battle model. You're not really thinking of using him to mess with those average rank 1 warriors, are you? Let's not talk about whether I'll do it or not. I want to take a look at the model first. The young man called Xiao spoke earnestly. "Let's go. We'll head back to the room right now." The two elders behind him shrugged helplessly. It could not be helped. This was the serious side of young Master Xiao. Duke Sweet. Xia Fei lit himself a cigarette after he logged out from the system and was now deep in thought. "Heh, looks like you gained something from that experience, huh?" asked Fuchen with a smile. Xia Fei nodded. "That's right. The Shaoxing model isn't actually garbage. He also has a hidden potential. It just hasn't been explored." Fuchen thought about what Xia Fei had just said and commented. "That's not exactly impossible. It's just that Shaoxing is quite low-ranked, so no one is willing to waste time uncovering his potential. That's also why that cripple model has long been forgotten by the people." After a pause, Fuchen asked, "What do you think will happen if you use that amazing footwork on yourself?" Xia Fei answered, "I'm also wondering about that very question myself. It's just unfortunate that I can't cultivate or do real training right now, so there's no way for me to test out what I've just gained." Fuchen said, "Well, since you've already experienced it, you should of course test it out immediately, or else you might eventually forget it. At such a time, the benefit of occupying a Duke's suite is once more apparent. Come with me." The two exited the room, and Fuchen led Xia Fei to the top floor of the ship. The Duke's suite and other luxury rooms were all in the same zone, so both did not face any impediment as they made their way over to their destination. They easily entered the VIP training room for the Mammoth's elite clients. Like them, if Xia Fei were not in this zone, There would be no way for him to access this place at all. What's that? Xia Fei inquisitively pointed to the largest machinery in the training room. What's that? Xia Fei asked inquisitively as he pointed to the largest machinery in the training room. Fuchin giddily introduced, "This is a simulation training center. What you've seen before is called the combat simulation cabin, while this here is the AI-powered virtual battle machine. You'll be able to fight using it even without an opponent. More importantly, this thing can simulate you. So if you want to try working with that footwork of yours, you can do so right here, and there won't be a single discrepancy. Every action you make would be mimicked through sophisticated logic calculations. So if it's something you can achieve inside the simulation training center, then you can do it anywhere else." Xia Fei was surprised. Exact active imitation had always been a difficult problem in the technology sphere. He truly did not expect that the Alpha universe had not only solved this issue, but had also even successfully put it into practice. This would be a great help to him. If he wanted to experiment with some new combat techniques, he could do so completely inside the simulation cabin. Through this, he could determine the pros and cons of the techniques without losing energy. It was pretty much a solution that killed two birds with one stone. This simulation training center costs as much as 100 billion, but the benefits are numerous. If you didn't have this type of ticket, you wouldn't have the chance to use this machine at all. Now, you know why I had you spend a lot just to book a Duke suite. Well, while no one is around, why don't you give it a try? It won't be good if someone else sees you doing it, after all, Fuchin suggested after looking around. Xia Fei froze, and then asked curiously, "A ticket that cost me 1.35 million pearls isn't enough to grant me access to this training center? Isn't that a bit too ridiculous?" Fuchin thought nothing of it. What? There are plenty of things out there that money can't buy. Take this simulation training center for instance. It's been specially prepared for important figures, so only individuals with substantial statuses can use it. I've boarded the Mammoth before. I learned that the Duke Suite has corridors connecting to the VIP area. Because they're all in the same zone, there's no security in place. We can take advantage of that right now. Xia Fei nodded. He pushed open the door and stepped into the center. This training center was round in shape and had no windows. This was why no one outside could tell that Xia Fei was currently inside, making it quite a secluded place. Turning on the system, Xia Fei began his combat simulation training. Fuchin slowly made his way back via the same path he had come in, heading to the dining hall so that he could sample delicacies. Naturally, it was still Xia Fei who would pay for whatever he ate. The Mammoth, inside an opulent palatial suite. Aboard this express liner, which shuttled across the vast emptiness of space, were a total of 4 secret rooms. They were different from the royal suites or the Duke suite that Xia Fei and Fuchin were currently occupying, as these were secret rooms that no one knew existed on the ship, nor could they be booked through conventional means like visiting the reservation counter. This was because these accommodations were reserved for important figures. The company would rather leave these rooms empty than let someone unqualified use them. Xiao Xiao was staying in one of the 4 hidden rooms, and the 2 elders were still following him dutifully. These 2 old men looked quite alike to each other, both having grown about a meter-long gray beard. Today, Xiao Xiao heard that someone had managed to achieve 101 consecutive wins using the Shaoxing model, and out of curiosity, the young man returned to his room, found the recording of the fights, and watched each of them. In the end, what he saw shocked him greatly. Xia Fei had managed to use the handicapped Shaoxing to twist, turn, and evade with much deftness. Each action he did, be it attacking or defending, was executed with such dynamic Xiao Xiao could not help but be perplexed. This was especially the case for the movement technique he demonstrated, which looked as illusory as a ghost. "Both of you, come look," said Xiao Xiao in a grave tone. "Do either of you know which clan this technique originated from?" The 2 carefully inspected the recording before finally saying, "Neither of us has seen something like it before. It's quite similar to the Bei clan's movement technique, yet it seems to be far more cunning than that." "That's right. It's cunning. Not only is this person's movement technique impressive, it is also very sinister. He would be a very troublesome opponent to face if he managed to get into close combat with anyone." Xiao Xiao arched his eyebrow. The most important fact is that he's achieved it while using a body with a very poor sense of balance. Since he could execute that technique while handicapped, he'll likely not just be a troublesome opponent to those who face him under normal circumstances. The elder with the more pointed face laughed. What the young master said makes sense. Any warrior who fails to understand their enemy during battle will surely suffer. But ultimately, it's still just a movement technique. More often than not, a clash between soul practitioners will only be decided by soul power. Just a movement technique alone may not always secure the victory. It's important for us to consider this from every angle. Xiao Xiao's surname was Xiao, but this young master was not someone who would laugh at all. In fact, his expression had remained emotionless from start up to this moment, appearing to be very stern. He was a world of difference from Xia Fei, who often smiled and would even joke around outside of battle. The somewhat disheartened young master walked with his hands behind his back and headed out while thinking deeply. Rumble. Having not eaten food the entire night, Xiao Xiao's stomach could not help but grow. Pitifully, turning his head, he spied a clean plate set on the table. It seemed like it had been prepared for him by the Zhang clan's two brothers. In the past, whenever Xiao Xiao went to train, they would never forget leaving his favorite biscuits outside the room. But for some reason, all there was left for him today was an empty plate. Slightly furrowing his brows, Xiao Xiao continued his way forward. His head was lowered as he succumbed to endless annoyance. Everyone knew that the seventh young master was a genius seen only once in a generation. Right now, this genius had actually been at a loss on how Xia Fei had managed to control the Shaoxing model, and this made him feel greatly disheartened. Bump. Xiao Xiao failed to notice that there was a 15 to 16-year-old girl in front of him, and they collided, causing both to grimace at the same time. The brown-skinned man behind the young girl abruptly stood in front of her, glaring at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort and left, expressionless. Meanwhile, the young girl massaged her right arm with a frown. When Xiao Xiao just walked fast without apologizing, the girl felt unhappy. What a weird man. The young girl wrinkled her nose and huffed in her soft voice. Miss, it's best if you don't take his rudeness to heart. It seems like he has quite a lot on his mind, said that stout man. The two reached the training center. The young girl happened to open the room Xia Fei had just used, and she entered with her companion. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her two hands, her eyes filled with shock. How powerful! He actually got 91 points with his movement technique training. She could not help but look over, staring at Xiao Xiao's departing back. Miss, I know that person, said the stout man. Who is he? He actually scored 91 points. The girl tilted her head, feeling curious. Her shiny black hair swung along with her movement. That's 7th Master Xiao, answered the man with a frown, seemingly disliking that person. Miss, when it comes to the Xiao clan, it's best that you don't. The young girl paid no heed to his warning. So what if he's from the Xiao clan? Since he could get over 90 points with this system, then he should be someone amazing. Of course, there was no way for her to know that this was the score Xia Fei had achieved. As for the machine that Xiao Xiao had used, it only displayed a very embarrassing 57 points, which was not even a passing score. Miss, let's hurry up and start. The Xiaos aren't a clan that gets along well with others, warned the stout man calmly. The young girl nodded in agreement to her companion and proceeded to enter the training room proper. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.